Good morning. Thank you for joining us today for a very packed agenda. My name is Brad Bradford. I'm the councillor for Beaches East York and the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum now, and I'm calling meeting 3 of the Planning and Housing Committee to order. If you'll indulge me for a second, I'd like to take a moment off the top to acknowledge our friend Tracy Cook. Tracy will be retiring on May 18th. How many days is that? 21. Okay, 21 days from now. Not that we're counting, not that, yeah, that came very quickly. 21 days, which is only a few short weeks away, I guess 3. And as such, this will be Tracy's last Planning and Housing Committee meeting that she joins us for. You know, as everyone here in this room knows, Tracy has spent her career in the public service and started originally as a police officer. That's a bit of a fun fact there. And after that, she did a stint in the private sector and then returned to public service, where she joined the City of Toronto as the Executive Director of MLS back in 2012. Not an easy portfolio, but lots of good work there. And Tracy has overseen a lot of critical work you know, I'm hoping that we're going to add legalization of multiplex to that list of really important work that that council has done under your leadership. And Tracy stepped into the role of Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure and Development back in 2019 and has served in that role during what has been, I think, admittedly a very challenging time for our city. But Tracy stepped up and stepped in where and when needed, including taking the reins on the City Manager's role over the past number of months. So if you could all join me and just let's give a round of applause in recognition of Tracy's contributions here. We're very grateful for all your work, Tracy, and sad to see you go, but you know, I'm sure whatever's next is going to be nice. Not that we're counting the days in 21, but good for you. Really happy for you. Alrighty, let's get started. I know Councillor Nunziata is all.
I'm sorry.
You want to jump in?
I'd like to move a motion that we do not accept her retirement.
Okay, very good. Anyone else want to?
Oh yes, I've known Tracy since she started an MLS, and it was really something. You blew in there and started to make all kinds of changes, very positive ones, including a staff appreciation that I think was very moving for everybody, including you, in recognizing exceptional work when it was being done, and I think brought a different quality to MLS, and went to study and became the Deputy City Manager, and now you're leaving, so wishing you all the best from all those years of your contribution here, Tracy. Thank you very much.
Very good.
There you go.
I was not trying to get you.
Tough files and strong leadership. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
So if we can, we'll get started there. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by both video conference and in-person IRL here at City Hall, Committee Room 1. I see we have Councillor Mantis on the line. Nick, thanks for joining us today. And I think we will also have Councillor Crisanti joining us online at some point as well. Very good. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend this meeting. The public may also continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is being live streamed at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I'd ask for everyone's patience as we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. We do have an incredible group of staff there in the booth that will keep things running smoothly, so appreciate everyone's support. And the City Clerk has provided all the agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on the CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members in the chambers and remotely if you need help with your devices. If folks are voting remotely, and that might be the case, I'd ask that members ensure that they keep their video on and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you still must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff, of course, as always, are here to help with that. And although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. So at this point, I'd ask if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Okay, I will pause and declare that I have a conflict of interest on 2 items today. PH 3.13 4888 Dundas Street West, Notice of Intention to Designate a Property under Part 4 of Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and PH 318, Our Plan Toronto Employment Area Conversion Request Status Update, which is a report for information. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on the file in these reports, and I've submitted the written notice to the clerks on both items, and I will ask our Vice Chair, Councillor Fletcher, to step in when we deal with these items after rundown. Seeing no others, we will proceed to the agenda review. And oh, okay. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on February 28th? Moved by Councillor Fletcher. All in favor? Very good. All right. We will go with the rundown. So, PH 3.1, we'll start there. Do I need to read the name of every report? Okay, very good. This is technical amendments to zoning bylaw 569-2013. We're going to hold this for speakers. PH 3.2, Ready Set Midtown zoning review, city initiated zoning bylaw amendments for select low-rise areas, decision report. That we're going to hold for speakers as well. PH 3.3, Dundas Street West, Bloor-Kipling, 6 points, Block 1, Housing Now, decision report approval. We're going to hold that for a speaker. PH 3.4, Concept to Keys, Dashboard, April 2023, Priority Development Application Status Update. We have no speakers on that.
I'll move the recommendation.
I'd like to speak on.
Okay, so we will hold that. Hold. PH 3.5, the Toronto Employment Survey. We're going to hold for a staff presentation. PH 3.6, the Housing Now Initiative 2023 progress updates. We've got speakers. A lot of speakers. All right. PH 3.7. Our Plan Toronto Lands Need Assessment. This is time for 10 a.m. We're going to hold for staff presentation and speakers. PH 3.8, a housing pledge for the City of Toronto. That is time for 10 a.m. PH 3.9, proposed framework for the Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator tool. We have no speakers on that. Are we able to just move that now then? Okay.
I'll move it.
Okay, very good. Councillor Nunziata, all in favor? Great, carried. PH 3.10, planning tools to secure affordable housing and deliver community infrastructure. We're good to go on that. Can we move that now? All in favor? Okay, very good. Okay. Yeah, we've done two in the books. PH 3.11, 15 Elm Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29. We're going to hold for a speaker. We also will have questions on that. PH 3.12, 153 and 185 Eastern Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I don't see speakers on that. Okay, we could dispose of that. If everyone's okay with that, we can get a motion to move that. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, all in favor? Very good, carried. Yep, 3, very good. PH 3.13, 488, oh, we'll come back to this because I have a conflict, so we'll turn it over to our Vice Chair. Come back after rundown. All right, PH 3.14, Don Mills Road, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I do not see speakers on that. If we can move the recommendations. Councillor Nunziata, all in favor? Very good, carried. PH 3.15, 1313 Queen Street West, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I don't have speakers on that. Can we get a mover? Okay, Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? Carried. Very good. 3, PH 3.16, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, multiplex study, final report. We're timing that for 2:30. We've got presentation and speakers. Okay, PH 3.17, update Downsview draft secondary plan, draft community development plan priority status report. I think we're going to have a motion to time that. Councillor Myers. Yep. Clerks, we're good with that?
I also have an interest in that. There's a letter.
Okay.
Check if it's in. Thank you.
Right, so we have a deputation, and I think Councillor Pasternak would like to be here, so we'll time that. Is that a motion that you need to time it?
You could just agree to it.
I think that we're all good on 11:30? Very good, we'll do that at 11:30 then. PH 3.18, our plan, Toronto employment area conversion requests, update. Again, it's an information report for receipt. I have a conflict, I'll step out on that one and pass it over to our vice chair. PH 3.19, Toronto Green Standard Update, advancing net zero emissions and new developments. We'll have news business. No deputants, we can move that now if everyone's okay. Okay, Councillor Nunziata, all in favor, carried. All right. Some new business.
I have a new piece of business, Mr. Chair. I believe our clerk has it.
Okay, I'm gonna do,
You don't have it yet? Sorry, you don't have it? Or, oh, I see an email with your name on it.
okay, I'm gonna do these two right now if it's okay. So I need a motion to add new business items PH 3.20 and PH 3.21. So 20 is career development and capacity building and city planning in support of city building priorities from Councillor Jamal Myers. And then I have PH 3.21, which is feedback on potential provincial regulations on municipal rental replacement bylaws. So there's two letters in front of the committee for that. Yeah, motion to add new business. All those in favor, carried. Okay. And I understand Councillor Fletcher will have one as well. Are we able to dispose of those? Oh, okay, we'll leave them up for a bit and come back to those. Alrighty, and Councillor Fletcher, yours is in the mail? All right.
Are you sending me a check?
No. Oh. We're going to do those right now. If I could ask my good friend, Councillor Fletcher, to jump into the chair here. And we'll dispose of PH 3.13 and PH 3.18. I'm going to step out of the room and you'll do a recorded vote. Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, the first item that we're dealing with is PH 3.13, 4888 Dundas Street West, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of Ontario Heritage Act. Are there any speakers on this item today? No? Any committee members have a question? No? All right then, thank you. We'll take it to a vote. Somebody move that, receive. Thank you. Councillor Nunziata moves to receive that.
Motion to adopt.
And motion to adopt with a recorded vote. All in favor?
All those in favor of the,
Sorry, I was doing it.
of the item, Councillor Malik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Myers, that item carries unanimously. Councillor Crisanti in favor. Thank you.
Welcome, Councillor Crisanti. Time to vote, that's good. And then the other number is number 18, PH 3.18. It is Employment Area Conversion Request Status Update. It is only for information, and it will be on the agenda of the June meeting. So I'm just suggesting we send that through rather quickly, so it's all clear for June.
So I'll move it.
All right, moved by Councillor Nunziata, and I believe we'll have a recorded vote, and the clerk, of course, will do that.
On the motion to receive, all those in favor, Councillor Malik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Myers. That item carries unanimously.
Thank you, and with that, I'll get the chair back.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. So we will take this to the top. We'll go to the top here with PH 3.1, technical amendments to zoning bylaw 569, 2013. We have speakers here. What the speakers is?
Yeah, right there.
Okay, excellent. And I would like to invite Robert Gullins to come forward. Is Robert online or in the room? Robert here? Okay, are there any other speakers who would like to speak on item 3.1? Okay. Then, do we have any questions of staff on this? Do we have any speakers? Okay, very good. Yeah, motion to adopt this. Yeah, Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? Carried. Very good. All right. PH 3.2, Ready, Set, Midtown Zoning Review, City-Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendments for Select Low-Rise Areas, Decision Report for approval. I have speaker here, Colleen Bailey. Is Colleen in the room with us? Oh, hey, Colleen. Good to see you again. So you have 5 minutes to address the committee, and then we might have some questions for you. So I'll start the clock and turn it over to you.
My name is Colleen Bailey. I'm a volunteer with More Neighbours Toronto, which is a volunteer-only housing advocacy organization, and I'm also a resident in the Yonge and Eglinton Secondary Plan area. In the letter that was submitted, there's a map with the 4 areas that are part of this report. If you don't have it in front of you, I hope you'll take my word for it that some of them are less than 250 meters from a subway. One of them is less than 150 meters from what I am promised will one day be an LRT station. And I was one of several people who was noted in the engagement summary who attended the public consultation with questions like, in a housing crisis, with more people struggling to find a home that they can afford, could we look at allowing more than 4 stories in some of these areas near transit? And the answer was that this wouldn't be possible. It was out of scope because this is a plan that originated back in 2012 and underwent several iterations. And the public consultation for that plan was back in 2018. And it was decided back then that the appropriate land use here, 250 meters from a subway, 150 meters from an LRT, was low-rise neighborhood. And this can be at most 4 stories by the definition in the official plan. I want to be clear that the planner on the file, Matt Armstrong, was excellent. He welcomed everyone to the consultations and welcomed their comments. He was clear and patient with his explanations. So my frustration isn't with him, but with this process and its long timelines and its inability to respond to changing community needs. If the residents who maybe weren't as engaged back in 2018, I know that I myself wasn't even living in the area from 2013 to 2017, or the priority shifted, it's too late. I do like that this plan makes space for future parks and moves toward form-based zoning. There are also a lot of great low-rise forms in this area. You might hear me encourage forms like this throughout the city later today. I'm not proposing that we prohibit this, but just asking what a plan for the future should allow near major transit stations if we are serious about transit-oriented development. I've been to a number of consultations and I've heard many proposals for how Toronto should grow. I've heard about growth centers and I've heard about stable neighborhoods. I've heard about Midtown in focus and I've heard how the province overruled Midtown in focus. I've heard about mid-rises on avenues and I've heard about why we need angular planes on Yonge Street. But throughout all of this talk, these 4 areas have sat walking distance from the subway, awaiting zoning from a plan from 5 years ago so that they could finally allow 4 stories. It's easy to think that this is only a few small areas within the city. What's the big deal? But these aren't the only areas of the city that are like this. These 4 areas fall within protected major transit station areas, meaning that even with recent provincial changes, there would be an affordable housing requirement because as a result of the city's inclusionary zoning bylaw, the city's still waiting for the minister's approval for these areas, but if it comes through with this land use designation, it's unlikely that these 4-story properties would hit the 100-unit threshold for affordable housing. And these are far from the only protected major transit station areas in the city like this. You can look near St. George, and there's this yellow neighborhood land use designation, Lawrence, many other stations. So I assume that they would also only allow 4 stories. So if this is out of scope today for this item, I guess what I'm asking here today is for the committee to consider whether there's a way to re-examine these low-rise land use designations in major transit station areas, or failing that, to rethink what is a good timeline for these sorts of processes. In the 5 years between the secondary plan consultation and this zoning implementation, we've had the start of a global pandemic. Average market rents have risen more than 25% in Toronto, and the average nightly shelter occupancy increased from 5,000 to 9,000, with even more people who are unmatched to a shelter space beyond that. Good local democracy should facilitate a process that allows residents to learn and change their minds. And the current process doesn't seem capable of doing this or with dealing with the realities of increasing housing need or climate change. Instead, it seems skewed towards preserving the status quo, and it's currently failing so many people. Long timelines and delays are not neutral choices devoid of costs and consequences. If we don't want homelessness and we don't want sprawl, we have to plan for something else. And allowing more homes in places like this, where tens of millions in public money has been invested into building transit, seems like a good idea. Solutions to the housing and climate crisis shouldn't be out of scope. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Colleen. Any questions for the speaker? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, your last comment, if we don't want homelessness, then we have to build. But I'm sure you've noticed, as I have, that in all the applications that there's very little affordable housing. So I hope you'd agree with me that you can't move from being homeless or low income into one of these $1 million or $2 million condos that are being developed in this area. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think I'm going to talk a little bit more later today about displacement, but I agree there's need for affordable housing.
How much do you support in a transit-oriented community? What's your bottom line for supporting transit-oriented communities?
So
what percentage will you work for and try to drive things to?
So I know that on city-owned land, we're looking to...
Sorry, I can't hear you. You're talking very fast, by the way.
Sorry.
Maybe you're a little nervous.
A little bit nervous.
Doing a good job. Just slow down so I can understand you. Thank you.
So on city-owned land, I think that the target that the city is looking at is something like 30%, so I support that. I know the original inclusionary zoning, it varied depending on the type of housing, depending on whether it's purpose-built rental or condo, but I think the target was somewhere between 5 and 12%, so something like that.
Yeah, I guess I'm just asking, and I will be asking everybody, because in a transit-oriented community, it's being set up for super density, extra density on top of what you might normally have because of transit. Would you not agree with me that when you have that situation, that the city should be really fierce about at least 20% affordable housing, the same percentage we have for a large site? Because technically, it's a large site, it's just a large site in height.
Yes, I think that the more height and density that we allow, the higher the percentage of affordable housing is that you can get. So there's an exchange between those two things.
So if we link up the need to build homes for people that are vulnerable and these sites, we really do have to fight very hard for a 20%, minimum 20% density.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll be looking forward for you on those meetings, going after these developers to get to their 20%. Thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? I'll just ask one quickly. From your experience or what you've seen kind of across the city, if there's more density added, is there more opportunity to secure more affordable housing?
Yes, that does seem to be the case.
Okay. And with the densities proposed here in this report, would that make it more challenging around an MTSA here to secure additional affordable housing because the density is at such that it's relatively modest?
Yeah, I haven't seen a proposal this low that has affordable housing in it, in my experience anyway.
Okay. Thanks very much, Colleen.
Thanks.
Actually, sorry, Councillor Myers would like to ask a question as well.
Could you just expand on the relationship between density and affordable housing, just so it's clear?
So my understanding is the way that it usually works is the affordable housing component is cross-subsidized by any market rate units. And so the more market rate units that are in the building, the more affordable housing you can support, not just in terms of an absolute number of units, but also in terms of the percentage within the building.
Great, thank you. So in your opinion, these density rates would not be able to support affordable housing because there would not be enough market housing to cross-subsidize the affordable housing?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. I think no further questions. Do we have questions of staff? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, just to mention that we've been able to secure a lot of affordable housing in some of these TOCs. My experience has been, I've got 2 big ones right now, and, 3 actually, and there's one at 4% where there's 4,000 units. There's none at Pape and Danforth in that application. There's none at Gerard and Carla in that application, even though these are now super densities or mega densities. And I'd like you to just comment on how hard it is to get to that, and confirm that on our city sites, we're at 30%. That's our bottom line when we're building. And I'm unclear where we can point to that developers in the TOCs have been forthcoming with a decent amount of affordable.
Through the speaker, or through the chair, well, not the subject of this report, I can comment that on Housing Now program to date, we've been working on the 30% principle. There's a report on the agenda today that discusses that issue more. And on TOC sites with the province, we're still under discussion with the province about number of units, percentages, maybe consolidation of units in other buildings. But the toolkit, if you will, to secure affordable on TOC is very much subject to the negotiation process to date on each site. And the percentages have been considerably lower, if any commitment at all on affordable housing with the TOC sites.
Thank you.
Question from Councillor Nunziata.
Just ask questions. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. Just a question, Greg. So if we have a development application where they're proposing 100% affordable housing from nonprofit agencies, in that case, would we not support a higher density?
Through the chair, I'm trying to recall a proposal of 100% affordable housing, but that aside, we would put any application through a review of all applicable policies in that area, and work hard to align and balance our affordable housing policies and all the other planning objectives that we have for that area.
But in order for them to provide 100% affordable, then they would need the density. So would we be working with these applicants that want to do that?
We do, and you know, the objective is ultimately, at the end of the day, good planning. You have an example of that coming up in the next item with Housing Now, where we are able to improve the amount of affordable housing and maintain an appropriate build form and other objectives we're trying to achieve.
Because I have one in my ward on Western Road, Learning Enrichment Foundation, and they're trying to get more density, and we're having issues. But anyway, I just want to, that's a separate issue, but I just wondered if we would encourage higher density if in fact it is 100% affordable.
Again, I think through the chair, it's a balance of all of the planning objectives, and we work hard to get that balance and maximize or optimize the amount of affordable housing.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the deputant identified 4 areas where the density was quite low, in their opinion. If we were to undertake that study today, would the recommendations stay the same, or would we be recommending increased density in those 4 identified areas?
Through the chair, this report is about a conformity exercise, bringing areas within Yonge and Eglinton into conformity with the official plan that was approved by the province. So we're actually improving and increasing the amount of density in these low-rise neighborhood areas, as outlined in the report. This is not a report about redesignation in the official plan or a revisiting of Yonge and Eglinton. I think in the fullness of time, as development continues in Yonge and Eglinton, and normally, sometimes on a 5-year cycle, we revisit our secondary plan areas and anticipate potentially redesignation of areas. But on its face, this is simply a conformity exercise, and it does importantly enable as-of-right development. It facilitates those people who own property in this area to build up to 4 stories and other forms of housing that isn't necessarily permitted today in the zoning bylaw. And it all works together in the context of a MTSA to, in this case, exceed the minimum densities that the province has set out.
Thank you. And I understand that. I guess in your professional opinion, given the density that we're permitting here, is it likely that any of this housing will be affordable? Or will this have to be $1 million developments in order to make the economics of the developments work?
Through the chair, this is simply enabling zoning. There's no program underneath this that requires or anticipates affordable housing. If somebody wants to come along with these permissions and propose affordable housing, by all means, we'd be happy to work with them, either from a policy point of view or program point of view. But again, this is enabling zoning, and it doesn't mandate affordable housing. That's not a tool that we have available to us until inclusionary zoning is available in this area, and that has thresholds that have been recast by the province in their changes they made under Bill 23, and we are awaiting their approval in Yonge and Eglinton and in other PMTSAs across the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Any speakers on this item? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I don't know if it's the right spot, but I would do something, and I know we're a little off topic because we're on to the affordable housing issue here, and this is about Midtown, but thank you to the deputant for being so clear about that. I'll just intend to put another piece of business on today, Mr. Chair. I'll be bringing that in. I know the clerk has my current one, but it will have to do with TOCs and MTSAs, and to report out in all of the applications the percentage of affordable housing that the developer has put in their application. I'll just say that at many committees, at Toronto and East York, that they're all different, these TOCs, but the notion that they are eligible for, I'll call it mega density, because they are at a subway or a Ontario line or regular subway, that it is really surprising to me and a bit deeply shocking to me that I would be having to beg for 20% affordable housing when on Gerrard Street, though, the proposal is for 30 and 40-story buildings at a TOC. At Pape and Danforth, which is going to be a very big combined station, the developer has not, so there was nothing offered for affordable at Gerrard and Carla. There's nothing offered for affordable at Pape and Danforth. And I think that as a committee and as council, we really need to push on that very hard. There are actually, not that I know of, any TOCs in the city where they've walked in and said, yes, we want to provide a lot of affordable housing because we realize we have super density here. That's what the province has said. And as our speaker pointed out, we do have an issue with homelessness. We have an issue with people not being able to afford to live in the city. So I think one of our #1 jobs is, as councillors, is not simply to approve applications, but is to fight very hard on each one and each TOC, what the city's expectations are along every single subway stop. If developers are allowed to put in a plan for 49 stories or somewhere along the state, whether it's at Bloor, whether it's at Broadview, whether it's at Woodbine, whether it's at in the West End, I don't know all the stations there, whether it's at the town center when the when the subway gets there. I don't think we're firm enough as council. I don't think we've grappled with that yet, and I think that we have to put our foot down and find some way to insist that, and whatever mechanisms that we need in order to have affordable. Right now on the Portlands, we're just talking about adding, because it is city-owned land and it's Waterfront Toronto, a publicly owned corporation, that we are striving for 30%. On our Housing Now sites, the city-owned land, we are at 30% affordable housing. So I think we set a tremendous example just on our own lands, and I'm having a difficult time understanding why developers in this city don't feel the same way as most residents, which is that people are having a hard time living here, which is that all condos should not be $1.5 million entry fee, that all apartments that are built should not be $3,000 a month rent, that we have to ensure our duty as councillors, as elected officials, is to push every button, is to press very hard that when you are building something and you have a density bonus, that you are also giving something back to the city. And so far, that's not happening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers? Okay. With that, can I get somebody to move the motion for approval here? Councillor Nunziata? Okay, all in favor? Great, that carries. Couple housekeeping items. If it is the will of committee and okay, I'd like to time PH 3.6 for the first item after lunch. That's the Housing Now piece. We're going to have Create TO staff here to join us, so if everyone's okay with that, we will do that. And I also have one of Councillor Fletcher's new business items, and I understand another one's on the way, but this will be item 22. This is Danforth Avenue Affordable Housing Opportunity. And if I can just get a motion to place that on the agenda. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, all in favor? Very good. So we'll let that sit for a few minutes so people can get some eyes on it. Very good. All right, back on statutory items. So we're going to do three.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? Didn't Councillor Pasternak ask that we hold, did you hold 17 for 11:30?
That's right. Yep.
Are you the?
We did. We're all good. So with that, we're going to move on to 3.3, another statutory item. We do have speakers on this. This is 5207 Dundas Street West, Bloor-Kipling, Block 1, Housing Now Decision Report Approval. Mark Richardson, online today. That's not Mark Richardson, though. Oh, that's Councillor Crisanti. Okay, very good. The timing of that was too perfect. How you doing there, Councillor Crisanti? Do we have Mark Richardson on the line?
I'm great. Good morning. Can I get the permission to share, please?
Yeah, we're going to give you those permissions to share, Mark. Looking at it, Councillor Crisanti, myself, you, Mark, we all have the same haircut, so it's confusing.
Well, you know, we're all good-looking fellas. So.
There you go.
Can you guys see my screen okay?
Yeah. So you got 5 minutes, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, apologies for not being there in person. We'll be there this afternoon for the larger Housing Now item. We did submit a letter on this site and are happy to speak to you further about it later today. Over the last 1,600 days, since these Etobicoke Centre lands were first announced for the inclusion into the City of Toronto's Housing Now program on December 7th, 2018, many volunteers from our HousingNowTO.com civic tech and open data project have attended all of the many in-person and virtual public meetings that have taken place for this Housing Now program site at Bloor-Kipling Block 1 for the city-owned vacant lands near the 6 Points interchange. Our volunteers have also worked with data analysts, urban planners, architects, and affordable housing operators over the last 4 years to crowdsource trustworthy and accessible public information about the overall targets of the Housing Now program and the economic viability of the city's affordable housing development goals on the hundreds of acres of surplus land that the City of Toronto currently owns. Bloor-Kipling Block 1 at 2.48 acres, as you can see on this map here, is the first site within the total 18.7 acres of Housing Now lands surrounding the Kipling and Islington TTC subway stations. We are grateful to see that they have finally reached this final approval threshold for Block 1. We are also grateful to see that this long-delayed milestone has now finally been achieved, and especially optimistic to see that KT Housing Partners 6 Points LP, which is Kilmer and Tricon, have been selected as the private sector development partners on this site. We know that they have a proven track record on co-building and delivering successful mixed income and affordable housing redevelopment projects with Waterfront Toronto in the West Don lands, and expect a similar model to be successful here again at Block 1 in the Etobicoke Centre Planning District. We would like to thank city staff and CreateTO for their excellent work on this and highlight how they were able to create multiple floors of additional housing in this site. You should be able to see the new chart on the screen. They were able to create multiple floors of additional height and unit density on this site during the public consultation process in order to maximize the new affordable and rental housing unit delivery opportunities on this city-owned lazy land to help mitigate the ongoing challenges of the Housing Now program faces from increased construction costs and interest rates in 2023. As you can see from this chart, we've added our highlights on the good stuff. You increase the total gross floor area, the residential gross floor area. You increased the FSI, or the floor space index. You added 10% more dwelling units, so you increased that by 67. You increased the height to 8 stories on one of the buildings. You increased the height to 5 stories on another building. And you decreased the parking by 144 units of parking. That 144 units of parking, depending on the ground conditions in Etobicoke Centre, is worth about $12 million. $12 million that would be better spent on affordable housing units rather than places for cars. You've increased the bicycle parking. It's going to be a great transit and bike served neighborhood, and we're happy to see that. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions your committee or city staff have on transit-oriented affordable housing development best practices on this redevelopment site or any of the other surplus lands in the City of Toronto's portfolio. In the appendix, we've also included some additional visuals for you that come from the CreateTO RFP from when this site was tendered. We think it would be useful for councillors to ask for those kinds of visuals in staff reports in future. You need to know how you are positioning these products for the market. I'm only going to take 4 minutes. Happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. Do we have any questions for Mr. Richardson?
I just want to ask you, Mr. Richardson, I know that your Housing Now group is fairly new, but are you aware of all the early history of this 6 Points intersection that Councillor Milchin worked for years, and you'd know that, Councillor Nunziata, to get a hold of it, to get the theatre site, to reconfigure the intersection? I think it's about a $77 million investment in order to bring these lands on stream. Are you aware of that?
Oh, we're fully aware of that. The old Westwood Theatre site, all of the work that has been done in the neighborhood.
So
we are, I suppose, relatively new, as we're 4.5 years old at this point.
I'm just checking that you
we're aware
understand
of the
that
things that have happened since amalgamation. Yeah.
that none of this bringing what you might call lazy land in, it wasn't too lazy, it was just out of reach, actually took a lot of pre-planning work there in years and years in order to bring this opportunity forward.
And it's great to see it finally coming to fruition.
And I think that, would you not agree with me that that was always the original plan, was to get all of this done, was to reconfigure the intersection, was to get our hands on the land, and then come up with the development proposal. And having CreateTO allows that to be handled a little differently by a city agency. But if you look back in the documents for many years, this was the plan, the development plan by the city for this site. So thank you for being on board.
Oh, yes, 100%. And it's very much like your Portlands and Villiers Island sites that we've been talking about. You've spent a lot of money on these plans and remediation of those lands and over the years. Now you need to execute them at highest and best use in
Right.
order to deliver the affordable housing targets that the city has set.
So you'd have to agree that actually the city kind of isn't late to the party. We've been planning this party for quite a long time.
Yeah, we've been.
No, the
poking
city, the
province,
city
looking
staff,
at the federal
the city
government to
staff,
try and-
Mr.
to try
Richardson.
and- Yeah.
The city
We've
staff have
poking
been
at the
planning this
province
party.
and-
And council,
Yeah.
right?
City-
Okay.
City staff and councilors, you all get a gold star on this one. We just need to repeat it a couple of thousand times.
Well, I guess I'm just getting you to agree with me that some of these sites, there's a lot to do on them in order to bring them to fruition. They're not exactly clear sites that, I don't think any developer would pick this site as a private developer. There's just too complicated. Would you agree with that?
If they were acquiring it 20 years ago, no. Now that it's next to a new transit station, yes.
I guess with the configuration of the streets, I mean, that would have been their expense. For 77 million, it might not be able to pay that off. So this is typically a site that just, it's only the city could do.
The city can prepare the site, but the city is depending on private sector partners and not-for-profits
Oh,
to do
yes.
the actual housing construction. And
Absolutely.
that's the important thing we're focusing on today.
Right, public dollars went in to have a site that we can now get fantastic development. It's just so visionary and fantastic and something well-deserved in Etobicoke. Thanks for all your work.
No problem, happy to help.
Any other questions for Mark? Okay, I will ask very quickly. Thank you, Mark. Could you just remind me when construction was originally planned to begin? We heard about all the prep work of making 6 points, available to come forward as a housing site. But when were we actually supposed to start construction originally on the housing?
So on this site, if you look, there's a milestone report from Create TO that was attached to your site, to your item today. The original date from December 2018 announcement was that the construction forecast start date first was predicted to be Q4 of 2021. Obviously, you didn't make that date. You didn't get to your proponent selection until May of 2022. The first finance submission to CMHC didn't go in until March of 2023. So that original date was kind of aspirational. And, there've been numerous challenges that we'll talk about on the later item.
Okay, so originally we thought shovels in the ground Q4 2021. We didn't actually select a proponent until May 2022. The CMHC financing piece was in March.
CMHC financing with the first application was in March 2023, and you didn't file an SPA for Block 1 until October 2022. So even you didn't get to the SPA state till a year after your original target.
Okay. This is pretty unique in that it's 100% rental. Could you explain why we don't see that, why that's unique and how that's going to be delivered here, and I guess why it matters?
So in this site, I think on the latest numbers, Tricon and Kilmer are doing 70% market rental, which will run $4 to $5 a square foot. And then they're doing 30% of the units as Housing Now units, which are 80% of AMR. So $1,200 for a one bedroom, with I think 10% of that 30%, so 3% of the units will be at deeper discount at about $600 a month for a one bedroom approximately. You'd need to refer to staff to get the current numbers. It's a big, expensive building. This is 725 units. That realistically, this project is probably in the $500 million range, 500 million, because you're looking at, $460 to $490 a door for new construction in Etobicoke Center right now. You guys don't have that kind of money. So partnering with the private sector partners who have experience in places like waterfront, West Don lands, when they are looking to create affordable rental, they can go out to pension funds, they can go out to others for additional long-term money. If condos are much easier, because condos the developer gets in and out. They get the deposits up front, they sell the units, they hand it over to a management board, and they walk away from that project after 4 or 5 years. Building permanent purpose-built rental buildings is a long-term 40, 50-year commitment. There's a finite number of organizations who have the pockets deep enough and enough patience to deliver affordable rental or purpose-built rental in the city. And I'm sure Mr. Lintern's staff have lots of reports about why condo development has been more attractive over the last 30 or 40 years in Toronto than purpose-built rental development.
Got it. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks, Mark. Any other questions? Questions of staff? Okay, questions of staff. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I'm just wondering what the complications were that may have held this up a bit. I mean, give us some idea of the scope of this project and doing the prep to actually be able to have an application there, and then the design for so many things on site. It's quite unique. And what were some of the roadblocks in not meeting the conditions as quickly with this, as we might have liked?
Through the chair, maybe it's a combination of myself and Abby. I think from a zoning point of view, went through fairly quickly round 1, fairly quickly round 2. But there are other complications maybe that I can suggest, and we don't have Craig Teo here this morning, but maybe Abby can give a quick overview.
Thank you, Greg. Through the chair, yeah, I think councillors here and the committee will see a report later which details some of the difficulties that have been experienced by a number of the Housing Now projects, including this one. We've really seen a convergence of a more difficult environment coming together to create affordable housing. We've seen a pandemic arise, which has affected construction rate costs. So costs have been going up as applicants have been putting together their site applications, pulling together all of the information that they need to go get the financing. So the costs have been changing really quickly. And so that has delayed them making applications for financing, has created some challenges for them in really having a project that they know will be financially feasible. And so that has created some delays, I think, in the program generally and specifically on specific sites.
So I guess rather than the city being laggard and slow, not able to act, it might be market conditions that sent everybody back on quite a few of these sites to really look at what's now possible. It wasn't the same site it was in 2019, right?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, it's clear that although the sites remain constant, that the environment in which we're trying to make them happen has changed significantly. And I think as city staff, we would always acknowledge that, we're always looking to do better around speed and, performance of reviews. But there are some specifically challenging things that we're facing that the developers that we're working with are facing. And so we're looking to be nimble and try to respond to that, as we will do in the report later.
So if we were, if this was just a straight, turn it over to the developer to build without the 30%, that would be a much easier decision for a developer to undertake, would it not?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. The conditions for condominium development generally across the city remain strong and healthy, and it's really when we're adding different types of spaces, affordable housing rental, market rental, the performers, the nature of the financial returns that you get from projects like that, from development like that, just are far more difficult as costs have gone up.
And yes, so all the conditions are in place, there's market. So I think for those who, Mr. Richardson seemed to insinuate that the city was holding this up, and I just wanted to clarify that our market conditions have changed quite a bit, and this site basically ready, but more subjective conditions than the objective conditions of sewers, land, all the rest of the pieces in the building, correct?
Through the chair, the rezoning that you have in front of you today is actually working with the developer
part of the answer to how we're trying to solve the problems on these sites. Adding additional density to this site is one of the key ways that the city can help respond in its role as regulator to add density to an important project. So you see us working very closely with the developer on these sites to ensure that they can actually move forward and be successful.
So this is a major site, and I'm wondering if you have any idea about the community benefits agreement that was to be attached to this site? What stage is that? Or should I ask that when Create TO is here, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't believe there's anyone from Create TO online, but we can either respond offline or...
But I would think that the city, since part of that, so I'm going to be asking that later.
Okay.
And just teeing everybody up. Put you on notice, everybody. It's coming this afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just had a question regarding the letter submitted by Canadian Real Estate, Real Estate Canada, sorry, regarding the site's proximity to the CP freight trains. In the letter, they make a recommendation that a condition be inserted in all property and tenancy agreements or future offers or purchase and sales for all dwelling units in the proposed buildings, essentially saying that this area is subject to a lot of trains going through it on a daily basis, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and that they do have the right to use these tracks to operate their businesses. Is this something that's normally done in these types of agreements? Because I guess, and I'm asking also because in my own ward, Shepherd and McCowan, we are building a subway station that will also be relatively close to the CP rail line. And I'm just wondering what the precedent is here.
Through the chair, this site is complying with the city's rail safety setback requirements, and the site plan will bring forward detailed rail safety requirements. So we are outside the 30 meters, and the circulation to all parties such as rail was made through the 2021 submission, and the site plan has not substantially changed since that time.
So when we sort of do these conversions and we move residents into close proximity to industry operating, is there any requirement to notify the tenants, or does the city have a policy on notifying tenants that you are moving to an industrial area and you will be subject to higher than average noise and other commercial activity related to the ongoing business operations of the businesses that were there prior to you moving in?
The chair, this is actually, it's not a conversion at this location.
Okay.
It is mixed use. And through the lease agreement, the future tenants will be notified of the proximity to the rail. But again, the site is required to meet the rail safety's recommendation requirements. And we would expect that to be the case citywide.
And is that notification, is that a city policy, or is that just something you did specifically for this site because someone requested it?
No, that's citywide.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Myers. Any other questions? Okay, any speakers on the item? All right, very good. Can we move the recommendations then? Okay, I will move those. All in favor? Carried. Very good. Thank you. All right, we are going to jump to items. Yeah, it's approved. Yeah. We're going to move to item 7, timed, followed by item 8, timed, and then item 4. All right, then we'll see, because we've got 11:30 item, and we've got Councillor Pasternak here for that. So I will just, we have a presentation here on lands need assessment, and I would just ask that we keep it real tight, and then we have speakers as well. I see that we're joined by Michael Wright and David Fitzpatrick here today to walk us through all their great work. Okay, and City Planning has graciously brought us hard copies of the presentation, which will, look at that. Michael Wright, gold star on the hard copies. We can do analog too. All right. Yeah. So, Michael Wright, David Fitzpatrick, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Michael Wright, the Manager of Planning Research and Analytics in the City Planning Division, and with me is David Fitzpatrick, Project Manager in City Planning. We're going to provide an overview of the Land Needs Assessment, a study mandated by the province. The Land Needs Assessment is a component of the Municipal Comprehensive Review of the Official Plan with respect to the Provincial Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Its purpose is to determine the total amount of land required in order to accommodate the forecasted growth. The results of the study is used to inform land use policy, and the resulting small area projections are used to inform transportation and infrastructure planning. In order to carry out the study, the province has set out a methodology for municipalities to follow in order to assess the community land needs, generally used to accommodate the population, and the employment land needs used to accommodate jobs. In order to assess the community land needs, various sources of potential housing supply were assembled. The development pipeline proposals recently built, those approved and under construction but not yet built, and those still under review, totals almost 700,000 net new units as potential. In addition, through major redevelopment opportunities within the secondary plan areas, through pre-application consultations and transit-oriented communities, we identified a further 328,000 units of potential. Detailed analysis of the new land use designations of the downtown plan identified almost 111,000 units, and by consideration of the Minister's decision on the Eglinton secondary plan, plus an analysis of the soft sites within the other centres with respect to their enforced zoning, we identified almost 71,000 units of potential housing. Along the 170 kilometres of avenues, there is 58,000 units of potential. And in order to avoid double counting, when we remove the sites that are already accounted for within opportunity sites, there is a net potential of over 29,000. There is a net potential of 99,000 units of intensification within neighbourhoods across the city. This is accounting for as-of-right construction trends, plus gentle intensification through the neighbourhoods as well as within the MTSAs. A further 42,000 units of potential is identified through land use conversions based on those approved by council, those within city-initiated studies, as well as via MZOs. When all of this different sources of potential housing are assembled, we get a net total of 1,312,000 units. This is net of demolitions. Now, we use this information in order to compare this to the demand for housing, which is based on the various provincial forecasts and projections. Those are shown by the chart on the left. So the city's base population at 2016 was about 2.8 million. The growth plan forecast is the next bar to the right, which is 3.65 million people to be accommodated. And the highest projection from the province is that of the Ministry of Finance at just over 4 million people. The growth that these represent is shown by the chart on the right, which ranges from 832,000 to 1.2 million people that need to be accommodated. However, if all of the net potential housing were built and occupied, the city's population would grow by almost 2.4 million, reaching almost 5.2 million people. This would be like adding 1 1/3 Montreals to the city of Toronto. Now, the net potential housing, therefore, is more than double the number of units required to accommodate the forecasted growth. And on the bar on the left, you can see that this is the growth plan forecast, and we would have a surplus of over 50 years of housing at the average rate of construction over the last few years. Even under the much higher Ministry of Finance projections, there would still be a surplus of over 30 years of housing potential. Now, the city influences the timing and the locational character of the development, but it doesn't control if and when the potential housing might be built. So the fact that the potential housing is high doesn't mean that the city doesn't face a challenge. We do. That challenge is in encouraging that growth, managing that growth, and trying to ensure that the needs for different types of housing and housing affordability are addressed while we improve the city's approval processes. That growth, under the growth plan forecast, would be distributed across the city. It would represent planning for complete communities. It would represent achieving a mix of different housing options in order to meet the needs of the city's population as required by the growth plan. If all of that potential housing were realized, there would be very strong growth all across the city. David?
So we also created employment projections over the same time period. And under the scenarios that we looked at, we would be adding an estimated 331,000 to 493,000 jobs by 2051. And that's over the 1.6 million jobs in 2016. Under a maximum potential scenario, similar to what Michael's described for population, if everything came to fruition, it would be like adding 1 million jobs over that time period. Next slide, please. This is a map showing where we expect growth to occur across the city. You can see the downtown and the areas east and west of it, obviously concentrated areas of growth, some of the centers, some of the employment areas, and then there's new kind of pockets of growth emerging, such as Downsview, where a lot of employment growth is expected. Next slide. So in conclusion, there's far more than sufficient potential housing in areas designated for residential development in the city to accommodate population growth anticipated by the growth plan and the Ministry of Finance projections. It is important to note that employment can take place in community areas, but housing cannot be built in employment areas. We have a shortfall of employment area land. We can accommodate projected employment growth through intensification, but this requires retaining the remaining employment land we have. We're only supporting limited conversions where strategic goals can be met. Next slide. The municipal housing target. So this is the subject of the next report on the agenda. The minister has set a municipal housing target for Toronto to achieve 285,000 new homes by 2031. So through the land needs assessment process, we identified net potential housing that is double that figure by 2031. So theoretically, the target could be met and exceeded, but of course the city does not control the output of the housing production process, and we rely on the market to deliver greater volume and diversity of housing over the next decade. Thank you for your time and attention.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions of staff?
No, just on page 15, let's just go over this presentation because it's quite illuminating that actually our projection from the Ministry of Finance, 850,000, and the census, and we're saying that we are going to have 1.312. And I agree with you, no matter whose land it is or who's doing anything, you can't make they can rezone it, but you can't make somebody build something, but they have the opportunity to build it. So that is this number widely known that we actually are surpassing our requirements?
Through the chair, the purpose of the study is to identify...
It's hard to hear you.
Through the chair, the purpose of the study is to identify the potential housing. It's not that we're surpassing the target as a result of this number. This identifies the potential that could be realized. However, through our monitoring of development activity in the city, we are on track to achieve the growth plan forecast based on development activity underway.
So a really important question is, since we are on track to actually surpass what the provincial government is requiring and what we would like, that is there any need to rezone employment areas then for residential? Or is that not a wise thing to do? We really need to focus on maintaining jobs. We're doing so well in the housing part. What about the jobs front?
Through the chair, the analysis makes clear that we are achieving the population growth and have the potential to exceed the provincial forecasts, and that we need to retain all of the designated employment areas we have, with the exception of those that are converted for other strategic.
Brother, I'm sorry, it's so hard to hear you. Are you having trouble hearing me?
No, it's.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
My apologies. The study makes clear that we have more than sufficient potential in order to accommodate population, but we need to retain all the designated employment areas we have to accommodate the forecasted growth, with the exception of those areas that we elect to convert, that is council does, through conversion requests in order to meet other strategic purposes.
So the first Gulf lands that are now Cadillac Fairview lands, where they're converting employment to residential, technically, that is the provincial government doing that on a ministerial zoning order. Do they not know that have we shared this information with the province? Because would we not consider that a bit of folly to simply rezone through ministerial zoning orders employment areas, when apparently we're going to have sufficient zoning capacity for adding 1 million new homes?
Through the chair, the preliminary version of the study was completed in July of last year and submitted to the minister as a part of the Municipal Comprehensive Review. So the province did have the preliminary version of this information previously.
They knew that when they decided to use their ministerial zoning order for a major developer. Did they know that?
Through the chair, they've likely known that from our previous land needs assessment as well, from 5 years ago, that our potential housing is, how it lands on the ground, as you pointed out, Councillor, is a whole other matter, but our potential housing provides enough supply, and that we are very judicious when we consider employment lands conversions, as everybody knows, and bring forward only a recommendation for conversion when we're making a strategic choice and making sure that we get employment and other considerations addressed.
And when, this might be an unfair question, but when when the city is dealing with government relations with the province, are these types of pieces of information been very clear in the city manager, mayor's office, telling the province, hold on here, stop your ministerial zoning orders, we need jobs as well as housing, and we're doing very well in housing?
I would say through the chair that our discussions with ministries, they're very, very familiar with the City of Toronto's employment lands policies and our strategic approach to meet our employment goals as well as our population goals. And they're very aware, because these municipal comprehensive reviews end up on their desk for approval. So they're very aware of pressure that we're under as well from a land value perspective to manage our employment lands and to reduce speculation.
So have we sent a message clear enough to the developer community that if you're buying these, assuming just to flip them for residential, you should really be more careful? Because we have a lot of conversion requests that people think it's quite easy to do here at the city.
I'm not sure what kind of message, other than council's pretty steady, decision-making process over the years.
Well, maybe to build and other groups, being very clear on what our needs are.
Through the chair, perhaps I can also ask or add to Greg's comment, when we're dealing with the province on the conversion requests and the amendments that are before them, the city council has been very clear on most of them that we want to see employment, non-residential uses permitted, and the matters that have been before the province since August of last year are still pending. The minister could amend our policies, and we're quite anxious to see what they do with respect to the site and area specifics, where we put in both affordable housing numbers and non-res requirements on each of the conversion sites.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to go to page 11. So I'm looking at the projected population growth 2016 to 2051 reference, and just looking at the borders of Ward 23, so that's Midland to 401 to Nielsen to Steeles. And most of my ward is gray, which means that there will be zero and or negative growth projected between 2016 and 2051. Can you just provide an explanation as to why there will be likely no growth in Ward 23, Scarborough North?
Through the chair, the reference scenario takes into account just sufficient development potential in order to accommodate the forecasted population growth under the province's forecasts. The development pipeline of active development proposals contains more than sufficient development potential on its own in order to accommodate that growth. So this scenario represents seeing realized the currently submitted development projects, as well as gentle intensification in neighborhoods throughout the city. So there's many other sources of potential housing, but they are not required for this particular scenario. Now, it's a projection, so it's an estimate based on our anticipated development distribution. But of course, in the real world, things will change as individual landowners come forwards and new applications are received.
Thank you. So I guess, is it fair to say under this projection, the population of Ward 23, Scarborough North, could remain static or continue to fall as it's done in previous census reports?
Through the chair, it's possible for the population of the ward to increase or decrease. It's noteworthy that this projection is taking into account the 2016 census, not the 2021 results as the base year, so there's been subsequent change, as well as the actions of the city and individual landowners. So it's possible that it would decline, but also over the arc of the 35-year period, there will be increases and decreases. Our previous analyses of housing occupancy trends demonstrated that there is a rise and fall and ebb and flow in neighborhood populations over time as generations turn over. Our subsequent study, Right-Sizing Housing and Generational Turnover, showed that the existing housing will come to be reoccupied by younger households and the population will rise. So there's an ongoing demographic change that happens over time, so it's not static. There is constantly change and turnover in the city's population within the existing stock, as well as growth due to the new stock.
Thank you. So just turning to the existing stock, the vast majority of the existing stock are single-family homes. So could you just give examples of what we would need to do in our ward in order to accommodate the new arrivals that we would hope that would make Scarborough North their home?
Through the chair, in part, there is existing development activity which is occurring and will occur. There are additional policies that Council has adopted with respect to enhancing housing options in neighborhoods that will enable intensification within the existing neighborhoods, enabling up to 4 units on a site through laneway suites and garden suites and other opportunities, as well as through a subsequent report regarding multiplexing of units that will be discussed later at this meeting. So that there is potential that exists within the city's policies that Council has adopted that would encourage additional intensification.
Thank you. And if we just go to page 12, so on page 12 is projected population growth 2016 to 2051 maximum. And it shows much more, or slightly more intensification in our ward. Could you just give a rundown as to what might be driving some of this intensification in this projection?
Through the chair, the maximum scenario represents all of the potential housing that was identified from the various sources of housing supply. So it includes our consultation with the community planning teams as to the development potential that exists in sites across the city. It includes the input through pre-application consultations from applicants who were discussing the potential of coming forwards with a planning application. It includes potential intensification along avenues, areas well served by transit, and therefore the impact of the new transit services that the city and the province are working to implement. So it includes a variety of other potential sources of supply, which therefore gives a much fuller representation of the total potential.
Thank you. And I also see some of the predominantly non-residential areas, which I assume are employment lands, being converted to residential. Is that what is envisioned under the maximum growth scenario?
Through the chair, no. So I'll begin and David will continue. This scenario that you're looking at is by census tract.
Okay.
So this is a Statistics Canada geography that represents the location of population. So we've added the overlays that are hatched on the map in order to distinguish some of the designated employment areas as well as the green system where development is not intended. So the coloration represents a larger geographic area than where that growth would actually occur. It's not intended through the maximum scenario that there is any conversion of designated employment areas other than the potential that has been already approved by council.
Thank you. And just one.
Councillor Myers, we're running deep on the
sorry.
clock here.
Sorry, didn't see
If you
that.
can do it quick, it's just
That's fine.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Any speakers to the item? Nope. Okay, very good. Oh, there's a deputant.
I do.
And there's a deputant, which was
I'm
my
sorry,
error.
missed the
Do we have, is this Phil Pothen on this one? Phil, if you're online, please accept my apologies. You should have deputed first. So you have 5 minutes and I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, councillors. I'm Phil Pothen. I'm Council and Ontario Environment Program Manager for Environmental Defence. I lead environmental defense and policy development and advocacy. Can folks hear me?
We could hear you too much, now we can't.
Yeah, just finding the right level. You're good.
For the baby bear bed.
Thank you. So I lead environmental defense's policy development and advocacy regarding land use planning, smart growth, sustainable housing, and the protection of farmland and habitat in Ontario. And a particular note, my team has been leading the fight provincially at municipal councils all over Ontario to curb environmentally destructive car dependent suburban sprawl by maximizing the share and absolute amount of housing we build within existing neighborhoods and within the city of Toronto in particular. If you have seen a lawn sign that says stop the 413, hands off the green belt, or save Ontario's farms, forests, and wetlands, those are all my team's campaigns. And my sister teams, our climate and clean transportation teams, are the leading experts and advocates on what Canadian municipalities must do to lower greenhouse gas emissions and end car dependency. So those campaigns I referred to, they may all seem like things that apply outside of Toronto, but in each and every case, their success and failure depends on you, the City of Toronto Planning Committee, Planning and Housing Committee, doing everything that I'm asking you to do right now. Firstly, we are asking you to establish as an immovable anchor of Toronto's official plan, zoning, and its entire policy regime, a commitment to increase, or at the very least maintain, Toronto's share of the GTHA's overall population. That means growing Toronto's actual population by no less than 1.46 million residents by 2051. And in all likelihood, that will have to increase given changes in Canada's population growth rate. Toronto must not acquiesce to the Ontario government's plan to diminish the city's primacy in Southern Ontario by assigning us only half that growth. Those population forecasts underestimate the number of people who'd actually like to live in Toronto because they are premised on the idea that new families don't belong in Toronto. The government has literally removed families from Toronto's population allocation and given them to suburban municipalities where polling says they don't want to live. Secondly, we're urging you do not interpret the top line figures in this land needs assessment study as a vindication of Toronto's status quo approach to land use planning. While the study has identified a theoretical net residential potential for 1.323 million new units and 2.375 million more residents, what will matter from an environmental justice point of view is not the number of units we allow, but the number of units we actually do deliver. And in practice, our plans are not going to deliver that. Unless the City of Toronto government itself is going to start building most of Toronto's housing, actually delivering the number of homes Toronto must deliver and housing the people we need to in order to prevent environmental disaster, that means creating a path of least resistance for individual landowners and private builders who are redeveloping to incentivize them to maximize the number of people they house, rather than simply adding more square footage, or rather than leaving lots alone. Thirdly, I'm urging you to maximize the types of locations and units that will directly compete for family homes, for lack of a better word, with suburban sprawl. As I mentioned earlier, Ontario has chosen to remove from Toronto's population allocations vast numbers of people based on the false idea that families don't belong in the city and that we can't make room for them here, when we know that they actually want to live here. In suburban municipalities, it's those family units that account for the overwhelming majority of sprawl, even out of proportion with the overall population growth. That means that saving our wetlands, forests, and farms, and now the Greenbelt, and stopping the 413 means creating vast numbers of compact homes that are around 1,000 square feet and on low traffic side streets. Our status quo zoning won't get us there because it's only projecting 99,000 of the 1.323 million new units would be in that kind of form.
Final thought there, Phil? Just your last thought.
Sure. As a next step, the multiplex study that we have with staff's recommendations is a necessary step to getting us there, but we also have to overhaul zoning for changes, forms of development that will deliver change to neighborhoods.
Thanks very much, Phil. Let's see if you have any questions here from the committee. I'll just stop you there. Any questions for Phil?
Just to ask you, did you see the presentation that was given, or it's online, I think?
Yes, I did, and that's specifically what I'm speaking to, and I'm urging you not to interpret those top-line figures as a vindication of Toronto's status quo approach to land use planning, because those capacities are not units that we were actually going to deliver. We need to hone our policies to actually incentivize us building them, and we also, that report says that we're only going to deliver 99,000 units of new housing within those side streets, those residential streets.
That report says they're built 99,000 units, and there's active applications for 202,000 units. Did you see the same thing I saw?
Okay, that may be the case. So perhaps not. And I think you're probably well placed to read the report.
I'll make sure you get a copy.
Sure, I'll have a look.
Good. That is the number of built units, not the number of forecasted units. And then the active units that are currently under development application, I think you can see is 2002, and actively, and then 392,000 under review. That means they're started somewhere, but not in the.
Are you referring to page 3 of which document?
Yep. I am.
This is, I'm looking at page 3.
I'm looking at page 3 too.
So let me have a look here.
He's just said we only are forecasting 99,000, so I want him to see.
Not overall. I think we're not talking about, I think we're talking about different classes of units.
Okay, maybe we'll have an offline then, but that's what I see in the presentation. I'm wondering if you see page 3, correct?
I'm looking at page 3, and I think my page 3
I can
may
ask
not be
questions.
the same as yours.
This is the presentation. I think we may
so
have two
page
different
3,
documents.
Out of the report, you're saying the
Page 3 on the presentation that we had today, so maybe we can get you emailed that. This is one of the problems with hybrid meetings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
You'll
I'm
only
going to
tell
move
us
it
that, won't
into
you, Francis?
speakers.
These are the problems with hybrid meetings. We're not always on the same document.
I think she was going to speak. Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, let's move to speakers. Okay.
I just want to say two things about this. One, I want to thank the staff for this succinct presentation, even though it was a little hard to hear you at times. I do thank you for all the statistics. It's quite stunning to see how on track we are. And I don't think that we possibly let people know exactly how on track we are with this type of information. And the other thing that's quite stark is while we're doing really well on the housing side, the employment side also needs to be featured, that we need to make sure that all of Toronto's residents have places to work. And it tells me that we should not be holus bolus undertaking land use conversions, although councillors all know they're lobbied very heavily by developers to do so. But this is very good ammunition when we're making our conversations about why it's important not to do this. When I'd asked how we let people know this, it's one thing to let the minister know. I do think we need a bit more of a information offensive with the Board of Trade, with Build, with other groups, with United Way, with Maytree. I think we have to let people know this is the state that we are currently in this type of presentation. We know they're not going to read all these reports, but Mr. Chief Planner, I would think that this is a very useful piece of information to spread in a much more aggressive way in a communications plan, because I was quite surprised, because I too have heard that we're not doing anything and we're not doing enough. But apparently we're doing a heck of a lot. So I'd like to be able to blow our horn on this one and in a very measured and communicative way. That's the first thing. Second, I just want to talk about the generational shifts, because I think it was recognized by our planners that there are areas, there's just a generational shift. Every 20 years or so, some neighborhoods empty out a bit because the kids have gone, and then the houses get sold and they get filled up again. And my own personal experience from school trustee was that if you don't understand that, then you're going to close things in neighborhoods that shouldn't be closed, because every single school that was supposed to be closed, many of them have portables, they're oversubscribed. So understanding the rhythm of life and families is a really important piece, and I want to thank planners for that. So while it shows that these areas are kind of constant, it simply means the units are there, but it's in transition from one generation to another. And some of us can speak to that in our own lives, that it's in transition from one generation to another. So going from 5 people to 2 people, that's a change of the generation. So I think we also should keep that in mind when people are telling us that just let us do whatever we want because you don't have enough people living here. Oh, they'll be back. They'll be back. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fletcher, for that note on generational change. We will have a motion here to adopt. Okay, Councillor Nunziata, all in favor? Carried. Very good. All right, taking along item 8. So that's where we have a speaker on item 8. This is a housing pledge for the City of Toronto. I'm looking for Star Smith. Timed. Yep. We're doing 4 next. Heist.
Even here with that we got to item 8.
Yes, this is you. Thank you for joining us, Star. You will have 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will turn it over to you.
I am an advocate for seniors and tenants. I chose to come and depute on this item because perhaps it provides us an overview of what's going on between ourselves and the province. First, I want to commend our Chief Planner on his thorough report attached to this item. I will add my own blunt, unvarnished opinion to it, which I have too long suppressed. We who care about our city have tried to work on housing solutions with our province as partners. It's been long enough. In return, we have been abandoned, blamed for its own deficits, kept in the dark about secret negotiations and subsequent decisions about the future of our city, all without any consultation whatsoever. We, meaning we the tenants, we the city staff, have delivered more than we promised, as we've just noted, in approvals of building applications to ensure the housing of our most vulnerable citizens, and then been stymied in our efforts by a lack of promised funds. we're broke. And I mean, we're starting to say that out loud, but none of this is going to be possible until we get that side of communication straightened out, mostly with the province, but also with the feds. After all that, our own funding sources have been devastated when the province promises of funding instead became another reach into our own pockets, giving away our sources to developers. On top of that, we discover that the numbers of new housing units promised by the Ontario government cannot be built according to those who do the building. Another broken promise. We are still supposed to take care of business on our end during the greatest building growth in our history with only 25 councillors. You deserve better. With all this, we are asked for a pledge to support a questionable ambitions. This bold truth is that we cannot support what we do not know. The truth is a failing provincial plan trying to find a sucker to blame it on. The correct name for Bill 23 is indeed fewer homes built slower. Stop allowing the tail to wag the dog. Remember your fairy tales. Look to the emperor's new clothes and imagine that again. Say it out loud. The emperor has no clothes. How many broken promises does it take for us to figure out the trust has been broken? The Ontario line is over budget, under time, and it doesn't yet know how it will end. Likewise, promises to keep our hands off the Greenbelt have been forgotten. Our heritage has been abandoned. Our housing and official plans have been altered by the week, erasing millions and millions of dollars of work and a vision built over decades. How many broken promises will it take before we say enough? I repeat, we have played nice, and where did it get us? You can tell why I'm not a politician or a diplomat. And it's all being executed by a government in power supported by little more than 20% of the eligible vote. Repeating a wish again and again and again does not make it so. It is certainly not building nearly enough homes for our current community, never mind those who are coming. Bills on top of bills. There's 23 and 27 and the failed Eglinton Crosstown, all trying to correct mistakes. It's no way to plan our future. All this while the most vulnerable are housed on the streets and reno or demo-evicted, throwing our seniors out too, and putting our elders in financial jeopardy as repayment for their years of contributions to our city. The current provincial whim is to fix employment shortages by creating trade schools, where 12 and 13-year-olds will decide to abandon academics. I wonder where they will live. Likewise, nursing certification will fast track it. Where are they going to live if we ignore affordable housing? This province has abandoned it entirely.
Thanks, Darrell. Just ask you for your final thought.
We must proceed with housing for all. We cannot, not after the secrecy and not after being screwed already and with the likelihood of more of the same to come, sign a pledge to follow that kind of leadership.
Thanks very much for the deputation. I thought that was very diplomatic. Any questions for our deputant? Okay. Well, thanks very much for joining us today. Thanks for coming down. Any questions for staff? Okay, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair, is it possible to meet the pledge outlined in the housing pledge letter without the province making us whole from the impacts of Bill 23?
Through the chair, there are a couple of constraints in meeting the pledge. We've outlined our potential to meet the pledge, and it's good to have an aspirational goal, but the pledge does represent a doubling of the rate of actual construction from what we've seen in the past to what we would have to achieve. The city in and of itself is not the main constructor of housing, it's the private market. So the private market needs to perform at a rate that it's never performed at in order to meet the pledge. I would say that there are other serious concerns related to the pledge, and we pointed that out in the report as well, and you're referring to Bill 23 and Council's interest in building complete communities. We know we need the infrastructure to support complete communities, whether they be parks, community centers, the pipes, all those things, and that is paid for through development charges, and the city has on the record a ask into the province to make us whole with respect to Bill 23. So the housing and the infrastructure go hand in glove. We can imagine building a city without infrastructure. I wouldn't want to live in that city. So I think we need both the housing. We need to work together, of course, with industry, but we also need answers from government about how we're going to pay for the infrastructure.
Thank you. And in the pledge letter, as it's envisioned, are we going to state that rather than just signing a pledge letter saying that we have this aspirational goal, but we really know that we can't meet it without the province making us whole on Bill 23, and that also it requires the private sector to double the rate of investment in building, which I don't think in this economic climate they're prepared to do.
Through the chair, yes, we will be. It's not a standard letter. We get to develop the letter as we see fit, and part of the report has recommendations to the province with respect to making us whole again based on the impacts of Bill 23.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any speakers on the item? Okay, motion to adopt. Moved. All in favor? Carried. All right. Pardon me? Okay, so we will move into item 4 until we hit the 11:30 mark, and this is our Concept to Keys dashboard, April 23 priority development application status update. This was held by Councillor Myers. No, Councillor Myers wanted to hold it.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was just wondering if staff could please provide a public update on development number 4, 175 Cummer Avenue, which shows as requires assistance, and items 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, which are all on hold.
Through the chair, with respect to 175 Cummer, it cannot advance to receiving its final site or NOAC approval on the site plan until the OLT has dealt with the zoning bylaw, which was appealed upon council's adoption of it by ratepayers.
Thank you.
And the other matters, Sarah, can you speak to the other ones? Thanks.
Through the chair, in terms of the other items, they are the site plan applications are the applications on the dashboard. The projects themselves are proceeding, but the site plans are waiting until other matters with the projects are further advanced until the site plan itself can proceed.
Thank you. And do you have an estimate of when these projects will be able to start proceeding? When they'll move from on hold to progress?
Through the chair, maybe I can add that a number of these projects where we're waiting for the site plan, we're waiting for the project to be able to move forward, is based on financial feasibility of those projects and access to financing. A number of those projects are referenced in the report that council will see later today, that committee will see later today on Housing Now. So the ability of some projects to move forward awaits other council and committee and council decisions related to financial feasibility.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? Any speakers to the item? Okay, I think we can just move to adopt. Move motion to adopt. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. If we can.
Just, Mr. Chair, you're going to do that. I have some remarks about this item, and I won't be here starting at noon. So I'm hoping that
Yes.
presentation, I'll be able to address these
Yes.
after lunch then.
So I think we'll actually be able to do it all before you leave at 12.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, goody.
So if we could get, staff on item 5, which is the employment survey piece, to have a presentation that'll take us to 11:30. We'll switch to the 11:30 time, and then we'll come back and do questions of that.
Okay.
So let's tee up the employment survey team, item 5 for 5 minutes with our presentation. So, and just for clarity of everyone online, we're on PH 3.5, 2022 Toronto Employment Survey. We have a presentation from the staff to walk us through that. And here comes out the hard copies from Michael Wright. Thank you, Michael.
Mr. Chair, just as the staff set up, I'll just indicate that this is, I believe, the 40th year, or in the 40th year, of an employment survey that's been undertaken back even prior to amalgamation. And it's involves researchers in the field every summer. A little bit of a bump with COVID, of course, but I think we've, this has become an important part of the city being smart about policy making and making sure that we have really good data behind our decisions as we encourage a diversified economy down through the years.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Planner. And a lot of folks' first jobs in the planning sector. A lot of folks out there, first jobs. I'll turn it over to Michael Wright and his team for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm again Michael Wright, the Manager of Planning Research and Analytics in City Planning. I am here with my colleagues, Celine Ferret and Ram Naglise-Warren, and will provide a summary of the 40th Toronto Employment Survey. Next slide. City Planning collects current, complete, and comprehensive information on employment by carrying out a survey of all 71,750 business establishments across the city through a face-to-face survey at the point of employment. We collect the number of full and part-time jobs, and unique to the survey process is we relate the employment activity to the use of the land that it occupies. This provides a unique ability in order to explore the city's space economy. In managing the information, we're also following up the face-to-face interviews with phone calls, with online email responses, and with emails. We also reach out to major employers for firms with multiple locations to ensure that we get as complete coverage as possible. The information that we collect is maintained confidential to the City Planning Division and aggregated for the purposes of our analysis. Next slide. Celine?
The effect of the pandemic has led to the sharpest and largest job losses observed over the past 4 decades of the Toronto Employment Survey. However, the results of the 2020 survey show that Toronto is moving in a positive direction with its economic recovery. As of 2022, Toronto has 1.48 million jobs, which is an increase of 33,000 jobs, or 2.3% from 2021. Total employment still remains below the 2019 pre-pandemic total of 1.57 million jobs. However, it is key to note that the city has regained about 3 in 10 jobs lost since 2019. The total number of establishments has increased by 2.5%, or 1,760. The city has regained about 1/3 of the businesses lost due to pandemic impacts. The blue bars on the left chart show employment change from 2021 to 2022. All categories have increased with the exception of office, which has lost 570 jobs. The orange bars show the change from 2017 to 2022. Office and institutional are the only two categories which have gained jobs, with office increasing 4.6% and institutional nearly 5%. Service and community and entertainment, two areas hardest hit by the pandemic, are still far below the job numbers of 5 years ago. The office category continues to be the city's largest employment category, with over half of all jobs, with close to 750,000 jobs. The survey also uses NAICS, or the North American Industrial Classification System, which enables us to classify each establishment by its economic activity. As you can see here, the top 5 NAICS sectors represent over half of all jobs in the city. The map shows that employment is distributed across the city with large concentrations in the growth management areas per the official plan, as well as along transit lines in the major streets. Downtown centers and the employment areas combined have just over 1 million jobs, or 70% of all jobs in the city. It is important to note that growth has also occurred in the rest of the city, with approximately 454,000 jobs. These areas have increased by 7% from 2021, which represents close to 29,000 additional jobs.
Downtown contains about 565,000 jobs, or 38% of the city's total. In 2022, downtown employment was up by 3.2%, adding close to 17,300 jobs. Job gains were seen nearly in every category. The office sector saw the most growth with an additional 5,500 jobs. Overall, office jobs account for 70% of all downtown employment. Next. The centers contain 73,800 jobs. This is 2,500 fewer jobs than 2021. The majority of this loss was in the office category. In 2022, each of the centers lost employment ranging from 1.1 to 6.6%. These losses are not due to one or even a few particular businesses, but rather a collective loss in employment. Over the past 5 years, the centers have seen a total loss of nearly 7,000 jobs. North York has remained relatively flat, while Young Eglinton has experienced conversion to residential use. Etobicoke lost 890 jobs, and Scarborough losses are noteworthy at 18%. Next. Secondary plan establish local development policies which guide growth and development in the defined areas of the city. Secondary plan areas contained 824,000 jobs in 2022, which is just over half of all the jobs in the city at 57%. Almost half of this employment is concentrated in the downtown plan area. The office category is also the predominant source of secondary plan area employment with 64%. Next. The city's designated employment areas contain 21,700 establishments, or 30% of the city's total, and almost 400,000 jobs, or 27% of the city's total. Manufacturing employment remains the largest category, with 90% of the city's manufacturing jobs locating in these areas. In Toronto, there are 23 areas of employment which represent clusters of designated employment areas as per the Planning Act. The top 5 areas of employment comprise nearly of half of the employment with 180,000 jobs. These areas are Rexdale Airport, South Etobicoke, Downsview, Highway 400, and Tapscott. Next. According to the Provincial Growth Plan forecast per provincial policy currently in effect, employment will grow to 1.98 million jobs over 35 years, or by 2051. In 2022, the 10-year growth rate was 1.1%. Even with these impacts of the pandemic, at this rate, the city would reach the growth plan forecast by 2040. The pre-pandemic 10-year rate of growth was 2%. If the city were to return to that rate of employment growth, the city would reach the forecast by 2029. If the city's economy continues to recover and current growth rates continue, the city will achieve the growth plan forecast before 2051.
So in sum, the city is continuing to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. The growth is not uniform in that the office sector has been fairly resilient throughout, whereas the service and community and entertainment sectors have been more directly impacted and are challenged in the recovery due to the tightening labor market. The growth in terms of employment, however, is expected to continue. The city's population has passed the 3 million mark for the first time, over 3,025,000 as of July 1st in 2022. It's a growth of almost 70,000 people in a single year, the highest growth in 3 decades. So strong demand for jobs will also is likely to continue. And finally, our 31st survey is about to begin. It commences on May 8th. Ladies and gentlemen and committee members, thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Michael, and for your team for the presentation. We will come back to you after we move to item 3.17, and we'll do that before noon because I know Councillor Fletcher needs to. Yes, very good. Okay, so we'll come back to this. So if I could get item 3.17 queued up, that's update Downsview, draft secondary plan and draft community development plan priority status report. I note we have a deputant here. I believe Rosemary Powell is on the line. Rosemary, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We've got you loud and clear, Rosemary, so you have 5 minutes. I'll start the clock and I will turn it over to you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. So hi, dear members and the Planning and Housing Committee. The Toronto Community Benefits Network is submitting our letter today as a local Downsview stakeholder to bring attention to the need for the city to support community benefits agreements as it pertains to the proposed development projects as part of the Downsview secondary plan area. Over the past 2 years, TCBN has led engagement with community stakeholders, community organizations, resident associations, local groups, etc., and member organizations through our CBA for Downsview campaign. In 2022, TCBN formed the Downsview Community Benefits Committee, composed of local community members, local community groups, and organizations, and TCBN member organizations from community, labor, and social enterprise. Through this process, we've been able to identify a number of key priorities that we would like to see included in a formalized community benefits agreement for each phase of the development at Downsview. CBA would include commitments to good jobs and inclusive economic opportunities. We are proposing a 50% target for equity hiring and a minimum of 25% for local hiring in the construction, development, operations, and maintenance. This includes apprenticeships, professional, administrative, technical, operations, and maintenance opportunities. Coordination and support for education, training, business development, and mentorship programs, providing opportunities for local pathways. And of course, ensuring good jobs and career opportunities that pay a living wage in all phases of the development. Secondly, we're looking at social procurement, and we're proposing a minimum target of 20% social procurement through purchasing goods and or services from local businesses, social enterprises, and businesses that are owned by persons who identify as Indigenous, Black, or persons of color. Thirdly, we're looking at affordable housing and commercial, to ensure a minimum of 30% affordable housing and or affordable ownership in each phase of development, with a 50% of that being deeply affordable or rent geared to income for a minimum of 99 years. Ensuring affordable below market rate commercial and micro retail space opportunities, prioritizing social enterprises and Black, Indigenous, or racialized businesses in each phase of the new developments. Fourthly, we're looking at neighborhood improvements. So a commitment to neighborhood improvements, such as public community centers and community spaces, affordable childcare centers, public parks, and affordable recreational spaces, investment in social infrastructure and initiatives to address food insecurity. 5, we're looking at environmental sustainability, ensuring environmental sustainability with the highest LEED certification, green building design, construction and operations, sustainable micromobility initiatives, and the preservation of the current Downsview Park area. And 6, we're looking at accountability and transparency, which is the core of community benefits. A commitment by each landholder to sign a community benefits framework with TCBN that ensures a community benefits agreement for each phase of development at Downsview. Such frameworks would commit to including measurable targets in development contracts and a commitment to ongoing monitoring, tracking, public reporting, and community oversight in each phase of the development. We are very encouraged to see many of these key themes reflected in the reports. 7 draft priorities that have been identified by community members through engagement on the community benefits, on the community development plan, as well as the city's focus on advancing a number of equity strategies, which include the Toronto Community Benefits framework. At TCBN, we implore the city in the next phase of engagement to use our knowledge and expertise, as well as with the support of the City of Toronto's Community Benefits Unit, to formalize and negotiate an approach to securing community benefits agreement for each district and phase of development in Downsview. We have experience working with public, Metrolinx, Toronto Community Housing, CIHA, and private stakeholders, for example, at the Casino Woodbine, in developing approaches and applying best practices to community benefits frameworks and community benefits agreement. So we look forward to working with all stakeholders, including local city councilors, city staff, Northcrest, CIHA, Canada Lands Company, in achieving this community vision. Thank you very much.
Right on time. Thanks very much, Rosemary. I appreciate that. Great deputation. Any questions for Rosemary? Okay. Questions from Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. Thank you for the deputation and the letter from TCBN submitted to Council. How would you characterize the involvement of TCBN with the update Downsview secondary plan process so far?
Okay, yes. Well, thank you, Councillor, for the question. TCBN members and our local stakeholders, we've attended the public engagement meetings, both online and in person, to ask for the CBA. We've participated in one meeting with the interdivisional team that's leading the Downsview secondary plan and community development plan last spring. We also met with reps from city planning, community benefits unit, and the economic development department as well.
And from that involvement and your engagement in this process, what is needed to ensure that community benefits and being able to negotiate an agreement are included at Downsview?
Yeah, our core objective really is we want to ensure that there is coordination within the city and with the community on how the commitments in the secondary plan and the community development plan will be realized over the long-term development at Downsview. We know that this will take some time, and so we think a community benefits framework is going to be essential to cover all aspects and phases of the development. TCBN has a lot of experience in working with public and private stakeholders to formalize community benefits agreements on various projects, including the City of Toronto Casino Woodbine CBA. And of course, we would love to bring our expertise, our learning, and best practices to the table. We think a community benefits framework is going to be essential.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Malik. Any other questions for our deputant? Okay, thanks very much, Rosemary. Appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you.
I'm going to move it into questions of staff, and I see that we're joined by outside councillor, Councillor Pasternak, the local area councillor. James, do you have questions of staff?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We got you loud and clear.
Okay, that's great. Through you to staff, first question, and thank you very much for this interim report. The William Baker neighborhood and the Allen East District neighborhood are part of the Downsview secondary plan review. But would you consider those done deals as they are already approved and adopted by council?
Thank you for the thank you for the question through the chair. They're in different stages of approval. I would say for the Allen East District, we do have a district plan that's been adopted by City Council. We have not received a zoning bylaw amendment application or a subdivision application on those lands, so there are further approvals to go through. We are also recommending through this draft secondary plan for the entire area an increase in density on the Allen District, given that the airport will no longer be there, so the context has changed. In terms of William Baker, they're further along in terms of their approvals. Phase 1, as you know, has been approved, and Phase 2, we're still in the midst of approving that. So I would say they're halfway through the approvals process, depending on which case you're talking about.
I guess you've sort of answered my second question is, since those are done and the secondary plan may change densities, you're saying we could go back and revisit both of these?
We're working closely with CREATEO to figure out, especially on the Allen District, how an increase in density would be brought forward. We're not increasing densities or proposing to increase densities across the whole district area. It would simply be right close to Shepherd West subway station, and it would allow densities on the CREATEO site that would be similar in densities that we're proposing across the site on the private lands.
Okay. The community center that was long promised at the corners of Keele and Shepherd, I think it was first conceived in 1999. It's been 23 years since. In this plan, I noticed that on the Parks Capital Plan, design work is funded in 2032. Most people are patient, but I think the people of Downsview are running out of patience. Is there any way to accelerate this, considering that no building permits can be issued until design work is done on the community center?
Through the chair, I think Paul Farish from Parks, Forestry and Recreation is on the line.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. Through the chair, as you're familiar, Councillor, this is a clearly stated target for the area, has been in the secondary plan for quite a while now. And we do have a working agreement with the applicants' landowners, specifically Canada Lands Company, who would host the Community Rec Center, to accelerate, if possible, ahead of the capital program timeline that you just mentioned.
Is there a view that community assets should be built before residential, before commercial and residential, or they have to go hand in hand, or sort of what's the plan?
Through the chair, generally we say that community assets should be, sorry, Paul, should be done in conjunction with residential development, so they're happening in alignment and they're happening together. We certainly don't want the residential population, or we don't want people in the neighborhood without having those amenities that are so critical to their well-being.
Right, fully agreed. Next question regards the park itself. People confuse the Downsview area with the park. Now, on the various maps, on page 37, there's a map. There's a pie-shaped piece of the original part of Downsview Park that they nicknamed the Commons, and I believe it's about 89 acres. So it doesn't appear on page 37 on the parks map. And then on page 38, that pie-shaped piece, which everyone thinks is part of the park, is labeled employment lands. And then on page 39, it looks like some of the park is put back. So it's very confusing on what happens with that pie-shaped lands, and just reminding committee members, those are federal lands and part of a park that was promised back in the 90s. So if staff could quickly clarify, I realize I have very little time left. Wow.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm just reviewing the maps to see. I don't believe that there's any decrease in any federal lands dedicated to parkland, that's been established, how much land has to be for Downsview Park and within the park commons, and that should not be decreased. If there's any inconsistencies in the map, we can certainly address that.
Okay, maybe it's an offline discussion before council. I don't know, I guess I'm over 5 minutes. I don't know if I can squeeze one more in. How about a very quick one? Share. When it comes to schools and you've got two property owners, federal government and private industry, if you're building a school, does the school board have to purchase the property or is it part of a community benefits arrangement?
Through the chair, I believe that that's an arrangement between the private landowner and the school boards. I understand that both school boards, or all 4 school boards, have been having discussions with Northcrest Developments and Canada Lands, but that would be an agreement between those 2 parties.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chair, I guess I'll have to have the rest of the questions at council.
Okay, very good. You can take it up there. Thanks for joining us. Any other questions of staff? Questions of staff? Okay.
Yep, just really quickly on the slide we showed earlier in our employment survey on page 9, planning staff indicated that Rexdale Airport, Highway 400, Downsview, Tapscott, and South Etobicoke were the heavy hitter zones for employment. What would will this make any change whatsoever to Downsview being one of the big breadbaskets for jobs in the city of Toronto?
Through the chair, through the conversion request, when the lands were converted from employment to regeneration areas, the city secured a site and area specific policy that outlined very specifically what requirements are required for non-residential uses. And to sum that up, it's 1 million square meters of non-residential space that is required to happen on the lands owned by Canada Lands and Northcrest. In addition, that non-residential space has to be built and approved and provided in conjunction with residential, so they can't simply go ahead with all the residential development and we hope that the employment comes along later. They have to be developed in tandem.
And so the current jobs at Downsview, or the jobs projections, will they remain steady with that 1 million square feet that you've managed to negotiate?
Through the chair, I don't know the answer to that question. I'll have to take that offline and get back to you on that. Certainly, the way that we've secured it in the site and area specific policy is amount of space as opposed to number of jobs, but I can certainly get you the projections. We know overall we're anticipating 47,000 jobs on the site.
So I am interested in that, as you know, all employment sites. So I'll get some of that after for you, if you don't mind. Thank you. Thanks so much. Now, Mr. Chair, I am going for now, and I'll be back.
Okay, sure. Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Questions from Councillor Malik?
Thank you very much. The report shares that the upcoming study will advance a number of the city equity strategies and commitments, including the community benefits framework. We've heard from TCBM about their involvement up until this point. Can you speak a little bit more to including them and other community stakeholders in this discussion moving forward, and the benefits that you see from that?
Thanks for the question. And through the chair, in terms of the community development plan, we've engaged over 900 residents, businesses, business interest associations, and other stakeholders through 2 streams of engagement, one being Indigenous, the other being Black and equity deserving groups. We've come out with 7 priorities. 2 of those priorities have to do with access to employment and inclusive economy. And so the next stage would be developing that implementation structure. So it include an action plan, monitoring and reporting, and we would engage all of the stakeholders, including TCBN.
Is that good, Councillor Malik? Okay, any other questions? Okay.
Just on some of the questions that Councillor Pasternak was asking, but on page 17, the minimum 20 to 30 childcare facilities, and then talk about the community centers and expanded or relocated public library branch. So there is discussions with the library on relocating a library or building a new library at the site?
Yes, through the chair, we are in discussions with all of the different groups, including the Toronto Public Library, about their needs given the population anticipated on these lands.
And children's services there?
That's correct. They're on our working group as well.
Okay, that's great. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Do we have speakers on the item? And I'll look to Councillor Pasternak outside first. Over to you, sir.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. It's always a warm reception at Planning and Housing. Just two items that I'd like to emphasize the committee, and Councillor Malik has graciously offered to take carriage of 2 items that I'd like passed. One is to continue negotiations with the Toronto Community Benefits Network. I thank Rosemary Powell for coming to committee. I've met with her group many times. I think they're doing great work, but there's a lot of work to do on this piece. So what I'm doing is I'm putting a motion to affirm our commitment to continue to discuss the various options of community benefits and economic opportunities. Certainly when it comes to this letter, I agree wholeheartedly that the original Downsview Park area be preserved and that recreation spaces are a priority in the area. So, so that's the first motion. And then the next one is seniors. And there are references to seniors within the document, probably not as much as I would like to see because the community is very focused on a seniors village, which I realize will go into the William Baker neighborhood, but also can be expanded. And of course, intergenerational living, which is extremely important to the surrounding neighborhoods. So those two motions, Councillor Malik has graciously offered to move on my behalf. I would simply say thank you to staff for staff and of course the two property owners, Canada Lands and Northcrest, for their engagement and work on this file. You know, we're looking at about 520 acres of land that's ripe for development. This is probably one of the biggest development applications in the country. It creates an enormous opportunity. It comes with some risks as well. Where we're building a city of about 110,000 residents and 47,000 jobs. And our goal is to get it right from the beginning, to make sure that not only do we have density, but with that density comes livability and all the assets that come with it, whether it be daycare, libraries, community centers, parks, connectivity between East and West Downsview. And of course, we want to make sure that the long promised community center is finally built. I don't think the community is ready to wait another 9 years for design work. And I'm going to be working with the property owners to make sure that we do that sooner. And of course, working with Parks on the capital plan. So going forward, I think every opportunity is here to build a livable, smart and prosperous community. Many of the high-level transit opportunities are already there. There's 4 subway stations, 3 subway stations, plus
Councillor Pasternak, can you hear us? Hey.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know. I got pushed offline, but I'll finish up because I know the committee has a big agenda. And I think we're on the right track when it comes to consultation, and both Northcrest, Canada Lands, and of course our planning staff have been very proactive and very robust in reaching out to the local communities and hearing what they have to say about community building. But going forward, we have to respect the established communities that surround these lands. We have to make sure that the federal Downsview Park is preserved and protected from the original promise of 300 acres, and that we have to invest in community assets. And I think that will make for a transformative opportunity to build this small city within a city and make sure that the people living there are living in the best possible circumstances with access to many community assets. And we cannot afford, finally, to wrap up, the affordable housing piece. There's no point in building a community that nobody can afford. So that is something that we have to also focus on very heavily in the years ahead. And I look forward to this coming to council and a robust debate there. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, committee members, and of course, staff and the property owners. and I appreciate the work done on this file.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Appreciate that deputation. And I will move over to Councillor Malik, who's going to help you with those items.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Councillor Pasternak for his involvement and leadership on this item as well. As was mentioned, I'm happy to move 2 motions on behalf of Councillor Pasternak, which the clerk has. Do you need me to read them out? This is the one related to community benefits and affirming the continued engagement and negotiation with the community stakeholders, including the Toronto Community Benefits Network, in conjunction with the local councillor to continue to advance community benefits with the Downsview secondary plan. And the second motion, again on behalf of Councillor Pasternak, is to affirm the commitment to creating seniors-friendly neighborhoods, initiatives for accessibility, and opportunities for supportive and intergenerational housing. Both these motions address the need for accessibility, equity, and building inclusive and complete communities, and I look forward to the committee supporting them, and I echo the gratitude to staff for their work on this file.
Thanks, Councillor Malik. So, any other speakers? Good to go. All right, so can we take this as a package then, or do you want them? Okay, we'll do them one at a time. So first we would start with Councillor Malik's first motion. Okay, all those in favor? Carried. And the second motion, seniors friendly communities, all those in favor? Carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Carried. Excellent. Okay, we're all good. Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
We will. With that disposed of, I think there's an opportunity. So I know Councillor Fletcher wanted to ask questions about employment. So I guess we'll come back to that when she's back in the room. Perhaps we could deal with the new business items. We can't, that's held. We have speakers on that, and that's for after lunch, because Vic Creatio is going to come for that. Item 11. Staff are on their way. Do the motions. Okay, do the motion, so the new business. Yeah. All right, why don't we move through those new business items? We put those on the agenda. That is item 20, 21, and 22. Should I read all those, or I guess we do questions of staff, speakers. Okay, let's start with Councillor Myers' first item of new business. This was career development, capacity building, city planning to support city building priorities. Do we have any questions of staff on this? Do we have any speakers to this? Okay, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Thank you. So the intent of this motion is to explore the opportunities to create a secondment scheme to create a better relationship between private and not-for-profit developers and public sector employees by allowing private and not-for-profit planning teams and experts to better understand city planning processes and their execution, give them better perspectives on reasoning for practices and processes, as well as learning city planning's best practices and housing priorities, providing career development and education and knowledge opportunities for building to make planning sector, private sector planners well-rounded, and create a better working relationship between private and public sector planning teams. The intent is not to disrupt workflow or career opportunities of city planning, nor to interfere with labor rights. Really what the intent is to examine the feasibility of the potential for secondments in an effort to create a better collaboration between the public sector employees, such as a chief planner and chief people officer, as well as private sector employees, and to have a meaningful and equitable study to examine whether or not this would be feasible. It's hoped that this will demonstrate why deeper understanding between private and public sector employees is important, and hopefully will create a starting point for increased collaboration and understanding between city and private sector planning teams. And I just want to thank Chief Planner Greg Lintern for all your hard work on this and for helping us get this to the finish line. I'm very happy to answer any questions on it. And I think this is an opportunity to really create meaningful relationships and areas for meaningful collaboration between the private and not-for-profit sector and the city planning department.
Any questions for the mover? Do we do that? Yeah. Okay. Great. Any speakers, additional speakers? All right. All those in favor? Carried. Great job. Item 21. This is, This is feedback on potential provincial regulations, municipal rental replacement bylaws. This is fairly technical. Staff wanted us to move this today, relatively urgent, to report to City Council on our response, the city's response, the Ontario Regulatory Registry posting on future regulations to create a balanced framework around municipal rental replacement bylaws. So, yeah, we can move that. All in favor? Carried. And then item 22, she might want to speak to this. All right, we'll hold that one down. Okay, yeah, we have the speaker on 11. Do we have the staff? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to PH 3.11. This is 15 Elm Street. Notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4 of Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We are going to start with speakers. And I'm looking for Dan Elon. Oh, restroom. Okay. A nature break. So yeah, we'll what else do we want to do? Sorry about that awkward timing there, Dan. Looks like Dan's setting up a presentation. Okay, it looks like it's working. Is it Tamara? Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks, Dan. Thanks for joining us. Very good. We've got staff in the room now. So you got 5 minutes to address the committee on the item, and I'll turn it over to you.
Allow me to depute today. My name is Dan Elon. I'm a senior associate at ERA Architects.
A little bit louder. I don't know where the microphone is. If it's buried or where is it?
It appears to be on. Can you hear me now?
Press the button.
Is it missing?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Clarence?
Yeah. Okay.
Should I use this microphone?
That would be better. I'll reset your time.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dan Alon. I'm a senior associate at ERA Architects. We're a heritage consulting firm. As you may be aware, there's a development application that was submitted for the property at 15 Elm Street. As part of that development application, ERA prepared a heritage impact assessment to look at the relationship of the proposed development to the heritage properties on the north side of Elm Street. In addition to that, ERA also prepared a cultural heritage valuation report to assess the property and found that the property did not meet the prescribed criteria under the Ontario Heritage Act. We've provided 2 communications to committee, one of which is this presentation that's on the screen that I'll walk you through in a moment. The other is those reports that I just mentioned, the Heritage Impact Assessment and the Cultural Heritage Evaluation Report. So with this presentation, what you see on the screen is Yonge Street to the east, Bay Street to the west, and Elm Street running east-west, with the subject property at 15 Elm Street encircled in blue. This is at grade, a recent street view photograph that shows you the subject property in the foreground. To the west is the TCHC building, and then to behind the site is the recently constructed condominium. This slide just provides some of our findings from the Heritage Impact Assessment, where we completed a condition assessment of the existing building. Some of the key findings were the early changes to the building from a residential house form to a commercial mixed-use building. There have been modifications to the building that are quite extensive, including modifications to the structure. The primary elevation has been modified to provide for a storefront at grade and reconfiguration of the entries. It appears from archival records that the upper portion of the building was likely rebuilt in the 1920s, and the cornice and detailing around the keystones have been removed, and other openings across the rest of the building have been modified. Overall, the building we found is generally in poor condition. So based on these findings, the most important of which is our assessment using the prescribed criteria under the Heritage Act, which did not find that the property met any of the 9 criteria, the applicant has asked us to appear and provide this information to you for your consideration and indicate that they are not supportive of the proposed designation. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the deputation. Any questions for the deputant? Okay. Do you have some questions? Okay, I do have some questions. Start the clock there. When was the application first submitted? And then I understand that there was a resubmission. Let's get the mic on, please. Thank you.
Right, so the application was submitted in September 2022, and then there was a resubmission, sorry, also the date was,
Just a couple weeks ago, March 2023.
and a resubmission in March of 2023.
Why was there a resubmission?
To address city comments that had been received. The Cultural Heritage Evaluation Report was provided in December of 2022.
Okay. When were you first aware, or when was it made aware by staff that there was an interest in designating this property?
I believe there was a couple of instances we were requested to provide the Heritage Impact Assessment as part of the pre-submission consultation meeting. And so that report focused on the relationship of the proposed development to the adjacent heritage resources.
So, and that was back March 2023, because you just did the resubmission, so your pack would have been before that?
That would have been 2022.
Okay.
And so we prepared that report and it was submitted. The application was deemed complete. But staff had also requested that we evaluate the properties on the site, which was a request that went above and beyond the terms of reference for heritage impact assessments. So properties that are on the Heritage Register that have a listed status would be required to provide that additional information. And so the applicant requested that we undertake that additional work, and we prepared that report and submitted it to staff in December of 2022.
Okay. And the 90-day timeline that we have now in the new legislation, where does this,
so that
we would be going beyond that?
Correct. So the applicant wanting to work collaboratively with the city signed a waiver to extend the 90-day timeline so that it would give us opportunity to prepare the cultural heritage valuation report, submit it to staff for their review, and then meet with them subsequently to review the findings of those reports. And more recently, after the March resubmission, to move the application forward, the applicant requested that the waiver terminate after the council meeting in May of this year, which would be May 10th, 2023.
What was your understanding of the intention to extend the timeline to waive the 90-day timeline?
My understanding was that we were requested to provide that additional information to staff so that they could assess or review our evaluation. They decided to undertake an independent evaluation of their own, and their findings differ from ours, but ultimately it was our understanding that it was there was some interest in the properties and they needed this additional information to review, and so we wanted to work cooperatively with city staff to get them that information.
Have you had an opportunity to connect with staff on what the impacts to the application would be of designation?
I personally have not discussed the impacts of that. There has been a community consultation meeting where we attended that to hear views from the community. We have met with staff to better understand their review of our report, where they gave us verbal feedback on our findings, but we haven't had an opportunity to engage with staff in terms of if this proposed designation were to come through, how it might impact the feasibility of redeveloping the site.
Okay, that's all my questions for you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much for the deputation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions of staff? I'm going to have a few. Anyone else? Okay. Hi, thank you for being here today. Have you had an opportunity to brief the local councillor on this item?
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon now. Tamara Ensign-Cartwright, Program Manager in Heritage Planning. Yes, I have had a conversation with the local councillor explaining to her that this is about a report about heritage evaluation and about the recommendation for designation, that there would in future be some opportunity to, again, to talk about the planning matter itself. I also explained to the councillor, and she understood clearly, that staff have been studying the Elm Street area, some of the most exceptional and rare buildings, this enclave of buildings in downtown Toronto, and she was appreciative of understanding that in the context. I think this one report did not correctly reflect from the consultant the work that we've done as a city planning on Elm Street, and I would refer to image 21 on page 27 of the staff report, which shows a view of the subject property in the context of all the other buildings that are pre-Confederation buildings on Elm Street. And she understood that, and she didn't understand that at the time in reading this report, and she was supportive of us with our recommendation on the cultural heritage value.
Why was this that the heritage work that you've been underdoing in the area, why was this property not put forward for listing or designation at the time, or was it? And I'm not terribly familiar with it.
Yeah. So as you can appreciate, Chair, that the dynamics are changing constantly for us. When we get a waiver from the applicant that says that we can bring this matter of designation, we don't need to list. And so the dialogue was going on. I don't know the specifics of this, but I'm just saying generally we didn't need to list. But as of January 1st, when it's a prescribed event or rezoning, council will have to list in advance. This was the discussion in the report that we came to planning and housing the last meeting. And so now the province says you have to have it listed before you can proceed to get a waiver to continue your discussion on designation. So it is, I appreciate it is a complicated, or maybe not complicated, ever-changing rules that, so we didn't feel that we needed to list this because we had dialogue about us proceeding with our designation. So we didn't need this interim step. And that, you know, it's one that I appreciate that there's not as much clarity as we could, but we've been, I think, quite clear on our findings, and the Toronto Preservation Board themselves understood the amount of work that we've done on the studies of Elm Street that we brought forward to council. And you'll see that recommendation also from the Preservation Board, to the point that the board did say at their meeting, was, could you designate all the remaining buildings on Elm Street? Please do it as fast as you can. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Do I have to write a motion, or, okay. I basically, so.
Chair, I did have a question. I had my hand up. My apologies.
I'm sorry, Councillor Crisanti. Questions, over to you.
Yeah, to staff, and it's a question of clarity for me on your concluding comments, page 15 of the report. I just wanted to understand where you indicated here that 15 Elm Street determined that the property meets 4 out of the 9 criteria. So typically there's 9 sets of criteria that it needs to meet, and even with that, you're still making this recommendation. I just need clarity around that. What does that indicate?
Thank you for the very good question. Through the chair, Councillor, it's the provincial requirement for designation is actually that minimum is 2 criteria out of 9. It's not a 50% value. It's only 2 that need to be met. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crisanti. Okay, very good. So I'll just, I'm going to move a motion to have this go forward to council in a few days without recommendations right now, and give everybody a bit more time to bring this to ground. I have had correspondence with the local councillor on this that would suggest that this wasn't quite ready, and I appreciate that staff may have talked since I received that correspondence. I also understand the local councillor is away right now, or not available, so I've been trying to connect with Councillor Sachs, and I haven't been able to do so. And given that the nature of this and the complexity on this particular file and how it's come forward as a designation, yeah, so we'll go to council no recs right now, and that gives us another couple weeks to try and sort this out. So I will move that motion. It was on the screen, and all in favor? Okay, very good. That's carried. Thank you. All right, moving. Okay, so okay, no other items. 5 Fletcher. Yeah. All right. Okay. We're actually making great progress, but we still have a lot of work in front of us. So if it's a will of the committee, we'll just hit pause now. We'll come back in an hour, 1:30, and we'll start with the balance of the agenda then. Thanks very much. survey team back. I think Councillor Fletcher has some questions for you. You're fine to sit there. You knew
Thank
that.
you.
I
I'm
didn't have to
sitting
say that.
down now.
Okay, very good.
Thank you
So we're
very
back. Do I have to start with?
This is the employment survey. And I just want to thank staff for that. And some of the questions, I think, just on page 4, if anybody can look at all of those types of employment and kind of give us a sense. Sorry, I hate it when my back is to all of you. Which of these activities take place in, you don't have to do it today, but where, we have this certain number of employment lands that are sacrosanct, that we heard about, and in these, which types of jobs and employment generally are found there? That's my first question. And the second, the economic value to the city, including the tax base, is going to be a little different. Educational services probably pays no taxes, but a number of these are, just because they don't, but a number of these are going to be significant because when you have an industrial tax, it's a different rate. So I really think what I'm really trying to do is just pull out some of the deeper information associated with maintaining these important parts of the city. Do you have that info really at your fingertips, or would you have to bring that back?
Through the chair, the chart that's shown on slide 4 deals with the economic sectors of the economy, and therefore the composition of the city's employment as a whole. It's not specific to land use. Whereas elsewhere in the bulletin, we refer to the employment within designated employment areas, indicating an emphasis on particular on manufacturing employment, that 80% of manufacturing employment occurs within the designated employment areas, as well as ancillary office and retail uses.
So I guess from that, you could extrapolate and you could let us know the value of those types of employment to the economy, the value added to the economy, and the taxes from those particular types of employment. Is that possible? I believe it is.
Through the chair, no, not through the Toronto Employment Survey. We're counting jobs and individual locations, not the economic value added.
Who could do that?
Through the chair, we could consult with both finance and economic development and see what we can correlate for you. I think you're asking more of at a global level, what's the value of not only the employment quantitatively, qualitatively to the city's tax base, to our economic strategy. I will point out as well that employment areas, I think it's 400,000 or 500,000. Michael, I'm looking, which one? 500,000 people work in our employment areas.
Okay.
Newcomer populations find jobs in our employment areas.
Page 5.
Yeah, there's
Being clear, because we call a lot of things employment areas,
Right.
but these are, what would you call?
Those are designated employment areas, and we do report separately and will be reporting on all of the conversion requests through June and July, and we can contextualize that information.
So we could have this back as well when we looked at those conversions.
We'll bring some of that information to the fore in reviewing those policy decisions, yes.
So I'm looking at the economic value, or why have them, right? There has to be an economic value. That would be very helpful.
Economic and social value.
And social value to have those, thank you. And I would also just ask, and this happened before, and I think you were here with that. There was a very impressive report on the city office centers that was done through planning, and it looked at the North York node, it looked at the T basically in the city, and that came to this committee, but also there was a presentation at economic development, because their job is also to keep jobs here. This is so walled off. And I'm not sure what the pathway is to ensure that that committee also understands all of the factors that go into maintaining and creating good jobs in the city and the value of those jobs to our city. So I'm really looking at how we can do that. We have to send this to council. Is that what you're advising, Madam Clerk, and then it would go back to ECDEV?
If
you send it to City Council, everybody receives it. Even now, it's on the agenda. So
No,
you
I
could-
meant
you
for
could-
their discussion, not just to receive it, for them to have
Yes,
the
you could
same
send it to City
presentation.
Council with a recommendation that it be forwarded to
Economic Development. Yes, that would be my motion then, Mr. Chair. I will move that one, because I think that's an important thing for this annual report, that we're not just looking at the dry info, they're looking at how they can assist. So I don't know if I need to write that out. Hopefully not. Pardon me? Thank you. I broke the rule. Thank you. Well, so I'll move that motion, Mr. Chair, and just say a few words unless somebody else has other questions.
Councillor Malik has some questions, so we'll just hit pause, come back to you for speakers, and turn it over to Councillor Malik for questions.
Thank you. I just have two quick questions. So while the survey measures full-time and part-time jobs, does it account for full-time jobs that now work from home on a part-time basis or work remotely on a part-time basis?
Through the chair, yes, the employment survey does. It doesn't distinguish that the full-time jobs and part-time jobs are work from home, but we did ask business establishments about their trends towards work from home employment. And so we know the total number of jobs, but not how many are specifically full-time or part-time.
Okay. So do we have a measurement, or do we have measurements on how this new normal is affecting our downtown? I guess specifically?
Through the chair, we're aware that as a part of our survey, we undertook asking downtown business establishments and then subsequently establishments across the city about their trends towards hybrid work. And we identified that there were 100,000 jobs that were affected citywide, of which 77% are within the office sector. Based on work by private consultants, we're aware that there has been a reduction in total employment, and not employment rather, but foot traffic downtown, that it's approximately 47% of what it was by comparison to pre-pandemic levels in the daytime period.
And I'll just add through the chair that through Councillor Carroll and her role as Dev Chair, there's been engagement with the downtown community, business community, and others on the whole topic of downtown recovery, if you want to call it that, monitoring metrics. And it's a conversation in flight, basically. A lot of trends still playing out. A lot of new data points being collected. School of Cities is involved as well in monitoring what's going on with downtowns across North America. So it's a live issue, and both city planning and economic development are playing a role in monitoring and understanding what steps might be necessary. One specific example is that we're doing some work on broadening the zoning permission in the downtown to enable the leasing of office space for non-traditional office purposes, not residential, but other, and specifically interest in wet labs and other biosciences uses that aren't currently permitted.
Well, that's really good to hear, and something that we'll look into as well. I guess building on that, do we need to update this survey and its measurements to reflect some of those post-pandemic realities?
Well, I think some of the survey work this year has captured some of the trend lines, and it's something that we're going to be monitoring as we undertake the survey again this year. Every year we feature a topic or two. I think a few years ago we featured what's happening with tech, and I see the team shaking their head violently behind you. They're very mindful of COVID impacts and monitoring and getting a hold of what trends we can through this survey. It's a powerful instrument because it is such a deep survey, and asking some good questions about what's going on is something that's in their minds, I'm sure.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. Any other questions for staff? Okay, we'll move to speakers, and I know Councillor Fletcher has a motion she'd like to move.
Yes, I do.
Over to you.
It's a really long motion. Thank you very much for your assistance. Yeah. It's just to get it there to send it to economic development. And I think this is even more important now that Councillor Malik has asked her question, and we've seen about some, apparently the chair of economic development is having these conversations with businesses and probably large commercial businesses as well that make up a good section of our zoning in the downtown area, taking into account the new reality of working from home. So marrying up the planning side and the job growth side, to me, is really an important thing to do. So I would just like to do this regularly when we have these. And also there might be things in economic development. I don't know if they have that report coming there, Mr. Chief Planner, that might be helpful if it came here. So when we're thinking, we're able to think in a very big way, because all of the things we're talking about here are really all the big issues in front of our city, not just this year, but rolling out over decades. And I will note for the pandemic, it took us 3 years to start, and then second, third, we were in there a long time with things happening. I believe it will take us a while to figure out how to get out the other end of that. There's no quick fix, but there's a thoughtful, steady fix that I believe has been started already with city staff. I just want to note on this, why I want this to go to economic development is because they are the guardians of, you know, they report on film jobs, they report on percentages, who's doing what happens in the economy as well. And I think it's very important that at this juncture, with the pressure from the province saying that we're so far behind and you're not making residential, you're not building residential, and we see from the earlier report, that brilliant report from your staff, Mr. Chief Planner, that we are actually very much on track for our goals, and I'd say for the province's goals. So we need to take a step back and really digest that. And so the pressure coming on all the time onto employment areas is one that is perhaps not exactly true, because saying, well, we need to convert all of these places for employment, whoever bought it might need to convert it, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure it's in the city's interest to convert these job-rich areas, because once they're not job-rich anymore, and once you have residential only on these lands. So there are, this page, whatever it is, 9, is such an important page to see that in these zones, 400,000 jobs are there. We don't even see the one, the financial district or downtown, because it's got a separate zoning, but these are zoned very specifically as employment areas. They are doing their job in hosting jobs and creating new jobs. So I would hope that we could have this conversation as well next time when the conversion requests are here in June and perhaps July, as to at what point can we afford to lose space in these employment areas. And I will just go back to East Harbor, which everybody really strongly believes, you know, it's a great residential project, and it might be. I will note that there's very little affordable housing, but it also is in a core employment area. And it's not that we're rezoning it, it's a provincial rezoning. They're very busy at the province with their MZOs, and I think we have to be really mindful of their direction versus our direction. I think if they had a few MZOs on all of their liquor control board sites, we would have a lot more housing on all of the main arteries in the city of Toronto. And I see the chair is nodding because we have a number of those along the Danforth. Danforth would look very different if we could take advantage of that, and if the province, instead of rezoning our employment, actually stepped up and put MZOs on what they own, and including affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers? Okay. Well, then we will just move the item as... okay, just that. All right, we'll just vote on that motion to change City Council to ECDEV. All in favor? Carried. Very good. All righty. That's great, and thank you, staff, for your work on that. I should have said that. Like, big body of work, 40 years in the making to get to this point. We love it. Thank you. All right.
That's nice. Good.
Yes, we have some housekeeping. Would you call it that? Do I have to say, yeah, 6. All right, don't talk about that yet. All right. Okay. Do we anticipate actually we're going to do the deputants first to be mindful of everybody's time on item 3.6, Housing Now stuff? Are we also, for the committee, are we anticipating that we'll need to go into closed session for questions, or are questions going to be public questions? We may get into it, so just helping clerks prepare if we need to go there, but yeah, we'll do deputations first, just for folks who are just here for that item. So, yeah, do you want to do that? Okay. I'm going to do Councillor Fletcher's item 22, I believe it is. Sure. Yeah, so we'll just do that. This is PH 3.22, new business from Councillor Fletcher, 1117 Danforth Avenue, affordable housing opportunity. Councillor Fletcher, do you want to speak to this, or?
Yes, I just asked the committee to support on this for a while. Of looking at all the options to redevelop in part of a larger development site to get HouseLink an upgraded building at this site on the Danforth.
Okay.
That, and I also have another letter coming in a bit, but
Heard about that all morning.
did you?
Yeah, well, just
Okay.
here it's coming. All right, well, let's dispose of this 3.22, Councillor Fletcher's letter and motion. All in favor? Okay, carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let's get into 3.6. This is the Housing Now Initiative 2023 update. We have speakers, of course. Here's the refresh list, a number of speakers, 4 here, and we are going to start with Eric Cohen, our first speaker from Ridgeford Community Homes. Eric, thanks so much for coming down today. It's good to see you again. And so you have 5 minutes here to address the committee, and when you get started, I'll start the clock.
Okay. Thanks very much for inviting me to come to the committee. Just by way of introduction, my name is Eric Cohen. I'm a board member and the treasurer and our co-development lead of Ridgeford Community Homes. I'm also a board member of the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association. I'm not here in that regard today, but it does give me a wider provincial perspective of affordable housing issues across the province. Ridgeford Community Homes operates 2 nonprofit housing foundations in Scarborough, the Brendan Way Charitable Foundation and the Ridgeford Charitable Foundation. We're a private nonprofit affordable housing provider, which a lot of people don't realize that actually exists. We're not affiliated with any religions or any cultural groups. We're a completely independent organization run by a completely volunteer board of directors. We currently own and operate 750 affordable housing units in Scarborough. About 550 of those were built back in the 1980s, including 112 townhouses, as part of a federal housing program at that time. Our units are very well maintained. We have no capital backlog, which is, again, a bit of a rarity for a lot of nonprofit providers. And about 10 years ago, we realized that our mortgages would be paid off in those buildings shortly, and we started to do some strategic planning around what it was we wanted to do when those mortgages were paid off, and we actually would develop a little more cash flow. We held this strategic planning process, and we realized we had 2 main goals for the organization. One was to maintain the current buildings as well as we could for the residents of those buildings. The other was to look at providing new housing, new affordable housing in the city. So at the time, we realized that one of our properties at McCowan and Finch had room for a second building on it. So from 2019 to 2021, right in the middle of COVID, we went ahead and built a new 186-unit affordable housing tower there, completed it on time and on budget, using a combination of private and CMHC funding. And 25% of those units are allocated to city housing benefit recipients. We also, through our own operations, subsidize people in our buildings that require it. Following that, in 2019, we purchased another property adjacent to a property we have in Malvern on Sewells Road. And we developed plans to build 2 more buildings there with 300 affordable units. And I'll get to this in a minute, but we're hoping to have the shovels in the ground on that within the next 6 to 8 weeks. It is part of the Open Doors program. I also want to say we've had amazing support from the city's housing secretariat. The difference from 2018, we started the other building, to the building we're working on now, it's been night and day. They helped before, but this time they really show the priorities and help us get through a lot of city planning areas that would otherwise slow us down. How this relates to Housing Now is we bid actually on one of the Housing Now projects, 140 Merton Street, a couple of years back. And I want to talk about some of our experiences there. We're a small nonprofit organization, and we knew we were going up against a lot of large developers in that bid. So we spent about $60,000 to prepare the bid, having to hire an architect, having to hire a cost consultant. And for a small nonprofit like us, that's a fair bit of money to spend on a chance of getting a project. We could use that money for a lot of other things, subsidized tenants and everything else. Large developer, it's just a cost of doing business to them. They put these forward here all the time. So one thing I want to say was that going forward, if you do want nonprofit organizations to bid on Housing Now, to look at developing some of these projects, one way would be potentially for the city to cover some of the cost of proposal for those nonprofits. It's really hard for us to compete against large developers. Now, when we had a debrief with the city, they told us that one of the reasons we didn't get it was that we were not a large developer and they preferred using large developers. Looking back now, there's, I guess, 20 sites in Housing Now over 3 years with not one shovel on the ground yet from the large developers. We're moving ahead full speed on our projects. Using a large developer, we've had a number of them talk to us about partnering with them. It's not the way we want to do our business because we know what our tenants need. We want to be in control of the project, and we can go out and hire the best builder we can at the lowest price through RFPs, and that's worked for us in getting us ahead of where we are. So that's our preferred plan, is to work with builders that support what we're doing, allowing us to get the best price and the best building we can. But we're also concerned about the fact that it looks like they're making some changes now to what people put forward in their bids and allowing to make changes. You know, had we known that we could sort of bid on the project, offering butterflies and, you know, rainbows and everything else, and then down the road, come back and say, sorry, we need to change it now. We need more density. We need more this. We need more cash. We need more whatever. We would have done that. We put forward an honest bid that we knew we could still live with.
So, Eric, I'll just ask you for your final thought here.
Just wrap up with two things. I know you're also looking at CMHC issues. And so a couple of issues we've had with CMHC that I'll just touch on very quickly. One was when we went to them talking about building two towers in Scarborough, 300 units total. They wanted us to build one at a time because they felt that 300 units was too much to bring on the market at one time. We said, there is an affordable housing issue in Toronto. They said, yeah, but we'd rather you do one at a time because it's a lot to lease out at once. That's going to cost us more money down the road building them at different times. We also had a mortgage on one of the properties, on the property we were looking at building a CMHC, and they had agreed to pay off the mortgage, but they wouldn't be able to do that until the mortgage was gone from the previous lender.
So, Eric, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to ask you some questions about that, but I'm going to open it up to the committee here.
Happy to answer.
And see if there's any questions for you.
Can I just say, I also didn't realize with the clerk's office that when I send my letter in, it had tell them that it could be made public, so I'm happy with it being made public. That's fine.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions for Eric? Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I do. Did you just say that you have, which address do you have 25% RGI units in?
23 Thunder Grove.
23 Thunder Grove. And how many, did you convert those or how did you?
No, that's a new building we just built in 2021.
So you were allotted?
186 units.
Pardon me?
186 unit building we built in 2000.
And how many are RGI?
With 25%. Oh, through that city housing benefits program.
Okay, 25% RGI. And I see that Dell is your contract.
Property manager.
Are you associated in any way with Tridell?
No.
Because Dell is their own.
Yeah, they're our property manager.
Okay, they're your property manager. So and how many, do you recall, just remind me, and I will be asking staff, on the Merton Street, how many units that one was?
I believe it's around 200, but I could be mistaken. And that's about 25% affordable, and the rest are market price.
Okay, that's, our sites are 30-30. 30, but anyway, okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Turn it back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for coming in today. Could you just briefly explain, the role and the importance of CMHC funding for affordable housing?
So they're a critical part of affordable housing in that they are able to provide significant funding at quite reasonable costs. The program we built on back in the 1980s was a very different one from CMHC, where they actually capped the mortgage rates, the interest rates at that time, and anything above that they subsidized, which isn't what they're doing now. As I said, the building we built in 2021, we financed part of it privately through First National, actually, and part of it through CMHC because they wouldn't finance the entire project. But the project we're on now, they're looking at financing the entire thing. So it's very difficult to get private funding for these types of projects, partly because as a nonprofit, there's sort of banks aren't necessarily happy to loan us money because there's sort of nobody at the end of the day to hold responsible, and they don't want to take over a affordable housing building if anything happened there. So it does open up a lot of opportunities that would otherwise exist. Yes.
Thanks. So it's fair to say that without CMHC funding, a lot of the projects that you've done, like 23 Thunder Grove, would not be viable.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Can you just explain further, just to add some color as to, you sort of alluded to, you gave a more credible bid when you sort of bid on these projects, whereas other developers have maybe gone in with more dubious claims and then have had to change the project scope as, reality hits or the math didn't add up. Can you just expand upon that?
Well, we put forward the bid that looked at, built-in interest rate increases, that built-in contingencies that we still think would work going forward. But as I follow sort of what's going on with housing now, just out of it as an interested citizen now that we're not going ahead with any of the projects, I see none of them progressing very quickly, and a number of them coming back to housing secretary, back to council, back to this committee for breaks here and there on different pieces. And so, as I said, if we had sort of known there was an opportunity after the fact, we might have bid differently. That might have put us in a better position.
But I think you would agree that changing the bid after the fact and after the scope, it's not really advantageous to building housing quickly.
No, and especially if you're going to have to go back and rezone, who knows how long that takes. And yeah, it's not going to speed things up. That's for sure. Like I said, nothing's started digging yet that I can see.
Thank you. And just one final quick question. Just what are some of the advantages, in your opinion, of using smaller developers versus larger ones for these Housing Now sites?
So like I said, we were approached by some developers, both for the Merton Street project and some other projects we bid on, and also for some other projects where developers wanted a sort of a figurehead to go forward with some kind of affordable housing. And we just didn't feel we had enough control to be able to develop the buildings that we think tenants need. And we also think that we look at things like operating costs down the road. We're not going to build and walk away from it. We're the ones that are operating it. So we're looking at what are the best ways to operate it. As a matter of fact, this morning we were meeting with, we took our mechanical engineer, we took our architect and our builder to meet with some other buildings where they just put in a different type of heating system than we were looking at originally. And this one is less costly, and the operating costs down the road are less as well. So we're now looking at changing that in our buildings. So we're looking at the best ways we can save money, and by putting an RFP for the best builder we can find, we get them competing on cost as well, and we found that works well for us. Like I said, the previous building, through COVID, we completed it on budget and on time, and I don't think had we been working sort of that way, the developer would have given the priorities that we think we had.
Well, good, Councillor Myers. Okay, thank you. Just a couple questions from me. Could you just take us through the two towers piece? You mentioned the financing on one and not the second.
Yeah, so
300 units, too much saturation in the market.
Yeah, so it's schools.
And sorry, and I know I cut you off. So what I was actually interested in is understanding the implications for your project of having to go through a second round of trying to get financing on the project, and what is the cost impact to those affordable units when you have to do that?
So I said our original plan was to build the two towers at the same time. One's about 200 units, the other one's about 110. And it's at, like I said, Sewell's Road, Sewell's and Brennan Way in Scarborough. And when we first went to CMHC about the funding, the business case worked for both buildings. But I said they told us that they didn't feel there was a market for 300 units in Scarborough. So they'd rather have us build one, complete it, and then come back and build the second one. We negotiated with them about starting one, and then as that was under construction, starting the second one potentially, so that they would be sort of phased in, which they were interested in doing. So it's going to raise our costs for us. So our original plan was to, for example, have all the infrastructure on the roof of one building, the larger building, and so pay for that, and then not need it on the second building to share the infrastructure. By now building one and then the other, we're going to have to separate that stuff out, so it's going to cost us more that way. Just getting the builders to sort of structure it for one and then start the second one, it's going to cost us more money. And we lose some of the economies of scale of building two buildings at the same time as well. They also had a problem because CMHC didn't tell us this originally, but so we finalized the funding for the first building. We started talking about the second building, which we're now including with the city's rapid housing initiative that went in recently to CMHC. They've included a second building there to try to push along that way. CMHC came back to us and said, well, we've mortgaged the entire property with the first building. When you want to find a second building now, we can't finance it because there's already a mortgage on the property. We said, no, that's CMHC's mortgage though. They said, yes, that's our mortgage, but we can't put another mortgage on a property that's already mortgaged, even though it's our own mortgage, which was like getting us to think, what are these people talking about? So it may come down to us actually having to lease the property to our other corporation, which will cost us legal fees and everything else, in order to allow CMHC to put a second mortgage on that property, which is still hard for us to understand. As well, because they said we had a mortgage from the bank that we'd used when we bought the property, and CMHC had agreed that they would pay off that mortgage out of the first draw, but they said they can't give us the first draw until that mortgage is gone. We said, well, we can't get rid of that mortgage till you make the payment. And the bank said, we're not going to take the mortgage off till we get the money. Again, we had to spend a few $1,000s in legal fees to get their lawyers, the bank's lawyers, and our lawyer all working together to find a way where they could actually do that. And I don't know if you ever refinance your house, but that's what happens. You know, the new lender pays off the old lender, and then they put their mortgage on it. CMHC wouldn't understand how that could work. They wouldn't put the mortgage on while there was still a mortgage on there. They wouldn't pay it off until it was gone. So that's cost us more money in legal fees as well.
I'm just watching my clock because I just have a couple seconds here.
And, there was one other point related to that.
Okay.
Mention.
You're very thorough.
That's it.
That's right. I'm on 5 minutes too. So my last question, I think probably, I wanted to talk about the tendering. And so how does a not-for-profit tender the construction of your new affordable housing buildings? Talk me through that.
So a couple of our board members, myself included, we actually were former provincial civil servants. So we're used to, we tender everything we do. So no, we put out a request for proposals to a number of builders with our plans of what we're doing for them to respond to, giving us, their experience, giving us what they've done in the affordable housing sector and their pricing. And then we select the one that we think works best. And then we negotiate with the price with them. And we do end up with a fixed price contract. So they take the risk on the building. So we have a fixed price contract. They guarantee that that's the most it will cost them. And actually, our other one came in below cost in the end. But we worked up to develop that fixed price, and then we convert the contract to a fixed price contract where they say take on the risk at that point of having to deliver for that cost.
So yours is fixed? And that's the point.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Harry, for being here. I think we're all good on questions. Thanks for your
right,
deputation.
thank you.
We will move on to our next speaker, our next deputant, which is Nico Zuko. Got the whole TMU squad here. It's good to see you again. So once you're all connected. They're students from Ryerson, TMU. Okay, when you're ready, we'll start the clock here, 5 minutes, and turn it over to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So my name is Nico Zuko, and myself, along with my teammates Lauren Shiga and Joshua Carls, we'll be presenting to you our affordable housing development concept for Short Street. We are actually recent graduates of Toronto Metropolitan University, and we worked on this project. It was a studio project with our client Housing Now TO, Mark Richardson. And what they do, I'm sure you're familiar with what they do, but they track the city's Housing Now sites, which Short Street is one of them, and kind of hold the city accountable to the progress on them and look at ideas, concepts on how we could develop these sites to reach the goal of affordable housing. So I will pass it over to Joshua, who will start showing you our concept.
Thank you, Nico. The subject site sits at the northwest corner of Dufferin Street and Eglinton Avenue West, in proximity of the new and upcoming Eglinton Crosstown LRT Fairbanks Station, in the overall neighborhood of Little Jamaica. The parcel is currently a Green Pea parking lot bisected by Short Street, and the City of Toronto has identified Green Pea Lot 663 to be a part of the Housing Now program pipeline list for further early due diligence work to deliver new affordable housing. As far as our records go, in 1947, the site was actually populated with post-war suburban detached dwellings, long before it was a parking lot. And Short Street was created to accommodate connections from Dufferin Street and Eglinton Avenue West. 1957, the Township of York Council unanimously passed a bylaw to close up Short Street, and by 1959, a vacant lot took its place. In 1981, the use has not changed from a parking lot as it is today. Fast forward to today, back in September, we conducted a site visit led by Mark Richardson from Housing Now TO, and it was clear that the site was not the best use, with maximum parking rates being only $8 a day. With the Legion members expressing interest in a deal to include their parcel in the project, I wanted to establish our two options that our following concepts were built on. Option one, we would pursue the Legion parcel, and although it does not add a significant amount of land, relatively speaking, it does make the parcel far more workable. We would of course need to build compensation into our cost and pro forma analysis. And option two, we develop the site as is. The Legion and its parcel would remain untouched. And just speaking to the nearby proposed developments within the intersection of Dufferin and Eglinton, we observed heights ranging from 8 to 41 stories, units between 154 and 446, and FSIs between 5.88 and 16.4. Also really important to note, similar to our site, the proposed tower at 632 Northcliffe Boulevard is not on the intersection, just like our site, nor is it on Arterial Road. However, it is a proposed height of 36 stories. And I'm just going to pass it over to Lauren.
Yep, so these are our unit rent assumptions for affordable units. These are rents sourced from the City of Toronto's definition using 2021 household incomes. Yep, the table here outlines the type of unit and corresponding rent for market rate units. These are rents sourced from the Toronto Regional Real Estate Board 2022 Q4 data for Toronto, and we have increased them by 2% to estimate their rents by 2027. Yeah, so based on data from December 2022, we have applied the City of Toronto's Open Door program to our site as a way of removing development cost charges for affordable units. So based on our research and our analysis of 4 site concepts, our recommendation is option 1, which is a 25-story tower and a 10-story mid-rise situated on both the Short Street and Legion parcels. The concept provides 378 units, with 1/3 being affordable and 2/3 market rate rentals, a GFA of 2,664 square meters, and an FSI of 4.3. The concept proposes a 12-meter separation between the buildings and an over-dedication of parkland that runs through the site center to promote pedestrian connectivity.
Yeah, so that is our concept. So that was a very condensed version, but the full presentation has been uploaded online on the city website. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much for that in your submissions. I see you have questions already from Councillor Nunziata. Councillor, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm very familiar with the site. That was the former City of York. So, GP. So when you talked about the Legion, I know that the Legion has been there for many years. I'm not even sure if that Legion is heritage or not. No. So what is the? It's not. It's not. No. Oh, okay. So what has the discussions been with the Legion? Are they willing to sell? Is that?
So we spoke to the Legion members, and they are willing to join in on the project, but of course they were looking for like fair compensation for the land, as well as they would be losing their community event space that that helps them generate income. So they would like to see something in the concept that would make up for that, whether that's like units that they own and manage, or like just a replacement of the.
So would they be asking, because I have another Legion in my ward, similar, would they be asking that you, once it's built, that you incorporate the Legion as part of, they can have space?
Yes.
Like,
so
where they provide what they're doing now, yeah? Yes. Okay, but would they not have to check with, I know Legions are not allowed to sell land or until they get permission from, I forget what it is, the Legion. It's an association, huh? Mm. The command, yeah. Because I know I have a few Legions in my ward that are going through the same thing. They need permission, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, even, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Over to Councillor Fletcher for questions.
Yeah, just to follow up, and thank you for your thoughtfulness on this presentation. I'm sure you had a great time doing it, shows. Just around the Legions, have you done a little work or understand all the complexities, if there are any, in Legions doing development, or how they would be part of a development if they had to get rid of their land? Obviously, they're not the sole owner, let me put it like that. There's special conditions there. Do you have an idea what those all are?
Yeah, I mean, so we did, well, the idea of bringing in the Legion, I think, was there were previous discussions between the city and the Legion before we were kind of brought on to doing this project. So yeah, knowing about those discussions, we took the opportunity to reach out to them and have a meeting with them, and kind of for us to learn from them what they wanted, but also a bit more of how logistically would work. And how like kind of the chain of command would work with them. But they did express their interest in, having like a one-to-one replacement, but also they were concerned about kind of what happens between, them closing down and then the new space opening, because that will probably take a few years. So that's
a pretty normal thing.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So that was considered.
What do you do with everybody? But the certain constraints on the Legion sites.
Yeah.
If you have an insight into all
kind of like the physical constraints?
Yeah, just the constraints on development. for a Legion site.
Right. So I guess it was our understanding that they would basically sell the land to us and it would get absorbed into the parcel. And it's not that much, it doesn't make the parcel that much bigger, but it's because it's such an irregular shape with kind of, it's backing onto a bunch of businesses and there's a church as well. So having that kind of corner lot from the Legion would kind of make it a more workable shape and allows us to pursue our first concept here, which assumes that the Legion has been included and with all the financial pro forma actually assumes this, the one-to-one space has been kind of incorporated as an amenity, for example. Yeah.
So basically what you're doing is you're setting up a development scenario for the site that would either be a standalone for the Green P or a second option, which would be the Green P plus the Legion.
Exactly.
And when you say our site, I don't think you're actually doing the development, although it might be something you could try. That would, but that this would be the scenario that you're suggesting for this site as a development plan.
Yes, that's correct.
Two options depending upon what the Legion wants to do or what they actually are allowed to do, which apparently is a constraint that I didn't realize was there, except Councillor Newman does. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, very good. Well, thank you for the deputation. That was great. Appreciate you doing that.
Very much. Thank you.
All right, moving along, and I'll just remind my council colleagues that we're gonna start getting close to bare quorum after 4:30, and if we're going into camera on this, that's gonna take quite a while, and we got a lot of depths. So this is Jiwei Song. Did I say that right? Oh, amazing. Sorry. Okay, great. Thanks for joining us. And this is U of T, and you'll have 5 minutes, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jiwei Song. I'm a fourth-year undergraduate student at U of T, and I'm a part of the 4-member multidisciplinary team for the affordable housing proposal at 101 Coxwell Avenue, and this is my co-teammate.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ke Yao. Hi, everyone. I'm Ke Yao Liu. I'm a fourth-year student studying in University of Toronto, specialized in architecture.
Yeah, so 101 Coxwell Avenue is currently located at a police station, 55 Division. And so our project mostly consists of 2 components. The first component is to conduct a background analysis to contextualize the issue, to provide political, economic, and social realities for our site. And then that background analysis would substantiate our design proposals. So in order to understand the issue as well as the site, we did both demographic and geographic analysis for our site. So we found the neighborhood to be relatively wealthy and have established transit systems, but it's relatively racially and ethnically homogeneous. And we also recognize the site borders, site boundaries, and existing establishments as well as upcoming development efforts. We also conducted policy analysis to understand the resources that are available to us, and these policies include 2017 National Housing Strategy and most recently Bill 23. And these background analysis really substantiate the design proposals going forward. And we also try to relate the housing challenge to other challenges confronting the City of Toronto in our planning criteria of social equity, environmental sustainability, as well as economic efficiency. So with the understanding of the site as well as the challenges, we propose affordable housing designs.
So the ultimate design proposed a mass timber residential complex comprising 232 units, including 78 affordable rental units and 154 market rate rental units. The design provides 4 unit types ranging from 1 to 4 bedrooms, tolerate the area's demographics, and their unit size follows the city's affordable housing design guidelines. The ground level urban program house commercial spaces such as cafe, retails, accessible to the public. The open public greenery space serves the community. The lobby connects to the amenity space on the second and third level, featuring a gym, collaborative study space, and meeting rooms. Next slide. The building offers 2 entrances on the west and south. The design incorporates a vehicle entrance accommodating vehicles' loading and drop-off needs. Also, more than 250 indoor and outdoor bike storages are designed for the tenants and visitors. Next slide, please. Those are the unit types and floor plans, and you can see the arrangement of units and the layout of the amenity spaces. Those are renders visualizing different programs in this intervention, showing how our team approached the creation of this socially responsible housing from social equity, economic feasibility, and environmental sustainability level. So from the social equity level, inclusive design is achieved by planning various unit types to accommodate various household needs. In addition, the community garden, open public space, retail space, and planned residential amenities encourage socialization and foster a sense of belonging and social cohesion among residents and surrounding neighbors. And from the economic feasibility aspect, the residential complex is designed with a simple timber frame structure that significantly reduced the construction cost. Also, the sustainable mass timber structure is a decision with environmental efficiency, which can be financially rewarded with more funding options. From the environmental sustainability level, the mass timber structure will reduce the project's overall carbon footprint. Additionally, the bike storage design encourages more eco-friendly transportation options, retain the original community garden, and design the site public space with landscaping such as lawn can add permeable surface to the site to reduce the urban heat island effect. So yeah, that's all from the design perspective. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for your deputation. That was great. Let's see if you have any questions for you. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
That's a very exciting site. And we always hoped it would be available. I'm not sure if you've heard that that's been removed as a site by the police, Toronto Police Service. Are you aware that they've taken that off? It's no longer going to be surplus.
What a downer, Paula.
Downer, sorry. They're great designs. We should look at where else you could put those. The police have decided to maintain their 2 locations in the East End rather than consolidate at one location north of there. So I think it's, I love your designs. I love your whole concept. I think it's great. And looking at so much affordable housing, that was always the concept for this site. And I'm as disappointed as you are. I was disappointed when I heard that's been taken off the affordable market, so to speak. And maybe, Councillor Bradford, I'm right. Unless they change their mind again, I don't know. They might. But so far, they changed it back from the original plan.
Well, it's very sad to hear because we recognize the need for affordable housing in Toronto, and we also, specifically for this site, I think like the relationship dynamics are very complicated because I think that this is really opportunity for reconciliation among so many different actors, like the marginalized groups, and we also recognize there are like nearby Aboriginal development, and I think that there has been like a tension between the police, the government, as well as the Aboriginal organization. And we thought like by proposing an affordable housing development, that could be a possibility for reconciliation, but it seems that that's not going to.
Oh, I think that will forward your slides over to the police service to say, here's what could have gone on that site if you maintained your original plan, because I really appreciate, I'm sure we all appreciate your concept and you're thinking so deeply about what should go on there. It's always been considered part of the cluster for affordable housing, but just last year, I can't remember when we heard that, they said they're not proceeding with that plan, which was very disappointing and means we can't realize a great project like the one you're showing us today, but keep that for another location, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for our deputants? All right, thanks very much. I don't know if that's super official. It's a great idea, good concept. Very good, thank
Oh,
you.
I think it's super, well, let's try to make it as a,
Yeah, okay.
let's try to change their minds.
All right,
Yeah.
very good. We have one more deputant on this item. Thank you for joining us. I'll reset the clock and turn it over to Mark Richardson.
Saunders will reconsider the use of those lands. All right. Can everybody see that slide? Okay, perfect. All right, councillors, my name is Mark Richardson. I am the technical lead with the HousingNowTO.com project volunteers. The students that have spoken to you earlier today are students that our volunteers have worked with over the last couple of years. You saw 2 student projects today. We actually submitted 4 projects that have been completed, all on Housing Now pipeline sites. And sites that, as far as is on the official record, are still sites that are part of the Housing Now pipeline. Those police stations have not been removed. If that's going to happen, maybe somebody could make that part of the official record so that we are only spending our time on sites that are available. In addition, there's about 8 or 9 police stations around the city that look exactly like that one. You can take the U of T design and drop it anywhere. So on to our deputation about this item. Volunteers from our HousingNowTO.com Civic Tech and Open Data Project have reviewed the report from the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat on the problems and challenges that have hampered the City of Toronto's Housing Now initiative since it was first announced more than 4 years ago in December 2018. It is over 1,600 days since the Housing Now program was announced by Mayor Tory. The unexpected COVID impacts on supply chain and construction costs have made the viability numbers on affordable rental targets on all 21 transit-oriented sites very difficult to accomplish. In addition, the rapid climb in the Bank of Canada's interest rates, on CMHC interest rates on construction loans, which is something that Eric spoke to earlier, have seriously impacted the baseline financial assumptions that were used to validate the Phase 1 sites when they went out to RFP. I don't know how well the color is on the projector there, but the red line is the 2% line. Below 2% construction loans, these Phase 1 sites make sense. At 4.5%, they don't make sense anymore. If Chrystia Freeland's listening to this deputation, start cutting discount loans again, and we can start building affordable housing in Toronto. However, it would be unreasonable to lay all of the blame for the city's failure to break ground on any of the Phase 1 sites over the last 4 years solely upon the fickle nature of the housing financial markets and the unanticipated global pandemic. In August of 2019, in the first few months of the Housing Now program, the Globe and Mail reported, as the City of Toronto moves ahead with plans to develop affordable housing on 11 city-owned land parcels, a group of local activists, yes, that was us, is warning that 3 of the 4 initial site proposals are not dense enough to make financial sense and risk never being built. 4 years later, where are we on that site at Warden? Just a month later, in September 2019, the Toronto Star asked a similar question. Are the City of Toronto's Housing Now plans for Scarborough too small? More density is needed to ensure 99-year term, says a group criticizing Mayor John Tory's Housing Now initiative. We weren't really criticizing, we were more sort of soul coaching, personal trainering the program, because if you want to reach a target, you have to do the hard things to get to your target. The 11 Housing Now original sites in Phase 1 were all unreasonably burdened with dogmatic deference to the legacy neighborhood-based city planning policy and practices that treated the actual successful delivery of new affordable housing rental units in new developments as an afterthought, as a nice to have, as a generally low priority within the myriad of overlapping and conflicting city planning policies and guidelines that exist within City Hall, and particularly in each individual council district. Our volunteers have worked over the last 4 years to encourage the city to increase the proposed height and density on almost all of your Housing Now sites and to improve the financial viability of the individual projects by removing parking minimums, relaxing heritage and urban design constraints on individual sites. On average, the height and density of Phase 1 sites from your original 2018 numbers has increased by 30 to 40%. On another Phase 1 site, the December 2018 plan for a 7-story building with just 70 units of housing is now planned to be 3.5 times as dense as a 25-story, 240-unit building above a brand-new LRT station. That should have been the number you started with in 2018, not 7 stories and 70 units. We're tight for time, so if Toronto wants to achieve your 2030 affordable housing targets within this decade, then we would encourage you all to focus your attention on these 3 questions. That are the questions that determine the success or failure of every new affordable housing development in Toronto, as Eric can attest to. The 3 questions are, does it pencil? Does it make financial sense to build this? Does it scale? Can I go from 400 to 4,000 in this unit? And how can we speed up delivery? Our volunteers have been incredibly fortunate to develop detailed affordable housing site viability projects with the U of T and Toronto School of Cities, and at the University of Metropolitan Toronto's School of Urban and Regional Planning. We provided those to Create TO. We've met with Create TO with the students, and we've provided them to council as a public document. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions that the committee or city staff may have on transit-oriented affordable housing development best practices in the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Well, let's see if you have any questions. Any questions from the committee? Oh, lots of hands going up. We'll start with Councillor Nunziata and then over to Councillor Myers.
So thank you for your deputation. So as far as building and increasing the number of affordable housing, that what we should be looking at in some of these applications that come in for all affordable housing is height and density in order for them to financially build.
Height, density, and floor plate.
Right.
How much GFA do you create?
Yeah, and so that's very important if you want to achieve the number of affordable housing units.
I deputed remotely this morning on the site at Bloor-Kipling, and we submitted a letter on that. You made that project work by adding more height, adding more units, adding more density. There's a number of things that we would advise the city to relax by default if it is an affordable housing project. The 750 square meter floor plate needs to go. Height and density considerations, you need the students project from School of Cities, that mass timber 12-story box violates all kinds of city urban design guidelines. You've got an item later on today about green building standards. You want green buildings? Green buildings are big chunky boxes made out of wood. They're not Mayan pyramids, which is what the urban design guidelines require. You have to make choices, you have to make priorities. I know you've got an affordable housing development in your ward that I think the affordable housing developer is asking for 19 or 20 floors, and city's saying anything over 12 is irresponsible, and that's 100% affordable they're trying to make happen. But like,
I know.
You have to make choices.
Financially, they can't afford it.
The choices about affordable housing, you need to work, as Eric said, you have to work this problem backwards. I want to create 100% affordable housing. How do I make the built form math work to deliver that within the provincial and federal financial constraints we have today? If people want to show up with billions of dollars for net new affordable housing spending, we can do all kinds of stuff. But with the programs that are available right now, I think CMHC is only offering $25,000 a door for co-investment right now, whereas like 18 months ago it was like $150,000 or $160,000 a door. I can double check that with Eric, but like, you have to build for what the funding models will allow. You want 100% affordable rental, you need to throw out a whole bunch of city planning and urban design guidelines, which are treated like they're cast in stone.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you. Through the chair, Just for background, what was the city's response when they were confronted that these numbers were possible that they could not work for the 3 sites initially proposed for housing now?
There are all sorts of responses. There were the responses from people in the affordable housing world who said, yeah, but it's city planning and it's the local councillor, what are you going to do? There were councillors up in North York who were fighting about parking lots and retaining 100% of $5 a day TTC parking lots. We had that dumb fight for a year. We talked this morning about how 400 parking spaces is $12 million in cost. There were people within city planning. There were people within the mayor's office who knew what these problems were and agreed with what these problems were, but it would mean organizationally admitting some of the things that you spent the last decade doing. The tower guidelines came in 2013. Some of the urban design guidelines came in mid-rise, I think 2010, that maybe you got a little over-eager, or maybe you created those policies without any sense of you might want to get back into the affordable housing business a decade later, and now you're stuck living with rules that don't let affordable housing work. And this is no criticism to the work that the city planners do. City planning's focus for decades, like we stopped building affordable housing in the 1980s, 1990s. All the planning policy that came after that was about getting a couple of affordable housing units out of a private sector developer. It was never about the city getting back into the business of building large developments with 30+% of their units as affordable rental for 99 years. It's just a challenge. There's definitely been a big change. We can see it in the phase 2 and the phase 3 sites. But those phase 1 sites, those first numbers that came out in December 2018 were an absolute joke. A station, a brand new LRT station connecting to the subway so the subway up to Vaughan was $9 million. The Eglinton Crosstown is $10 billion. So, $20 billion intersection in Forest Hill, somebody said that should be a 7-story, 70-unit building in 2018. Where did that number come from? Somebody picked that number because it conformed to the current planning policy for Forest Hill, and somebody adjacent to the site had a backyard swimming pool. That can't be our priority in 2023.
Thank you. Do you have specific examples of how our building guidelines prevent us from building the affordable housing that we need at scale?
Yes. There's a project, Birchmount Green, is it called? It's an open doors project, Birchmount and Lawrence. It's for the March of Dimes and Mosaic, and because it requires special needs and accessibility, you need to have wider hallways, bigger bathrooms and everything. It's a very simple, I think, 15-story box of a building, and I think the floor plate is well over 750 square meters. It may be close to 1,000 square meters to accommodate what they need. I can build that at Birchmount and Lawrence because there aren't active residents associations in the neighborhood, and there's not a lot of pushback on it. I couldn't build it at Yonge and Eglinton. Well, I wouldn't build it at Yonge and Eglinton, but maybe I'd build it in Leaside, and Leaside would lose their minds, and the local councillor would lose their mind. And the local planner would back the local councillor and the local neighborhood people. So take that Birchmount Green building and photocopy it and build 25 more of them around the city.
Great, thank you.
All right, any additional questions for Mr. Richardson? All right, entertaining deputation as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. That's it for our deputants on this item. That's everyone? Yes. All right. So we're going to move it into questions. We're doing questions of staff now. We have outside councillors as well. I think we are going to need to go in camera for this. Do we want to do public questions first? Okay, public questions. So we'll start with public questions. I see that we are joined by 2 colleagues from outside committee. Councillor Perruzza is here and Councillor Bravo are here. Thank you for joining us. It sounds like Councillor Perruzza has some questions, so we'll start with you.
Just want to just better understand the sort of the housing now. So as I understood it, initially now it's 21 sites, but it was 17 sites. And out of the 17 sites, the phase one, if my memory serves, you expected out of those 17 sites to generate, I believe, around 3,700 what you deem to be affordable housing units. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's right.
So the phase one, 3,700 units. And just describe briefly what the affordability ranges for those 3,700 units would be.
So we have been looking at, so through the chair, we have targeted 80% of the area market rent as an average for those sites.
Okay.
For the affordable.
And the phase two, I'm assuming the phase two builds it out to the 21 site. That was supposed to generate somewhere in the neighborhood of about 600 further units, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And also we have phase three sites.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I read your report correctly, so for land values somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.3 billion, plus other incentives such as, I guess back then it would have been DC charges, property taxes, lower interest loans, and so on. You generate 3,700 plus the 600 units, some 4,300 units of housing, correct?
Through the chair, the 1.3 billion is the value of all of the land for the current, all of phase three sites and the pipeline sites.
Yeah.
I understand, plus the value of the incentives
Okay.
that are offered. There are no loans offered as part of that incentive.
Yeah, because I've never really seen a money value attributed to that it would include things like bonusing, that would include Section 37, that would include, sort of soft services that the city attaches to this. These were like, all I've ever seen is sort of the hard numbers related to this. That's correct, right? Those other numbers have never been produced, not really, right?
Through the chair, Council, I'm not 100% sure which other numbers you're referring to. There are a number of other types of spaces in these buildings. It's not just residential space. We do have community space, et cetera, in the building. So I'm not sure if it's the operating dollars for those spaces that you're referring to.
Okay. Well, I guess so that was then. Now with the obviously, whatever the bill was that has reduced the development charges, I don't know, was it Bill 23? Is it Bill 23? Right. So with the impacts of Bill 23, what does the 3,700 projected number come down to?
Through the chair.
Unless there's offsetting, unless the provincial government decides to give us the money, the equivalent amounts in DC monies to be able to pass on to developers. I'm assuming that's the way this is written, right?
Through the chair, we're proposing through this report, to increase the investment that the city is making to see these projects come to fruition. An amount of that investment is contingent on being made whole through Bill 23, as you correctly identify. At this point, we have not projected that. We're projecting to move ahead with the number of affordable housing projects and units that were in the original Housing Now program, and this is the pathway that we're recommending committee and council follow. Should we not be made whole through that process, we will have to revisit the program more substantially and report back to council with the full implications of what that looks like.
But you don't have any sense of if, for example, those monies were not made whole and we don't have the DC call it credit available, then what happens to this 3,700 number? Like, what does that come down to?
Through the chair, I would highlight also, Councillor, that it's not just the 3,700 units at risk. The city currently has
No, I understand the whole thing is at risk, yeah, I got that.
Risk.
But I'm just referring specifically to this one. I understand that part.
I don't have I would say that almost all of the units through the Housing Now program are at risk moving forward if we're not able to find additional resources to support them.
So what happens to the deals that you've almost signed?
So through the chair, we've identified 3 projects in this report. You'll see these are deals that we're recommending we move ahead with. Much of the information related to that is included in the confidential attachment, so I can't go into details. If you have further questions about that, maybe we could do that in a closed session.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Perruzza. Nope, okay. We will move into no other public questions. All right, no other public questions, and we're going to move and recess this. Councillor Fletcher, who just stepped out, but I imagine by the time we clear the room. So, okay, actually, all right. Councillor Malik has some Okay. Well, so questions of staff and public here on this. Councillor Malik.
My question, I think it's clear that we commend this program, but it's seriously worrying to see how dramatically the province's Bill 23 has impacted our goals. Can you share with us how much of a funding shortfall Bill 23 has created?
Through the chair, for housing specifically, we're now seeing a $1.2 billion hole in our 10-year forecast for revenue. But there are other revenues that are affected by Bill 23 as well.
So the province has stated it would cover funding shortfalls as a result of Bill 23. Have we seen any action in this regard?
Through the chair, I'm aware that discussions are underway regarding a provincial audit, and that subject to the outcome of that audit, the province will consider the outcomes and have indicated that their indication that they would make us whole would be based on the outcome of that audit. But I don't have any further details for you of what's included in that audit at this time.
So while Council is often discussing concerns related to Bill 23 and the province's increased control over development in our city, the federal government has housing goals in place, such as the Supply Action Plan. Has that funding been made available?
Through the chair, Councillor, we have seen the recent launch of the Housing Accelerator program, and the city we are hard at work right now putting together a business case and investment plan for that funding, which is due in mid-June. So depending on the outcome of that, we may see an increased amount of money coming to the City of Toronto, and we'll be reporting back to Council on that application and the outcome of it.
Okay, and my final question is just about, if other levels of government involved don't actually step up, the city needs to take a leadership role to push Housing Now forward. What additional steps are needed to get these projects across the finish line?
Through the chair, Councillor, I think as a city staff team, we've tried in this report to outline the clear steps that we feel are necessary to maintain the commitment towards the number of affordable housing units that this program originally anticipated. And we're identifying that pathway as being contingent on the other levels of government supporting us. We have never said, either through the consultation or the 10-year plan that we have, that this is a problem that the city can solve on its own, and we continue to act in partnership with those other levels of government, and it's absolutely necessary that they come to the table to support our leadership efforts. And like I said, should we be in a position later this year where we have hard choices to make, we'll be back to council to have those discussions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to ask some questions of Creatio and the Housing Secretariat. I'll start with Create. Vic Gupta, is the Creatio board supportive of the plan that is in front of us today?
Yeah, the Creatio board had a presentation. The Creatio staff have been involved with the Housing Secretariat in providing some recommendations and advice around potential path forward, and the report that the Housing Secretary prepared was presented to the Creatio board just earlier this week, and the Creatio board indicated through me that they are supportive of the recommendations in the report.
Okay, and what risks would be presented to these sites if we did not move this forward with council approval next month?
Well, I think as Abby has pointed out, if we believe that this is the best path forward to bring the sites that are outlined in confidential attachment to a market offering and to construction. If council doesn't proceed with it, then I think we have to go back to the drawing board in terms of how best to move these sites forward. We clearly know that with a combination of construction cost escalation, interest rate escalation, there is a funding gap to try to bring these sites, bring the level of affordability and the depth of affordability we're looking for forward. So I think we'd have to go back to the drawing board.
If speed in bringing these projects forward is the goal, and with that in mind, what do you think would get housing built in Toronto, affordable housing, faster? Is it using the Housing Now model where we're collaborating with the not-for-profit and private sector to bring those units forward, or would it be going back and setting up a brand new city-run developer?
Well, I think, ultimately this would be a council decision to make. I think we believe that the model that we've proposed with the Housing Secretariat, with Housing Now, provides the best opportunity to bring housing to bear faster with the lowest level of risk, financial risk to the city. The benefit of Housing Now is that we basically prescribe the level of affordability, the building envelope, and we really pass the risk on to the development community. I think the challenge that we would see in terms of trying to build this out is it's something we haven't done in some time. We're not in the high-rise development business here at the city. We do have smaller developments, so we have some capacity to develop. But I think the biggest issue would be both the financial risk and the time around building the capacity to deliver these units. I think we would estimate that you would be looking at about a $500,000 cost per unit to build. So if you can just run simple numbers, you'd be talking about billions of dollars of city investment to build it ourselves, and then you'd have issues around operators and so on. So it's doable. It's complex. We think the model we have in front of us is the right model.
Okay, thanks very much. Over to the Housing Secretariat. We've heard a lot about CMHC. Eric was speaking about the challenges with that today, and those are not challenges that are foreign to the City of Toronto either. The report includes a recommendation that CMHC double its per-door subsidy for the projects that are applying through funding through the co-investment fund. Why? Doubling sounds like quite a gap. Why is there such a stark gap between CMHC provides and what's actually required to deliver affordable homes in Toronto?
To you, Chair, the National Housing Strategy programs, as I understand it, were based on kind of estimated averages across Canada. And the City of Toronto right now is one of the most expensive places to build anything. And so affordable housing still costs what it costs to build. I mean, we've talked about possible ways to make that cheaper in terms of the type of build, but you still need to get the private sector out with trades, sourcing materials. We've seen 20% plus increase in construction prices year on year since 2019. And I think the National Housing Strategy programs have not taken into account geographical differences across Canada that now are now very stark. They perhaps weren't as stark, certainly when the National Housing Strategy was created, and not even just prior to the pandemic. But in the last 3 years, those differences have become very, very clear.
So let me zero in on that with my remaining time. Housing Now program first announced December 2018. When did we realize and convey to CMHC that program changes would be required in order to deliver Housing Now, like in the Toronto context, exactly what you're talking about? And what has CMHC's response been to date as we've articulated that the program needs to change?
To you, Chair, we've been talking in depth with CMHC throughout our attempts to get Housing Now sites in construction. So that's since the inception of the program. I would say as the sites went to market, as proponents came on board, the frequency of those discussions has increased significantly. And I would say over the last year and a half especially, we've been in, extremely detailed and very regular conversations at a site-specific level, trying to really figure out how we can increase the equity in these projects. The amount of money that can be borrowed is somewhat limited, and we really need to see more equity in these projects. And that has really prevented a number of the proponents moving forward to secure their financing from CMHC. So we've been in very detailed discussions. Many of the things that are included in this report, in fact, all of the things we have talked repeatedly to CMHC about, and there are a number of them that they're interested in working with us on, and some of them that don't really meet their risk appetite at this point.
Okay. I'm out of time, but we'll come back to that at council. Thanks very much, Abby. Any other public questions? Okay, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I think the recommendations in the Housing Now progress report are really strong. I just had some questions. So recommendation 13, City Council requests the ED Housing Secretariat in consultation with the Chief Executive Officer CIHA to look at opportunities to enhance accessibility and include more universal design features in affordable and market rental units at Housing Now sites. Just so I know, and I'm asking this in my capacity as chair of the Accessibility Committee, why aren't sort of universal features sort of built in as the default option in our Housing Now sites?
Through the chair, we have had, since its inception, targets around accessible features and accessible design. That has certainly been included. But we also have a working group, a committee that we've been working on that was struck in the last cycle of council, and we've been working with that group to improve the kind of policy context on Housing Now. And so we're trying to take some of their recommendations and improve the outcomes that we see through Housing Now. So that's very much a work in progress, and we're learning from that group about how to improve and increase universal design features, not just the direct accessibility features that we see in individual units.
Thank you. So is it, and I'm just trying to figure out, like, why isn't that already included? Like, all of these units have to be universally designed because we serve a large community and a lot of people have different needs, and it creates costs if we're sort of trying to tailor make individual units here and there to meet certain needs, rather than just sort of having as a universal basic design that these units should all be accessible, whether they're market or rental, because this is city land.
Through the chair, I think what you're seeing here is our attempt to continue to iterate and learn. Like, we certainly have had universal design features, but we're hearing from the community that there are more people using different types of accessibility, not just walkers, but, scooters and kind of motorized accessible, I don't want to say vehicles, but motorized supports, and that has changed, or is changing, our understanding about what may be needed in terms of universal and accessible design. So we're trying to maintain that dialogue with community and make sure that we've highlighted here that it remains a priority, as you say, for our design on city sites.
Thank you. And just to go to recommendation number 25, City Council requests the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario to support the delivery of purpose-built, affordable and market rental housing on Housing Now sites and other projects in Toronto by waiving their respective portions of HST/GST on new affordable rentals and deferring HST/GST on market rental units, interest-free and repayable after the first 10 years following occupancy of these projects. I think both are very much needed. I'm just curious if there's been any thought to waiving the land transfer tax on conversions from developers to affordable housing units. So I'm looking at an example of, if I was a developer, I bought a single-family home unit for $1 million, and I converted it to 4 affordable units, each selling them for, I don't know, $400,000. In theory, the city would make back whatever they lost by waiving that on the land transfer tax by selling each of the 4 units for $400,000. So the city would not be out any money. It wouldn't obviously get as much money as if we had charged the developer the initial land transfer tax. But is this something that the city has looked at or considered as a way to avoid the developer then passing those costs along to the buyers of the affordable units?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, so the land transfer tax is an important revenue tool for the city. We haven't done any real analysis about that and how it could be used in this context. I would highlight, though, that this report does actually recommend kind of increased investment and the city taking a stronger leadership role. But for something specific, like a change to that revenue tool, then we would need to do more work on the implications for the broader city revenues.
Thank you. And one final quick question. So 26 has great recommendations for CMHC. One of the major impediments for people trying to purchase real estate in the City of Toronto is the requirement for a 20% down payment, which is unattainable for most Torontonians. Is there any appetite or move to look at lowering that threshold for Torontonians to something that's perhaps more achievable, like 10%?
Last question.
Through the chair, the recommendations that you see here are really all focused around the delivery of affordable rental rather than homeownership or increasing access to homeownership. However, we do have a report later this year where we'll be reviewing our own affordable homeownership policies and programs, and we can certainly speak to CMHC about the incentive package that they offer currently for Torontonians to buy housing in the city. So I think we'll have more to say on that later in the cycle. Thank you.
Very good. So I think that's it for questions in public. So with that, I am going to move us into camera. The Planning and Housing Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to consider a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the City of Toronto, to consider a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instructions to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the City of Toronto, and to consider financial information supplied in confidence to the City of Toronto and Creatio, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations. Yeah, I just read it. Yeah, very good. So we'll clear the room and, pardon me? All those in favor? Carried. We'll see everybody back shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. The Planning and Housing Committee is now going into closed session. Anyone that is not needed in the closed session, please disconnect yourself from the meeting if you're online. Your login information will be useful to you to log back in once we go in public session. If you wish to address the committee after the closed session, please log back in and follow us on YouTube. We will let you know when the session restarts on YouTube and on the meeting monitor at toronto.ca/council. Could members of the Planning and Housing Committee please report to Committee Room 1 or join the meeting for quorum, please?
Okay, thank you. So we're back. I did that already. So this is the balance of PH 3.6. And are there any speakers? Very good. All right. Well, then we will just need a motion to adopt. Motioned. All in favor? All right, that carries. Yep. So, so now we're on to the soup du jour, our 2:30 item. 3.16, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, multiplex study, final report. So I need to move a motion, and I've flagged this for some folks. Right, it's a motion? Yeah. Because of the time, and because, as you can see, we are at bare quorum, we are going to limit deputations to 3 minutes instead of 5 minutes, 3 minutes. But I would encourage everybody to submit written correspondence if you so desire on the item, and then that will be included in the correspondence that goes to council, so everybody sees it when we take this to council in a few weeks. So 3-minute deputations, because we got a lot, and we are holding down the fort at bare quorum here. But then we will we'll take that correspondence that you submit and take it to council for everybody.
So please give us a gold star for being here, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, doing our jobs. Very good. Everyone in favor of the motion? Okay, very good, that carries. And so we have a presentation from staff, and then we will go to deputations, and then we will bring it into committee. So with that, we'll turn it over to the EHON team.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Bradford. So my name is Philip Parker, and I'm joined by my colleague Melanie Melnick. We are project managers in city planning, and we're the co-leads of the Multiplex study team. So we're here today to present our final recommendation report for multiplexes, which includes an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to permit multiplexes citywide. This presentation will highlight the key aspects of the proposal and a little bit about how we got to our recommendations. But we'd like to start by talking about multiplexes and recognizing that they're a part of Toronto's history. Multiplexes have been housing Torontonians for over a century in neighborhoods such as Long Branch, Rosedale, Deer Park, and the beaches. They're a flexible form of housing which allowed neighborhoods to evolve as their demographics change. And they come in a variety of styles and ages. So they can be everything from converted single detached homes, contemporary new builds, or something in between. And we've highlighted some examples of multiplexes on the bottom of the screen to show the diversity of this housing type. And a little bit about for the why. Why is the city expanding housing options in neighborhoods? Well, despite that legacy of multiplex housing in many parts of Toronto, 70% of Toronto's residential zoning only permits single detached homes to be built. And of course, now they're also allowed secondary laneway and garden suites where applicable. But multiplexes are one part of the larger expanding housing options in neighborhoods project, which is aiming to permit missing middle housing options in Toronto's low-rise neighborhoods. We also recognize that smoothing out the city's growth patterns through the gradual construction of multiplexes can address sustainability, climate adaptation, equity, and neighborhood vitality. And speaking a little bit to the adding ground-related housing options aim of this project, we know that Toronto is producing a lot of mid and high-rise units, but we're not really producing a lot of these ground-related units. And in fact, we know that we have a projected need of about 42,000 low-rise homes that we are not on track to meet. So multiplexes can really help for us to achieve that goal. They can help to stabilize population in neighborhoods experiencing decline. They can provide space for larger families and households. They can allow residents to age in place in their existing neighborhoods, and they can create more housing accessible to existing amenities like parks, shopping, schools, and community centers. And now Melanie is going to go into a bit about the proposal.
Okay, great, thanks. So the main focus of our proposal is to permit duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in all neighborhoods citywide, as shown in yellow on the map. And for clarity, that means that there would be permissions for up to 4 units in the main building, and we're permitted by existing regulations a potential 5th unit in the form of a garden or laneway suite. Throughout our study, we heard that simply permitting multiplexes wasn't enough, and while we've largely worked within the existing zoning envelopes, it became clear that we needed to adjust some of our built form standards to make sure that multiplexes are feasible to be built. And first step is to harmonize standards for multiplexes with those of single detached houses, where they were currently more restrictive for multiplexes. And we're also proposing to incentivize additional units by allowing more flexible standards for multiplexes, such as additional building depth permissions on deep lots, removing floor space index regulations, and permitting at least 3 stories citywide. So a bit more detail on the last point. Our design work and our consultations have indicated that in order to build a multiplex with adequate living space for its inhabitants, it's important to have a permission to build at least 3 stories. And to allow for that permission citywide, we're proposing to remove the regulation of story limits and regulate height only by number of meters. And where the existing height permissions are less than 10 meters, as shown in pink on the map on your screen, we're proposing to increase the permissions to 10 meters for multiplexes. Where the existing permissions are 10 meters or more, in the 62% or so of the city that's shown in blue on the map, we're proposing to maintain those height permissions. In some cases, a 4th story may be possible to build if the existing height limit allows it. Typically, 11 or 12 meters is required. So we performed an analysis of common variances, we did some design testing and consultation, and indicated through all of this that the floor space index regulations are a common barrier to the construction of multiplexes. So to allow for more flexibility in their design, we're proposing to exempt multiplexes from FSI regulations. Currently, only about 37% of properties in the city that have residential zoning is regulated with FSI, and elsewhere the building footprint is generally governed by lot coverage. Meanwhile, the size of multiplex buildings will continue to be regulated by the other built form standards that form the zoning envelope. Recognizing this is a new idea in many parts of the city, our recommendations include a 30-month monitoring program. By tracking building permit, tree permit, and committee of adjustment and other data, we can assess the uptake for this type of construction, understand how many net new units are being created and where, and also determine any impacts on local infrastructure and identify any remaining barriers that may require further amendments.
Okay, moving into a little bit about our consultation. We did 2 major rounds of consultation, the first in 2021 and 2022, which was really trying to gauge the interest for multiplexes citywide. And we did hear overwhelming feedback from our online survey and consultations that there was support for extending permissions for multiplexes citywide. That led us to our second round of consultation after we had formulated some policy and zoning proposals. And that round of consultation happened earlier this year when we posted our draft proposals online on February 9th, 2023. We did promote our policies and our consultation in print and social media. So there was an ad in the Toronto Star and as well as social media promoted posts. And in addition to the surveys, we had a series of meetings both in 2021, 2022, and 2023 with the public, in citywide district and ward-based meetings. We had industry and stakeholder panels and working groups. We received a lot of emails from the public and from members of our stakeholder working groups. And we even did 4 walking tours to have a COVID-safe in-person engagement. Given that most of our project did happen during the pandemic, we wanted to make sure there was at least a few opportunities to engage in person. Our public survey on our technical amendments from this February was posted, and these are some of the highlights of the responses from that survey. So 87% of people in the survey respondents supported amending zoning to permit multiplexes citywide. 82% supported higher building heights for multiplexes, 64% supported alternative policies for multiplexes, and 59% agreed that multiplex construction should not destroy or injure trees. And one theme that we heard consistently was that the floor space index regulations represented a large barrier to multiplex construction and should be eliminated in favor of form-based zoning. Our own design testing did confirm this assertion, and both of these led to our final proposal, which would eliminate FSI requirements in the 37% of the city where they apply, as only for multiplexes. And finally, I just want to bring it back to the reason why we are pushing for multiplexes citywide, and that's because it is flexible housing for a diverse city. So we're looking for more equitable access to housing types citywide, and ultimately the multiplex housing proposal is about making space for people to stay in their familiar neighborhoods as they age, space for larger families and households, space for people who would prefer to live in a low-rise neighborhood but can't afford a home or don't want an entire home to themselves, space for students and workers to live close to work or school, and space for people who will contribute to community vitality in our city of neighborhoods. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We will bring you back for questions after we start working through our deputations. Thank you for that. So we're going to move into speakers. And again, 3 minutes. And our first speaker deputant is Bilal Akhtar from More Neighbors Toronto. Good to see you, sir. And 3 minutes today, and I will turn it over to you. Are you plugging in from your, do you need, okay.
No, I think I'm good. I'll just speak.
Awesome.
Yeah. First off, thank you, members of committee. Thank you, staff. Thank you, chair. My name is Bilal. I'm a volunteer with More Neighbors Toronto. Our goal is to elevate voices and concerns of Torontonians who have largely been left out of the conversation around housing. People like renters, newcomers, young people, people of all income levels. For long, housing policy has ignored voices like ours in favor of those of the comfortably housed, but it doesn't need to be this way going forward. And today in front of you, there's a great opportunity to change that, to allow multiplexes for real across the city. This would be a meaningful step forward. It won't be sufficient in making Toronto an affordable place to live, but it is absolutely necessary in getting there. I'm a proud immigrant to Canada. I moved here in 2011. However, most of my community, most of the people who immigrate these days don't unfortunately live in Toronto. They're instead in places like Mississauga, where my parents are, Brampton, Cambridge, even further away. I look at places like Little India on Gerrard, and they're losing kids. They're losing people really, and they don't have the life that they used to have when I first got here. And this is a story that you see across the city, across many neighborhoods in the city. And then you've got these like growth centers like Yonge and Eglinton, which literally have signs that say that if you live here, your kids might not be able to go to school in this neighborhood. You might have to go somewhere further away. So we have, in some neighborhoods, schools that are closing due to lack of kids. And in other neighborhoods, we have signs like these. And we have people coming to Toronto for the Toronto dream, and they're ending up settling for the 905. This is all the consequence of wrong housing policy in the past. And just like one example of that, if you ever take the Go Kitchener line at 9 p.m. going west, you'll see it's packed with e-bikes. And these are delivery couriers, food delivery couriers, who can only afford to live in Brampton, but they're delivering the food of Torontonians. The consequences of the housing crisis, I can list them for a long time. Long commutes, high property taxes, inefficient use of infrastructure, but it doesn't need to be this way. Allowing gentle density in neighborhoods is how we get there. And it is absolutely necessary that council and committee and council approve staff recommendations right here. Well-housed homeowners can oppose, this, and they'll talk about protecting a single tree in Long Branch. But in the process of protecting that single tree in Long Branch, they would have destroyed the metaphorical forest. They're not a friend of the environment when they induce sprawl. They don't have the city's interests at heart, and we should not accept those arguments. And I'll make a quick point about FSI, because I know that's been a big part of this conversation. More Neighbors volunteers have shown up at every consultation and highlighted how a lot of multiplexes would not be feasible without significant changes in FSI. And we strongly support this harmonization of FSI across the city. If you look at an FSI map, which I sent in to the communications here, you'll see that you can see the boundaries of pre-amalgamation Toronto there. When Drake called Toronto the six, he wasn't referring to 6 zoning regimes. We should be simplifying and we should be allowing housing everywhere. I can talk about height, but I see I'm already running out of time. We've had years of consultation on this item, and the staff report reflects all of those concerns. As staff showed, the survey shows that 87% of people are in support, and we're only asking for multiplexes here, the gentlest form of gentle density. So my ask to you all is simple: support staff recommendations and help make Toronto a more affordable city. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bilal. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you for your deputation. Appreciate it. Next, we have Dave Scrivener. Hi, Dave. Thanks for joining us, and thanks everybody for hanging in all day. You have 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks. My name is David Scrivener. I'm currently a master's student at the University of Toronto in urban planning, and I'm speaking today in favor of the staff recommendations unamended. Other speakers will probably touch on the environmental and social benefits of allowing greater diversity of housing throughout Toronto's neighborhoods, but I want to touch on the economic benefits of allowing greater housing diversity here. Imagine cities are ecosystems. Just like a forest, a city is strongest when there's diversity. When there's grass, when there are shrubs, when there are bushes, and when there are trees. Eliminate one of these and things start to fall apart. That's what we've done to our own city when it comes to housing. The Toronto of our grandparents or great-grandparents allowed for a diverse mix of housing. By cutting out small apartment buildings from our city, we've created a number of harmful knock-on effects. We see neighborhoods either bursting or emptying out, straining our services and making it more expensive to run our city. We've forced to run schools, community centers, libraries, maintain roads or bus routes through neighborhoods that are languishing or shrinking as kids move out or larger families are replaced by smaller ones. We're also forced to build new services in neighborhoods that are adding thousands of residents because it's the only part of town that we allow that development. This is not a long-term way to build a financially strong city. In fact, a return to the kind of modest incremental growth that this report proposes is exactly what is needed to help solve Toronto's financial needs. With limited community benefit charges abilities from the provinces, we need to focus growth in areas that already have the amenities to support new populations. Many of those amenities are in the neighborhoods that would be affected by this, and this is exactly where we need to help encourage modest growth. The Smart Prosperity Institute explained the benefits of density increases the best. Higher urban density results in spreading the fixed costs of infrastructure over more businesses and households, reducing costs on a per-unit basis. It also improves the access of firms to workers and vice versa. Firms have more potential to workers to choose from, resulting in better employment fit and higher labor productivity. Allowing for greater housing diversity in our neighborhoods will help revive the very retail businesses that so sorely need our help out of the pandemic. This kind of gentle density removes housing pressures from the main streets, where it is currently limited to, and allows new local customers to be introduced to the great small businesses of our city. Permitting modest density can help create what economists call agglomeration benefits. This is where physical proximity spurs economic development, which is exactly what we need in many parts of our city. Cities like Toronto historically allowed for this diversity, but we cut it out in the 60s. And in many ways, this experiment has resulted in sprawl and leaves economic struggling neighborhoods in their wake. We've created a development industry that is dominated by large firms working at big scale. And I think this is exactly the kind of proposal that the city should be putting forward to help reintroduce some of that small scale density to our neighborhoods that we sorely need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. Any questions for our deputant? No questions? Thanks for being here today. I appreciate that. We are going to jump to our next deputant, which I believe is online. I think it's Ali Lila. Is Ali online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Thank you for joining us today. You will have 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll turn it over to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So
I just want to firstly say up front that I am in full support of the multiplex proposal. I think it's a great addition to the City of Toronto. I simply wanted to point out 3 additional opportunities that exist that I don't know if city staff or the committee has considered. So I heard this morning throughout the entire session around the need for affordable housing, and there are several unique properties in Toronto, such as the one I own, which I'm considering putting a multiplex on, which the current maximum building envelope is actually only a fraction of the overall lot coverage allowed. And I would humbly request that the committee or city staff look at providing exceptions to owners such as myself if we were to increase the size of the building footprint but stay within the lot coverage, to have any of that excess be made affordable housing. The incremental cost for me to add additional space to that property when construction is already underway is between $200 and $225 a square foot. And at those rates, I can afford to, as a landlord, provide a significant number of affordable housing units in exchange for the exception that the city might offer. The second issue that I wanted to raise was in respect to the official plan. So there are sidebars in the plan that talk about sustainable features, and one of them being not having to excavate and disturb ground soil and dig down in order to put a basement unit in. It does make exceptions or allow for minor variances if you were to get rid of that, to change maybe slightly the building height or the setbacks, et cetera. But I would prefer to see, as of right, the ability to not have a basement and take that existing floor space and add it to the building without having to go through the committee of adjustment process or approvals, which ultimately end up costing more money and delaying projects, which ultimately result in a higher cost, and therefore maybe not as an affordable option in terms of multiplexes as would be there. The third item I wanted to bring up to the committee's attention is as we have more and more of these multiplex projects going up, obviously the population of Toronto is growing and increasing. We have a significant issue around food security and food sovereignty. I do know that in certain higher density apartment complexes, market gardens are allowed as an option for residents to grow and potentially sell their own food. And I would ask that the committee consider an amendment to the current plan going to City Council to allow for properties that have multiplexes with 4+ units to allow market gardens as a permitted use within those specific properties, recognizing that the owners of those, or the residents and tenants of those properties, will likely be new immigrants who are used to being able to provide and grow their own food within the domicile that they're at. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much, Ali. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for your deputation today and the correspondence. We will move to our next speaker. Our next deputant is Alos Abyss. Thank you very much for being here with us today. And you have 3 minutes to address the committee. Over to you.
Hi, my name is Alios Abyss. I'm a resident of Etobicoke North, and I'm speaking in support of 4-unit multiplexes, and I'm here to tell you why. So my family arrived here on April 30th, 2005, so that's almost exactly 18 years ago, with my parents and my 2 younger siblings. We sold everything in the Philippines, lived with my auntie Diana and Uncle John and their kid for a few months here until my parents were able to purchase a bungalow in Etobicoke North. Fast forward to now, my siblings and I are going at it in our careers. My second sibling and their partner, who also grew up in Toronto, were able to buy a home, but in Brantford, it's far and they want to come back to Toronto. My youngest sibling and her partner are renting in downtown Toronto. And I'm living in my parents' basement. It's a self-contained unit, and yes, I pay rent monthly, full amount on time, and have been putting aside as much as I can for a down payment. But even if I can save 20% down payment for a home, whether it be freehold or a condo, the monthly mortgage would definitely be more than 30% of what I'm making now. I go to realtor websites every week, and I only see houses I can afford in other provinces. If I move provinces, that's kind of like moving to another country again. I'd have to reestablish myself, far from family and other social supports. And right now, I keep pitching to my partner something like, hey, look at this house in Alberta or Nova Scotia, and she doesn't say anything back, so I'm guessing she doesn't want to move out of Ontario. And I'm not really into long-distance relationships. You know, I've been there, done that, so, you know, you're laughing. So anyway, my point is the only possible way we can stay together in one city, let alone one province, is to make a 4-unit multiplex. Not 3, 4, because one for my parents, one for me, one for a second, and one for a third. My parents love the area that they're in right now. There's a Walmart, an Asian grocery store walking distance from our house, lots of food options, and there's going to be a Costco that's going to open soon. So my mom is very excited. I heard from my dad, that's because of the former Etobicoke North City Council, Michael Ford, made that happen, so thank you. And I love the area. I love biking down the Humber River, watching beavers try to build dams, salmon jumps. So, that's just the way to go for us to turn our single family home into a multi-generational home. And so while I still have time, I do have requests from the committee and city staff to make multiplexes an affordable option for Torontonians. So first is to make the information on building limitations to be accessible to the public, like easily understood. Second, for information on financing options to also be accessible. So from my preliminary research, loans available for infill residential constructions are catered to established property developers, not current homeowners who want to build the multiplex on their lots. And third, for information on rebates and grants on building net zero and heat efficient homes to be accessible. Because when I Googled the homes in the multiplex example, at 30 Flawless Avenue, the one unit is actually $4,700 monthly. 8 Highborn Street, that's one unit is $5,400. And 161 Palmerston Avenue, one unit out of 2 is being sold for $2 million. So it's not that affordable if it's only established property developers who are able to strike while the iron is hot. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Elios. Any questions for the deputy? Question from Councillor Fletcher.
I gather that in Etobicoke North, you don't have the as of right now to do that, to intensify your home.
No, I believe not, because, I don't understand the maps as well, but in my neighborhood, we don't have multiplexes at all.
I guess I'm going to ask if you have that right, or we're going to give that right. You're one of the parts of the city that you can't do that right now.
Yes, yes.
So that's what you're looking for, is to be able to open up the zoning in Etobicoke North.
Yes.
Specifically where you live.
Yes.
To be able to accommodate basically your family and have 4 units, one for each of you, et cetera, maybe others. But just to be clear, that doesn't exist right now. I thought I heard you say Michael Ford had changed the zoning. Costco, okay. Not the zoning.
No, I just
Okay,
had to
all
mention
right.
it because my mom's really
All
excited
right,
about the
got it. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for coming.
Excellent. Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thanks, Elios. Our next deputant is William Roberts. Is William online? Okay. Do you want me to move to the next? Okay.
Call-in user 364, oh no, my apologies. Call-in user 5416895. Please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm here. Hello?
Could you please identify
can you hear
yourself?
me?
Yep, we can hear you. Would you just be able to identify yourself?
Okay, hi. This is Judy Gibson here, and I have a presentation that I wanted to share, but I've been kicked out of the meeting. So can I email it to staff and you put it up while I speak, please?
Are you intending to speak on item 3.16, the multiplex?
Correct.
She's on the list?
And I'm registered.
Okay. Thanks, Judy. So we'll come back to you. You're ways down the list. We were just trying to see if we could identify William Roberts. I think William Roberts is not here, not online. Oh. Okay. Jesse Cook. Is Jesse here? Online, Jesse's online.
Hello, can you hear me?
We've got you. Thanks very much for joining us, Jesse. You have 3 minutes to address the committee, and I will turn it over to you.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jesse Cook, and I'm coming to you this afternoon not as a resident of Toronto or even a Canadian citizen. I'm a student living in the great state of Minnesota here in the U.S. So I'd like to extend the very warmest of greetings from the land of walleye and cheese curds. In this committee, the City of Toronto stands before a crossroads, a very similar set of decisions approached by my own city of Minneapolis just 5 years ago. PH 3.16 is no routine piece of legislation. It's a chance to set a new precedent not only for your city, but for your entire country. In 2018, Minneapolis City Council voted almost unanimously to abolish single-family zoning. Before this, 70% of our residential land was zoned specifically for detached single-family homes. If this figure sounds familiar, by the way, it's the exact percentage cited earlier in this legislative session when this was presented at the very beginning. It's quite a coincidence if you ask me, but it really speaks to the similarity of our two cities. We are now the 4th city in the United States to eliminate its parking minimums and the very first to fully reform its zoning policies. The outcome? Since then, our average rent has fallen, contrasting the rising trends seen elsewhere in the U.S. Neighborhoods are being upzoned, new housing is being built, and with access to vital urban amenities. It's clear that Minneapolis is committed to repairing the damage done in the age of the automobile and our long history of manufactured car dependency. Our plan has been called unprecedented, audacious even if you look at certain news articles. Certainly nothing like it has been enacted in any other American city of comparable size. 5 years later, Toronto's in a strikingly similar position. This very committee will discuss the efficacy of a plan to introduce more dense housing in the city, making it not only legal, but viable. Part of this legislation would be a first for major Canadian cities. 5 years ago, we were a first for major American cities. We've had time to see just how these changes have affected us, just what kind of impact was created by this enormous step forward. Despite our differences in size, population, and history, Minneapolis and Toronto have rather a lot in common. There was a time when we were both streetcar cities, when this kind of density was not only allowed, but commonplace, when these urban environments created economic opportunities and a high standard of living. And now, the streetcar tracks are gone, the mixed housing with it, replaced by congested freeways and ever-multiplying auto-oriented neighborhoods. But the demand is there. The necessity has never been more pronounced. Both of our cities face a tremendous population influx due to how freaking cool we are. If we want to accommodate these new residents, if we want to meet our respective climate goals in the coming decades, this is the first step in reversing half a century of short-sighted and devastating decisions.
Thanks. We'll pause you there, Jesse, at time. Let me just check with the committee to see if there's any questions for you. Councillor Fletcher.
Not a question. Thank you for joining us from Minnesota. And just to let you know, we call them pickerel here, not walleye.
Very interesting.
Love it. Okay, very good. Seeing no questions, Jesse, thanks for joining us from Minnesota, and appreciate your time and deputation. I think we're going to double back to William. Oh, no, we're not. All right. Colleen Bailey, who's been with us all day, is here to depute on this item as well. Colleen, thanks for sticking around. 3 minutes on this one. And I'll wait for you to get your computer set up.
So hopefully that's showing. My name is Colleen Bailey. I am a member of More Neighbours Toronto. I live at Yonge and Eglinton, which is an area that I love. It's vibrant, it's full of great people, and it's one of the few relatively affordable areas in the city. But when I walked out my building's front door to come here today, I could see 4 other apartment buildings scheduled for demolition and replacement. People having their lives upended because they happen to live in one of the few small areas of Toronto that allows change. I contrast this with the city's policies for neighborhoods that we're discussing today. There are, right now, empty detached homes that could be turned into homes for 3 or 4 families, but without involuntarily displacing anyone. But rules about stability don't allow this. These neighborhoods aren't actually stable, of course. Many have been declining in population, the infrastructure is underused, and the schools are undersubscribed. Toronto is right now a tale of 2 cities. Every demolition sign that goes up in front of a perfectly functional apartment building while council sits idly by and leaves rules about prevailing form, 60-meter minimum lot frontages, and prohibitions on second front doors in place says something about who really matters here. People who own homes in capital N neighborhoods are valued in the ways that the rest of us are not. If you didn't buy in the 1990s and don't have the $100,000 annual income to afford the average rent here, we don't want you. Some residents say this explicitly in meetings, but can we really blame them when council says it implicitly by maintaining these policies? I hope that this item starts to change that. The EHON team already covered the results of the city survey, and I really want to thank them for all their innovative outreach methods. I think it's made a difference in who we've heard from on this item. Of course, there wasn't perfect consensus, and I can anticipate some of the anxieties that you might hear about longtime residents worried about schools and medical centers. As it happens, I work in a hospital, and my experience is that there's a big struggle to recruit and retain workers in this increasingly unaffordable city. My coworkers and I have 3 options. Some are living with their parents or numerous roommates into their 30s. Some, like me, live in the high-rises that are so often fought against by those worried about healthcare. And some move outside of the city, either to a new job or they face long commutes because not enough councillors have the courage to fight for appropriate places for them to live in Toronto. If one of those demolition signs goes up in front of my building, I expect to join this last group of people living in a city that hasn't deemed me worth keeping. I really encourage you not to discount your role as municipal leaders. I was lucky enough to take the day off today, but my job doesn't allow me to be at every committee meeting or consultation. We need politicians who will explain to residents that the communities that they love are being propped up by burned-out commuters, the dreaded high-rise residents, and young people who increasingly believe that they will never have a secure home in Toronto no matter how hard they work. There are many things that councillors could do to change this, but since multiplexes are on the table today I'm asking you to approve multiplexes. And not just in name, let's make them a success with clear, transparent rules that will make it easier for nonprofits, small developers, and everyday residents to build homes without a years-long battle with some of Toronto's most affluent residents from some of the most exclusionary neighborhoods. Our colleagues from Minnesota already covered the evidence from some of the other jurisdictions that have implemented similar reforms and the positive effect on rents. So I'll just say that as a renter in one of the few rent-controlled buildings in the city, that we need more multifamily housing in every neighborhood. And so I hope that you'll support multiplexes today for all these reasons.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Any questions for the deputant? Thanks for that presentation. Appreciate it. We will move next to, are we going back to, you tell me when we go back. Okay. We'll go to Darwin Schaeferlane? Online. Darwin, I apologize if I didn't get that right.
Hello, good afternoon. Is my audio working?
It is, and we have you live in the room here. And
awesome.
3 minutes for your deputation to the committee.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair and members of the Toronto Planning and Housing Commission. My name is Darwin Schaeferlane, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm not a Toronto resident or even a Canadian, but a neighboring resident of Minnesota as well to the province of Ontario with good friends across Canada, including in Toronto. However, the decision that Toronto is making to expand the city's housing supply through approving multiplex development and missing middle housing is all policy that we have enacted and been expanding upon in the Twin Cities. Minneapolis made major grounds in the United States, overhauling the city zoning ordinances to be the first city in America to eliminate single-family zoning. This allowed approval of new developments and allowed the construction of multiplex and multifamily housing. St. Paul also followed suit in enacting policy to eliminate parking minimums. Even in the suburbs of the Twin Cities like Richfield and Bloomington, the latter of which is like our Mississauga, has been making pushes to reduce setback requirements in single-family zoning ordinances. The state of Minnesota itself is working through policy to enact the approval of multiplex developments to reform these ordinances statewide. What this has resulted in, despite a double-digit percentage population growth in the Twin Cities over the last decade, is a drop in rent prices over recent years since these policy changes were enacted. A massive wave of housing construction and supply has led to a market more competitive, which has dropped rents and given consumers multiple options in housing types of all sizes and neighborhoods. All these examples are to showcase that your neighbors in the United States are dealing with many of the very same issues that the City of Toronto and by extension much of Canada's major cities face. We are in a housing crisis compounded by the fact that our cities face an uphill struggle to reduce car dependency and achieve a sustainable future. I would like to respectfully make a point after reading some letters and concerns about these provisions that the permission of fourplex housing and increased building heights are good measures. It is worth noting in the Twin Cities alone, there's plenty of neighborhoods you can find where there are single-family residences next to fourplex, sixplex, and mid-rise residential apartments. There are plenty of residences with smaller setbacks, taller heights, and close proximity to other buildings between these lots. Despite this, our tree canopy coverage in the Twin Cities metropolitan area is well above 27 to 30%, higher than that of London in the United Kingdom. Many of these homes are decades, even over a century old, and often would be illegal to build under present restrictive zoning codes that have been forced upon us and are being overturned now. This isn't just here, this is also all over North America and especially in Toronto. The affordable housing crisis in Toronto is an unfortunate consequence of these aforementioned limitations. According to a paper by Crystal Fung et al. From Toronto Metropolitan University, between 2006 and 2016, there was a 36% decrease in units under $1,000 and a staggering 323% increase in units above $1,500 a month in rent. It also shows between 2007 and 2018, an addition of 6,379 primary rental lots with the loss of 1,890 other secondary units, but a staggering 88,812 secondary condo units were added. To contrast these numbers, I would like to quote an article from Streets MN publication by Jenny Flizrand. In 2018, Streets MN writer Anton Schaefer asked, how many homes does Minneapolis need? He showed we would need to build roughly 4,000 homes per year. And as of 2018 through 2021, we approved over 14,960 units, which averages 3,700 per year.
Thank you, Darwin. I'll just ask you to wrap there. Final sentence if you want.
Okay. Yeah, my bad. As a Twin Cities Minnesota looking across the Great Lakes towards our neighbors, I urge that the City of Toronto embrace the policies that we have proven to be successful and concede in Toronto too. Thank you for letting me speak.
Love it. Minnesota, Southern Canada. Very good. Thank you for joining us. Let's see if we have any questions from the committee. Not seeing any. Well, thank you for your time and your deputation. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next we have Damien Mole, sorry. Damien Mole joining us today. Thank you very much for being here. 3 minutes for the committee and turn it over to you.
Right, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Damien Mole. I'm a volunteer with More Neighbors, and most importantly, I want to bring you my perspective as a father of a young child today. I spent most of my 20s saving up with my spouse for an apartment that we could afford so that we could start a family, and we saved for years and years and lived with roommates, didn't spend very much. And finally, we were able to afford a 2-bedroom townhouse in Spadina, Fort York, in one of the few neighborhoods in the city that currently allows multiplexes. Most of my friends who wanted to start families have not been so lucky. They have mostly left Toronto or possibly the GTA entirely for more or less the reason that what they could find in Toronto was either 1-bedroom apartments that couldn't support a family or multi-million-dollar 4-bedroom houses that there was no way they could ever afford. When we were looking for a place, we settled on Spadina, Fort York, despite the fact that our neighborhood has signs everywhere that say the schools are completely full. We looked for where schools had availability, and they're mostly in our inner suburbs that are losing population and have been for the last 50 years. We would have loved to move to one of those neighborhoods, but there's no way we could afford a multi-million-dollar single-family home in those areas. So it's crucial that we get missing middle housing so that families like mine could be able to move to areas where there's availability in schools, where there's infrastructure to support them. And frankly, for when my daughter grows up, I'm worried she won't be able to afford to live in this city. And I think we've seen over the past couple generations that's not an idle concern. I think everyone in this room can think of groups that have come to our city and set up communities, strong communities here, that have since had to disperse throughout the GTA because as their communities grew, the neighborhoods didn't grow with them. And so now we have people who, the children grow up and they have to move to Vaughan or Oakville or Whitby if they want to start families. And as a result, you see empty schools, empty churches, businesses that are struggling because the communities that once supported them are no longer there. I think if we want strong, vibrant communities in Toronto, we need to make space for people of all ages. I know we have a serious problem with seniors who no longer have family members anywhere near them because, again, they can't afford to live here, and they're left isolated without medical care, without lonely. And so we need to, and if they wanted to move to a place that more suited their current stage of life, there's not really anywhere for them to go. So I think if we want vibrant communities, if we want communities that suit people of all ages, we have to allow the types of housing that they can live in. So I hope you support the motion unamended today to make space for my generation and the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Damien. Question from Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, hi, Damien. I have tons of multiplex in my ward.
Yes.
But many of them are rentals. So I'm hearing you're trying to purchase. Do you have any idea what the blend is currently as far as building a multiplex and putting up 4 units for sale? Or they're all usually just rental? I'm unclear about that. I will ask staff, but I'm wondering what you know.
I do not know. I know that I have personally rented a duplex. I know that there are multiplexes in my neighborhood in Spadina, Fort York, around Trinity Spadina, Spadina Park, where there are condos that are 4 units.
Condos in the multiplex?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So there's different types of, you're looking for different types of housing then?
Absolutely.
Not simply rental, but putting up 4 new owners on a site?
Exactly.
Okay, good. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Phil Pothen. Phil, are you online? Okay, Phil is online.
Can you hear me?
We got you, Phil. 3 minutes on this one, and I will turn it over to you.
All right. Hi again, councillors. I'm Council and Ontario Environment Program Manager for Environmental Defence. As I mentioned to you this morning, I lead the Environmental Defence Policy Development and Advocacy around land use planning, smart growth, sustainable housing, and protection of farmland and wildlife habitat. Environmental defence is strongly in support of the recommendation from Toronto's Chief Planner and the Executive Director of City Planning to amend the official plan to permit duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in residential areas across the city and amend the citywide zoning bylaw to implement these permissions as of right in all residential zones across Toronto. That must include, and I want to underline this, the absolutely vital improvements made by city staff following consultations. If you've seen a lawn sign that says stop the 413 or hands off the green belt or save Ontario's farms, forests, and wetlands, those are all my team's campaigns. And my sister teams are in climate and clean transportation are the experts on what Canadian municipalities must do to end car dependency and mean greenhouse gas emissions targets to prevent runaway climate change. And as I told you this morning, the success or failure of all of these things hinges on you, Planning and Housing Committee and Toronto City Council, increasing Toronto's actual population by at least 1.46 million new residents by 2051, and adding, and this is a key point, 456,000 roughly 1,000 square foot apartments and other compact homes, and this is key, within the neighborhood designation of our official plan. Those are side streets with low traffic. Those are what you call single detached or neighborhood areas. Right now, we only have capacity, and I've confirmed this, that it's a separate statistic, capacity for 99,000 of those. If we deliver those apartments in neighborhoods, we can save, we estimate, around 160 square kilometers of wildlife habitat in farmland. So it is, if you want to be known as a friend of the environment, the only way to keep that card is to vote yes to these changes. While these general changes won't be sufficient by themselves to deliver all of those units that we need, they will deliver a lot, and they will save a lot of habitat in farmland, and they're absolutely necessary to ensure we do meet the target. So separate from their indispensable role in the fight to halt sprawl and habitat destruction, large numbers of existing residents in compact zero parking homes on residential streets are needed to really give most of our neighborhoods that don't have enough density to get people out of cars, the density they need to achieve that, and to preserve those conditions in neighborhoods that used to have enough density but are rapidly losing them. Because we are the authorities on among actual environmental NGOs when it comes to land use and housing issues, it falls on me and my organization to say bluntly and clearly something that's a little uncomfortable, and that is that Long Branch Residents Association and any other organization or individual that has tried to co-opt so-called environmental concerns as an excuse to block or water down these changes is absolutely unambiguously wrong. All of their requested changes would be rejected because they would result in more sprawl, more car dependency, and much greater loss of trees than the recommended version from the chief planner.
Very good. Thank you, Phil. Just going to pause it there because I got an extra 40 seconds. Let me just see if there's any questions here from the committee. Not seeing any questions, I will thank you very much for your deputation. Thanks, Phil. Next speaker, we will have Alex Beheshti online.
Can I please be given the ability to present in just a moment to set up a presentation?
Yep, absolutely. And
sorry, I still can't share. Sorry, it's telling me the host or co-host has to make me a presenter.
I think we're working on that. Don't worry, I won't start the time until you're good to go. Alex Beheshti. Alex, I think you should have presenter mode available.
Yep. Just one more second. I just need to, where's the option? Ah, there it is. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay,
so
over
good
to you.
afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Beheshti. I'm an urban planner and land economist in practice. As a full disclaimer, I'm disputing before the committee today as a private local citizen who was born and raised in Toronto and has lived here for most of my life. I'm not representing any organization or group other than myself. As an economist, I hope it's not too surprising that I'm going to be throwing out a lot of numbers in my speech today. And the first one I want to talk about is 311. This is the number of people who've emailed in supportive statements advocating for more permissions for multiplexes, as opposed to the 11 resident associations that made various degrees of commentary against what is being proposed today. As staff indicated in their report on engagements, the proposal before council today has overwhelming support. And also, according to both surveys done by the city and by professional polling firms, the proposal we have here today is more popular than pot ever was when it was legalized. I hope that is some food for thought for councillors. I'm just going to skip through the next few slides because I thought we had 5 minutes. So the next key number I want to talk about is 55, which is the percentage of residential land that is dedicated exclusively to single detached housing. According to the latest TREB report, the average single detached home costs $1.7 million in Toronto. According to the latest PPS table, housing table, a household at the 90th percentile making $205,000 a year can only afford a home of $755,000. So putting it all together, we dedicate 55% of our residential land to a housing form that is not even affordable to the top 10% of our households in terms of income. So the next number is 285,000, and I'm pretty sure you all know where I'm going to go with this. Admittedly, multiplexes are not going to be the bulk of how we're going to meet our housing pledge, but it is a small pail that we're bringing to this housing fire of unaffordability, and it behooves us not to have it half filled. The next number is 740, and this is the amount that we need to increase the completion rates year over year. And that doesn't seem like a lot, but when you look at the next slide, it actually accelerates quite rapidly. And by 2031, we have to really have our foot down on the pedal. This next slide kind of gives the numbers behind that forecast I just produced. And as you can see, every year we don't build 28,500 units, which is 285,000 units divided by 10 years. We have to make it up every other year after that. And that's what my forecast contemplates. Obviously, life is not going to be exactly like this, but it goes to show that we have to make a lot of choices today to get the output and completions in housing that we want tomorrow, because the lead time between policy and keys in people's hands for doors is quite long, and this council has a lot of work on its hand. And so that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
You nailed it. Thanks, Alex. Right on the 3 minutes. Any questions for Alex? Not seeing any. Thank you for your presentation and your deputation. Up next, we have... Yeah, that's right. Very good. Jeff Cattell. Jeff, I believe, is joining us online from Fontra.
Hello.
Hi, Jeff. We can hear you. And 3 minutes today. And I'll turn it over to you when you're ready.
Sure, I'm ready to go right now. Thanks, Brad, and rest of committee. With Fontra, represents over 30 resident associations in the area bounded by Bloor, Bathurst, Shepherd, and the DVP. This includes a great variety of different neighborhoods, including the Old City and newer suburbs. Fontra supports intensification. It's necessary for the city. On the other hand, we need to make sure that as the city intensifies, it does it properly and well. The discussion this afternoon has skated over what is a very complex proposal, which has to be examined in detail. At a policy level, one thing, but it's about zoning bylaws, which are very detailed. It's crucial that Toronto remain green and become greener. It's important to build an attractive city. New multiplexes should fit in well with neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods, like mine, already have duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, and they often harmonize well with the surroundings. But we need to understand how that happens. There's been consultation direction that's in the report that's not fairly that's not fairly reflected in the final report. The city has undertaken extensive and varied public consultations, the most recent being this winter. But the proposals in the final report seem to differ from the directions being proposed in those final consultations. Specifically, the elimination of FSI and the depth extension to 19 meters were mentioned as possible stretch directions, but did not appear to be proposed for implementation as part of the current initiative. And unexpected changes like the depth extension are not trivial and will impact tree cover and reduce green space. Secondly, the consultation failed to adequately explain the impacts on neighborhoods as distinct from isolated lot sizes. Toronto is a city of neighborhoods, which are not all the same. There are various lot plans, lot sizes, shapes, building forms. Illustrations provided at the consultations demonstrate what can happen on an isolated lot, but not on a neighborhood scale or with different types of neighborhoods. Voting on a single proposal in isolation, such as whether there should be an extension of depth to 19 meters, is acceptable or not, it's frankly meaningless without context. Lot width and depth impacts on adjacent buildings, as well as setback and positions of trees, can affect the impacts. As residents, we expect transparency from the city in its consultations. Unfortunately, the consultations and now the final report do not meet this standard. So I could comment on the official plan, but I'll just focus on a few concerns about the zoning bylaw. Why are you
Jeff, I'm going to just ask you if I can, just for your final comment here.
When the province only requires 3. To do so would permit the, anyway, okay, Brad.
Final sentence, if you want to put a bow on it.
Yeah, well, we're concerned, why 4 when the province only requires 3? Why eliminate the FSI? But still, the use of FSI provides flexibility within the built form box, not to fill it. What we're going to end up is a bunch of boxes on boxes.
Okay.
And we'll reduce the variety and the lovability of our neighborhoods.
Okay.
This and Taylor Swift, but I'll send those comments in an email and let people laugh on their own time. Instead, I want to talk about what would happen if reforms like this aren't accepted at council. So for your information, I live in Toronto Centre, and at Toronto East York Community Council last week, my neighbors at 25 St. Mary's were begging the councillor to help them stay in their homes. And it was frankly tragic. It was written up in the Toronto Star. It was talked about all over the city. And you know what? I send my thank you to the councillor and to city staff who worked really hard to provide supports for all the residents. And the developer, they came to the table, they met with these residents, they offered a package. But the fact of the matter is hundreds of people will be displaced for years. Some of these people, they won't get to go to school in their neighborhoods. They won't be able to retire in their neighborhoods. Sadly, some of them won't be able to die in their neighborhoods surrounded by their friends and family. That event at committee, the development proposal that prompted it, other similar proposals like 145 St. George and the Annex, these developments are a direct result of freezing neighborhoods in amber. In a city that allows density to be spread out, in a city that allows multiplexes in the neighborhoods and mid-rise and all the missing middle forms, the math to make redeveloping a multi-hundred unit building is a lot harder because there's not quite that level of housing scarcity. Instead, we've chosen to have perfectly good multi-unit buildings be demolished. We're kicking residents out. We unleash thousands of tons of embodied carbon because we've decided to stop there from being a couple doorbells in our neighborhoods. Now, I don't think that these reforms will be a silver bullet. I think they're a necessary but insufficient condition to creating a more affordable and dynamic and sustainable city. Ultimately, we need changes at the federal provincial level. We need changes to the construction market, to material availability. We need cash transfers to poor residents. We need better loans and insurance for small construction companies. We need a lot of other things. But when we look at our zoning map, I guess I will bring up Taylor Swift. We need to say, it's me, hi, I'm the problem, it's me. So, I urge committee, pass this unanimously, add amendments to make the program more ambitious, if anything. And I would also ask councillors to work with their colleagues when this comes to council to prevent there being any poison pills to weaken this, because staff have done some really great work, but it's just the beginning. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, don't sleep on those jokes, man. Share that with everybody. That was great. Okay, any questions for Anthony? All right, not seeing any. Thank you very much for your deputation. Appreciate that. And we will move to Christine Mercado from online from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. Do we have you here, Christine? Cool map.
I have been listening to the deputations today and absorbing what people have to say about Long Branch, who don't necessarily live here. And there are some facts that need to be corrected. Long Branch housing is 37% multiplex. We do have small apartments. Our population consists of 53.5% renters and is growing at a rate of 13.1% versus the City of Toronto average rate of 2.3%. We support multiplexing. We just are looking for the details to be observed, so we're ensured that what is happening in neighborhoods is actually gentle density. I did submit a letter with regards, and it had 6 points that we actually had a problem with. And I do not have the authority to share my letter. If that can get fixed, please. So going on to point 1, what was presented in the public consultation in February 2023 is not what is before you today. We were assured by, we attended the public consultations, we did our part, and then we were assured by city staff that FSI and building length were going to be retained. And unfortunately, as we found out a week ago, that was no longer the case, that FSI was being removed. Our major concern with FSI is because we have found that it has been a key component in being able to preserve our trees, and it addressed compatibility in neighborhoods and was a form of gentle density. And it also addressed affordability because it wasn't making multiplexes so big that they became unaffordable again. Number 2, the FSI and building length are bylaws and are critical to the protection of the existing tree canopy. What has been offered to us as a trade-off for tree protection was the removal of FSI and building length, with the city staff proposing that the general manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation has the authority to refuse a tree removal permit for the construction of a multiplex, even if it's an as-of-right building. This is not a bylaw amendment. It's a motion. It's a nice thing to say, but we doubt if it would hold up if it was challenged in court. The third point would be residents in single detached areas are largely unaware of the policy change because the policy change is a week old. We've been struggling to make sure that residents know that this is coming to them, and it's been tough to get people aware and to understand. City staff have not provided zoning and planning tools to better protect trees. Where is the Treehouse Working Group report input? This was supposed to happen before we started putting density in neighborhoods, and this has not happened. This was supposed to be at the end of Q1 2023, and we have yet to know even who's on the committee, what they have met, and what they have come to conclude with. And 5 and 6, we were actually talking about multiplexes being affordable, which is the real housing crisis. The multiplexes in Long Branch are a little bit smaller, but I would argue that because they're smaller, they are more affordable. And our last point is that we are in an election cycle. We do think it is appropriate that this goes back to staff. We do think FSI and length should be reinstated. And we do think that this should go to City Council after the election cycle is completed.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation, Christine. Let me just see if there's any questions here from the committee. Okay.
I wasn't able to display a slide, so because I didn't have permissions.
Could you submit that correspondence to clerks? Would you be able to send that over for us?
They already have a copy of it, but I do have my my colleague that is going to be. She's actually been kicked off the presentation. I am going to need these permissions so I can share her presentation.
So clerks have advised me she will have permissions to give that presentation. Okay. Thank you very much for joining us today and appreciate the deputation. Thanks, Christine. Okay, we're going to jump to our next speaker, which is Nicola Walenta. Online. Hi, Nicola.
Hello, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for joining us. 3 minutes, please, for the committee.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Nicola Walenta. I'm here to ask that the proposed bylaws and you need to be sent back to staff to be revised before going to Council, setting for the following reasons. To bring into context, the property directly to my north is a vacant lot purchased by a developer in 2013, and the property directly to my south is a multiplex containing 3 units. This multiplex was already in situ when I moved into my house in 1988. The building depth is less than 17 meters in length, with a parking pad at the rear along the 3 garages. The unit itself contains 2 ample 3-bedroom apartments and a 2-bedroom in the basement. The building was renovated by the new owners. This is a good example of how a building that conforms to the existing bylaws fits within an existing community without the need to increase size, yet providing increased rental space. Reasonable green space is maintained, and there is no harm done to the existing tree canopy. I'm in complete agreement that the city's population, as the city's population increases, so does the need for housing choices. Multiplexes do address this need. And although I don't see the need for larger multiplex units being affordable housing, larger units will only encourage landlords to ask for higher rents. FSI and building depths are one of the few tools that protect mature trees. Removing the FSI and increasing the building depth to 19 meters will have a negative impact on our tree canopy. And if we lose that, we won't necessarily be able to make that up with new planting. As for the property directly to my north, the developer and I have been back and forth to the Committee of Adjustment since 2016. In 2022, the provincial government changed the rules allowing developers to appeal a decision handed down by the Committee of Adjustment or TLAB, but not the homeowner. This meant that a homeowner had no recourse to appeal any development that would significantly impact their property. How fair is this? The proposed current bylaws before you, if approved, would give developers even more latitude to do whatever they wanted without any consideration to an existing homeowner and decimate the existing tree canopy through unscrupulous development. The property directly to the north of me would then become as of right, 2022?
Yes, under many of their pieces of legislation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions for Nicola? Not seeing any. I will thank you very much for your deputation, Nicola. Thanks for joining us. Our next speaker is Andrew Peel. Andrew is online here. Can you hear us, Andrew? Okay, I can.
Yes.
We can
see.
Yep, we can see you.
Oh, well, I don't know. I couldn't set up my video for here. Let me see if I can get this working. The right camera there.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
All right, 3 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Okay, great. So my name's Andrew Peel from Peel Passos Consulting and a resident of East York. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to begin by stating my full support for the proposed official plan and bylaw amendments considered in the multiplex proposal. And I would also like to point out that the city is missing a golden opportunity to combine smart densification with low carbon buildings. Sustainability is the stated goal of the multiplex proposal, yet building energy efficiency is oddly missing from the proposal. Toronto has a bold ambition of being a net zero emissions city by 2040. We cannot possibly achieve this without deep energy retrofits. While Ontario benefits from low carbon electricity, merely electrifying buildings to achieve this objective, as some propose, would put an untenable strain on the electricity grid. I recently went through the tedious process of an appeal through the Toronto Local Appeal Board to obtain approval of a passive house deep carbon retrofit conversion of a single family home into a 3-unit building in East York. The approval was conditional on us committing to passive house retrofit certification. We had hoped that this approval would serve as a precedence for future projects proposing similar densification schemes. The proposed bylaw amendments would mean that no carbon emissions reductions would be achieved through such schemes. This would lock in a high level of carbon emissions until the next renovation cycle, which could be 30 years later. Toronto has a great policy that addresses buildings of 5 units or more, the Toronto Green Standard. This policy effectively uses the planning power the city has to facilitate a gradual transition to nearly zero emissions new buildings. The city can likewise use its planning power to address carbon emissions in buildings of 4 units or less. The mechanism is simple. Attach a requirement to undertake a deep energy and carbon retrofit for all projects benefiting from the proposed amendments. For instance, if a building is to be converted from a single-family home to a 3-unit building with an extension, all existing parts of the building that are being modified, as well as the new construction portion, would be required to meet a stringent carbon emissions budget that aligns with achievement of the city's 2040 net zero carbon target. Just as owners are required to show compliance with current bylaw requirements, such as minimum side yard setback, owners would be required to show compliance with the carbon emissions budget. With smart design, low carbon targets can be met cost effectively. We need to take substantive action on climate change mitigation now, not in 10 years' time or even 5 years' time. I hope the city will take a bold step forward today by incorporating stringent carbon emissions targets into this multiplex proposal. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions for Andrew? Not seeing any. Thank you, Andrew, for your time. Our next speaker is Jacob DeWang. Online.
Hi, I think you can hear me now.
Hi, how are you, Jacob? Thanks for joining us today. 3 minutes for the committee.
All right, so hi everyone. My name is Jacob DeWong. I am a volunteer with More Neighbours Toronto, but I'll preface by saying all of the comments today are just my personal opinion. So I guess a bit about my relation to multiplexes. I grew up in Montreal where multiplexes are very common. And from a very young age, I remember walking over to my grandparents' house where they owned a duplex. They lived on the 2nd floor and they rented out the 1st floor. And it allowed them to age in place, live within walking distance of me and my brother, and stay in that same neighborhood. When I moved away to university, I got a co-op in Ottawa, where I lived on the 2nd floor of a multiplex, and this provided affordable housing for me. as a student when I was on a co-op. And right now, I have many friends in Montreal who continue to live in multiplexes as their place of residence. So I'm in support of this proposal put forward with all of the improvements that staff made to it. It is essential that we get the details right. It is essential that we exempt multiplexes from FSI. It is essential that we increase the height limit and make sure that multiplexes are not just legalized in name, but they are also viable. I encourage you to reject a lot of the arguments that have been made or that will be made about the environment or trees. As you heard Phil Pothen from Environmental Defense, we should not miss the forest for the trees, and that these kinds of amendments or suggestions from residents associations will actually lead to more trees being lost. When it comes to affordability, the data is clear from New Zealand and Minnesota, as you have heard. Permitting more multiplexes and larger reforms will decrease rents. It is that simple. So we have to make sure that as many multiplexes are as viable as possible. It's not just me here. Other people who are actually affected by the housing crisis are telling you that it is essential for affordability that we permit these multiplexes and that we not just permit them, but make them viable. Please vote in favor of this item with all of the staff improvements. It is essential for affordability. It is essential for the environment. I know this is a hard decision, but it's like eating your vegetables. We have to do it. Let's rip off the bandage. And yes, please just vote in favor. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jacob. Any questions for our deputant? Not seeing any. I will thank you very much for your time, Jacob, and your commentary. Next, we are going to go to Judy Gibson, who is joining us on the phone from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. And if we also have Christine Mercado. Christine, I know you spoke with us earlier. You now have presentation rights, privileges. So Judy left the meeting earlier when we went into camera, which meant she couldn't get back on, which is why she's joining us on the phone. So Christine, if you're able, you could run the slides for Judy, who will speak to us on the phone and walk us through it. And that's really the end of what I have to say about that.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you fine, and over to you.
Okay, so Ms. Mercado, I'll ask you to put up the first slide, and I'll start into the presentation. I believe the committee members also have it. So I'm Judy Gibson. I chair the Tree Canopy Preservation and Enhancement Committee for Long Branch. We've been working for 5 years with the University of Toronto on tree preservation and collecting data. Can you go to the next slide, please? We're also proud to be a partner with the City of Toronto, working in partnership to plant trees. And so far, since we've been in operation, we've planted more than 5,000 trees on private property in the City of Toronto. In last year, in 2022, our volunteers distributed over 1,130 trees alone, and this year we'll be doing that again. Ms. Mercado, if you can move to the next slide, please. It doesn't seem to be advancing. There we are. There's some of our volunteers and students handing out the trees. If you go to the next one, we've also been running a tree stewardship program and doing an inventory on our trees. And we've been hiring students through grants from the from the City of Toronto, again, thank you, and also from Canada Summer Jobs from federal grants. In Long Branch, we have, if you go to the next slide, in Long Branch, we have multiplexes, as Ms. Mercado said, and we actually agree that Toronto needs more multiplexes. They work in our neighborhood, they fit in our neighborhood, and they fit with the permissions that are already there. We understand that there's a need for greater density, and we do support gentle density, but it needs to be done right. And unfortunately, what's in front of us is not done right, as it's going to destroy far too many trees. If you go to the next slide, I'm just going to skip the next one because this one just speaks about our data. And if you go to the next one, it shows what happens in intensification in Long Branches. And Christine, if you can go to slide 7, please. We've been working with the University of Toronto and working with a couple of the professors there who looked at the impact of residential intensification on the urban forest in Long Branch. And the impact has been that there's a picture here that's not coming up, but it shows the red dots of how many trees have been removed as a result of intensification. And this is from, the data is from consent applications, which basically intensify twice the size of what's permitted. And if you go right to the slide, Christine, of the data, it shows that on the redeveloped lots that were severed and redeveloped, we lost over 56% of the tree canopy. And on the adjacent lots, they lost 24%. And we're trying to grow the tree canopy to 40%. City Council has said that. And removing trees in Long Branch and planting them in Scarborough, sorry for those of you in Scarborough, it's like taking a sewer out of one area and adding an extra sewer in another. We would never do that with sewers, yet we do it with trees and our green infrastructure every day. The next slide shows from the City of Toronto's tree canopy study that 2/3 of Toronto has lost trees and green infrastructure over the past 10 years. This is not sustainable. We do agree with gentle density. This is not it. We did an analysis of the square footage. What's being proposed will create units that are 4 to 4.5 times to 6 times greater than what's permitted now. You can't keep trees on that kind of intensification.
Thanks, Judy. I'll just ask you for your final thought here.
Maintain a livable neighborhood. Sure, and more people in neighborhoods we support, more multiplexes, but it needs to also support more trees. So we would encourage you to send this back to staff to improve this so we can get more trees as well as more multiplexes.
Thank you, Judy.
So much.
Thank you. And Christine, thanks for the assistance. Any questions for Judy in committee here? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much for your deputation and presentation. Appreciate it. Next, we are going to jump to Veronica Wynn from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. Do we have Veronica online? We're going to just try and identify a caller and see if that's Veronica Wynn.
Good afternoon, caller 647213. Please identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Jordan. Can you all hear me?
Oh, no, that's the other speaker.
Yeah.
Jordan, we'll get back to you. We're looking for
sweat.
Veronica. All right, so Veronica's not with us at the moment, so we're going to jump to George Emerson. Do we have George here?
He was online, but not anymore.
George Emerson online?
He was online before, but not anymore.
Okay, we'll pass on George for the time being. Robert Gullins. Robert's in the room here with us. Thank you very much for joining us, Robert. Once you get set up there, we'll go 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, 3 minutes is hardly enough time, but it's a big topic. Okay, I live on 22nd Street in South Etobicoke, and I will get back to that shortly on another story. But I think there's a lot, I disagree with the first presentation. I think it might depend on the circles you travel in, because I talk to a lot of people, and I would say those stats are out of whack. I'm not the expert. So I'm just saying I don't agree with it, but not from my findings. Okay, there's many things to take into account with intensification, not the least of which is further erosion of single-family dwellings owned by people that have planned their lives, like my wife and I and a number of our neighbors. We moved into an affordable area at the time, and now we're finding that what we bought into is going to disappear because of regulations and other people that are more interested in money than really creating communities. So other considerations, let's look at the increased parking that'll be required. It's already a major problem in our neighborhood. We're down, we have Humber College. It's great, but the students park on the streets. We have many units in the neighborhood that are have extra people living in them, and there are cars. Okay, the increased traffic in an already overcreased city, major loss of green space and open areas around the city, increased bicycle traffic, which is great to see people and pedestrians, but accidents are increasing. Household pets haven't been taken into account. Increased displacement of the native animals and birds and other livable areas for the natural animals that live there. Overcrowded schools and already overcrowded classrooms. My daughter's a teacher. I have 6 grandkids, and I'm concerned for their future, where it's going, so affordable housing is there. Overcrowded hospitals, parks, bicycle trails, and time is running out. I just want to introduce you to another short story on what another consequence of this. We had a neighbor. There was a housing proposal, and it's right next door to her. Okay, ultimately, she did have other problems, but my wife and her were very good friends. The house next door to her was the ultimate, and she was the woman that jumped in front of the GO train in Long Branch. It was because of the constant noise, the disruption, and the total disregard for what she believed. So I will leave it at that. On map 229 in your books, our street is, looks like it's scheduled for more intensification. She would be horrified to see that.
Thank you for your deputation.
My apologies.
No, I appreciate you coming down here and sharing that deputation. I'll just see if there's any questions in the committee here. No questions. Thank you for coming down today, Robert. Appreciate it. We will move to our next deputant online. That is Ken Sherratt. Sherratt? Are they online? Okay, Ken, I think we have you on the phone and online. Phone. You're unmuted, Ken, if you would like to say hello. Okay, we'll try and come back to Ken, which means we have Eric Lombardi here in the room. I guess it's good evening. Good evening, Eric. Thank you for joining us. 3 minutes.
Thank you for having me. Well, first I'd like to thank the Planning and Housing Committee for having a long day so I could join last minute after work and waste more of everyone's time. But I'd also like to thank Planning and Housing for a very long and diligent process of consultation that what I would actually describe as deep and excessive for what we are ultimately doing here, which is allowing a form of housing that was allowed 100 years ago and that we banned later on. What we're allowing with multiplexes here is just the very first step in a long process that this city has in order to rectify its past injustices in planning policy. We've seen that the majority of our neighborhoods that are low-rise and single-family have shrunk over the last 50 years, while the rest of the city has doubled in population. We've heard from a number of opposing organizations that have prioritized trees before our rising homeless population and the dreams of young people and new immigrants in order to establish lives in the city. often trying to make an issue out of pitting the environment against housing. But we know for a fact that this is not the case and that trees can live in harmony with the growth that we experience in our city. Many allowing the first 4 units of any new building to be exempt from development charges so that we don't incentivize buildings for 5 and 6 unit and above from being viable. Thirdly, I would like to ask the Planning and Housing Committee to ignore calls to reduce the setbacks requirements for multiplexes and to work to advantage this building form so that we're able to, over the long term, incentivize building this type of housing. Because when we have a goal of 285,000 new homes and over 500,000 single-family homes, all we need to do in a 10-year period to reach that goal is see 1 in 10 change. That isn't the dramatic change many opposed to this really are illustrating. This is actually a very incremental change to our communities and one that will allow so many of my generation and so many who aspire to live here to be able to call this great city home. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Eric. Any questions for our deputant? Okay, not seeing any. Thanks for coming down today. That brings us to 2 items, which I'm going to add to the agenda right now, and I trust that we can probably just move them. If we'll just do a pause on this, we'll go new business. I get a motion to add item 23 from Councillor Fletcher, which is affordable housing and transit-oriented communities. All in favor? Very good, added. And 24 from Councillor Malik. I don't know what this is called, but this is about the Ontario Science Centre, and it's an important architectural gem. We all agree with that, so let's add that one. All in favor? Very good. And then if it's the will of the committee, we could just adopt both of those items right away. Is that cool? All right, so item 23, Councillor Fletcher's. All in favor? Carried. Item 24, Councillor Malik's. All in favor? Carried. Excellent.
I don't think the public has seen that, is to add affordable housing and report back how many affordable housing units are in any of the transit-oriented community sites.
That's right.
That's right, for that one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. And Councillor Malik would like us to reaffirm the city's interest in the protection and preservation of Ontario Science Centre. And that's good also. So there you go.
And evaluate our heritage designation for it. I know it's not a straightforward process, so to get that online.
Yep. So those will be posted, and that's all sorted out. Thank you very much. Back to the deputations here on item 3.16. This, we will now be going to Thaddeus Sherlock, and I apologize if I am not saying that correctly. Online. Do we have Thaddeus?
Sorry, yes, you have me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 3 minutes. There you are.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks. Over to you.
Okay. To introduce myself, my name is Thaddeus Sherlock. I'm speaking today both as a resident of Long Branch and as a volunteer of More Neighbours Toronto, and I'm speaking according to those experiences. I have long-standing connections to Etobicoke Centre and to Etobicoke Lakeshore for relatives that have lived here over the past 20 years, and I visited them often. So I am fairly close to this, but firstly, I'd like to start by reminding the Planning and Housing Committee of the impediments of exclusionary zoning. So not like keeping 3 or 4 plexes illegal to build right now marginalizes several cultural and GSRM communities, but if we allow them, it'd be easier for multi-generational housing like South Asian communities, student housing, and or such opportunities to be constructed, and would probably provide for easier living arrangements for some forms of romantic arrangements like kitchen table polyamory. And going on, we are in a housing crisis, I'd like to remind everyone. So we are in a situation with a housing triage, and we need to demolish existing housing to build new housing. And unfortunately, the toll of these dem evictions is currently falling upon people living in apartments, condominiums, and multiplexes. And I view this very much as a policy failure and as a market failure of single detached homes. Where I live, people will submit applications to the Committee of Adjustments to test the limits of the rules governing single detached homes. And I believe that legalizing multiplexes would provide a disincentive to that behavior. I'd also like to emphasize that I'm a naturalized citizen circa 2000. My mom's side has Ukrainian Canadian roots, but I'd like to remind my elders and other immigrant diasporas that now have relative wealth that present-day immigrants and refugees, particularly Syrian refugees, Ukrainian refugees, and trans refugees from America, Britain, and other countries, they will all have lower social mobility and are flailing. To allow for multiplexes would allow more taxpayers to live in Toronto and alleviate the shortfall in our budget coming from historically low property tax rates. I see that I'm low on time, so I'd like to remind people that the Black Barn Maple Tree does not pay property taxes. It does not use city services, and we should not weaponize the tree protection rules or any new ones to people's zone. I recommend keeping the proposed amendments intact, and especially the abolition of floor space index for multiplexes, seeing as in Long Branch, there's a mandated FSI of 0.35. So please also do not delay this until after the mayoral election. Any supposition of neutrality is false. That decision is political so much as my deputation to you is. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the deputation. Any questions? All right, not seeing any, I will say thank you. Thanks for joining us. Next, we have Leonid Kotov. Leonid. Not here. Okay. We can go back to, we'll go back to Ken Sherratt, who's back with us, I believe. Ken is online. Hi, Ken. Ken is on the phone. Ken, you're off mute if you want to say hi. All right, we'll just we'll leave it there with Ken, and we will move to Jordan, who we know is on the line. That's Jordan Marcellus on the phone.
Hey, what's up? Am I audible?
Fully audible. So thanks for joining us, Jordan. 3 minutes for the committee.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm watching on YouTube, so please just yell at me when I'm over. But 13 years ago, May 1st, 2010, I got on a flight from Edmonton International Airport to start living here in Toronto, and I've lived in the same apartment on Walmer for the last 13 years. I've been so privileged to have that opportunity to have rent control. And the reason why I'm calling is because I think staff absolutely crushed it on the regulations.
Jordan, I'm going to just ask you to pause for a second. We've got some interference. I'm holding your time.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right, let's try it again.
Carry on.
Yeah, so I think staff absolutely crushed it. I think the changes are great. I was at the last EHON deputation, and people were clamoring for these changes. And I know that I've heard from some of my residents association comrades that they feel that this is a surprise. And I really want to push back on that. I think this was something that people want in Toronto. And it's an example of like how the consultation process can work. I don't think it goes far enough. I was walking on Palmerston over the weekend, and I was looking at buildings that I really wondered if they could be built again, and I don't know the answer to that. I'm hoping that EHON will get us there, but at the same time, I want every street to look like Walmart, right? There was a time when we built affordable housing in Toronto. We were okay with getting rid of 1 or 2 houses to put so many more new people up. And I think that EHON will get us closer to that than the 70s downzoning and neighborhoodization of the Yellow Belt. And so I ask you, pass it as is. Please let us return to a time when we were able to build beautiful, big, old housing. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for the deputation, Jordan. I'll just see if there's any questions from the committee. Not seeing any, we will say thank you. Thank you for your time. And we're just going to try and ID one more caller.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hi there. Oh, thank goodness.
Who are we speaking with?
I was blocked out.
No problem.
This is Veronica Wynn speaking.
Oh, Veronica Wynn, Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. You're back.
The very same.
Wonderful. Well, this is
Okay.
great to have you. We're gonna put 3 minutes on the clock, and you can share your deputation with the committee.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Okay.
Well, as mentioned, I'm at the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association, which is 95 years of age, which has an interest in good planning and development on behalf of the Swansea community. But we are interested in more housing options, which includes sound planning and responsible development. But we have a real concern, because I attended both the meetings on February 21st and 23rd that, was explaining and asking for feedback on the new bylaw as it was written at that time, and I particularly asked the question, are we going to maintain FSI? She said that yes, we are, and there was absolutely no mention of extending to the 19 meters, because I would be really hot to trot if we talked about that, or removing FSI. So I created an equation that it says 4plexes minus FSI plus 19 meters will equal no trees. In fact, because without the FSI, which is a controlling element for the density, it would absolutely eliminate the possibility of trees in the neighbourhood. I'm also concerned that this was changed without consultation, and as such, it's I don't want to use the word illegal, but it's not correct, because I know with anything that's changed, you have to give notice again about what those changes are, which we didn't get until it was a fait accompli. Okay, and so by reversing the decisions of the original one, we are making major additions without consultation, and this is taking advantage of the denial of the third-party right of appeal and fundamental justice for communities and residents alike. Now, in Swansea, we were a municipality unto ourselves, so we've got every sort of zoning you could imagine. Like, we've got multiplexes, we've got high rises, we've got, you name it, we've got it. So it's not a case that we're intimidated or, we don't want this to happen. We want it to happen properly. So we would request that the city take this back to the staffing and come back to us again when they've got it right, because I'm really concerned with that, because what it is it has absolutely monumental impact, you know, going to the Committee of Adjustment and nobody knows actually what's right or what's not. Anyway, so that's our request. But we also want.
Thanks very much, Veronica. I'm going to just ask you to pause there, and if you'll just allow me to ask if there's any questions from the committee here. Not seeing any questions. I'll just thank you very much for your deputation and your time today.
Okay.
Thanks, Veronica. Okay. I'm going to go back to Ken. Ken Sherritt, one more time. Still on the phone. Hearing a clicking. Off mute. Ken? Yep, we got you, Ken. We can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Third time's a charm. We can hear you.
Yep, okay. Thank you very much.
3 minutes, over to you.
I've been following you. Okay, thank you very much. I've been tracking the multiplex issue for a while, and I read the February version and was fairly comfortable with it. And I was really shocked to open the April 13th version and discover some substantial changes, most notably the increase in length from 17 to 19 meters. We have multiplexes in this area, but most of them are either 12 or 17 meters. 19 meters starts to present problems, especially where there are narrow lots. So I think you can assume if there's a 19-meter multiplex going in on a narrow lot, that there's probably a narrow lot next door. And that's certainly the case where I live. My lot in the backyard is 6 meters wide. And this basically faces me with a prospect, potentially, of a wall, particularly if there's a garden suite or a laneway suite, a wall between 6 and 10 meters high for 29 meters down the property line. So that's really what's concerning me. There seems to have been a major change in the last 3 or 4 weeks here that does make a big difference. And the additional wall coverage will impact vegetation on the adjacent properties. So I would strongly recommend that the length be kept at 17 meters and let's get on with it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much, Ken. See if there's any questions from the committee. Not seeing any. We'll thank you for your deputation and your time. All right, we've made it, team. So this is the time when we thank all the deputants and we take it into committee for questions of staff. Do we have any questions for staff on this? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I'm just wondering if you can just tell us which sections of the city actually don't allow for this type of housing, that basically can't do it at the moment.
Yeah, and we can maybe pop up the map if
That'd be helpful.
But or refer to the map in the handout. But the roughly of our residential areas, Councillor, 75% of our residential areas do not permit multiplex, and predominantly they are in the inner suburban areas of North York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke. There are historic permissions for multiplex in the former city of Toronto, in Mimico, and in other specific York, and portions of East York, I believe. But it is, you know, it breaks down basically on the pre-war, post-war city in a way when you look at that map, and you can see the difference.
Yeah, just looking there, I just want to note, as you would, that there are, East York does have an apartment neighborhood, which is quite distinct from anywhere else. Would you not agree with that? There are other ones in the
Yes,
city?
it's Cosburn, and that little pocket up there is quite
A lot of density.
Yep. innovative for
affordable.
the Borough of East York to have introduced that density.
Yes,
at the time.
many years ago. The other thing that's quite common is adding density onto existing bungalows there.
Yes.
In order to accommodate larger families or have multi-generations live within the same home. It doesn't seem to recognize that as a concept here, but I would think that's kind of an important one by taking single family and making it multifamily. Would it not be?
Yes, I mean, there are areas of the city that have single-story bungalows, prominent building form at some period in time. And now what's become more prominent is people putting a second floor on those bungalows, going up one floor. Those bungalows were typically quite small. So as families have desired more space, they've added on. It's been a real trend in East York, having worked there many years. The height limit, 8.5 or 9 meters sometimes in East York. So many of those went to the Committee of Adjustment for small variances.
Correct, and were
Quite
opposed often by
Yes,
the
they
neighbors
were.
and the former councillor.
They were, but the point is, they weren't necessarily always achieving additional units. They were just achieving a larger house.
Yes, for larger families.
For larger families,
Quite often.
or just more living space.
Or
yeah.
more living space. So in here, it's basically, there's a section up in Scarborough in that Ward 22 and out in Ward, I can't see the ward number, 25, that looks like multiplexes are allowed there, but the rest doesn't appear, except on the arterials, really, where there is no extra.
Yeah, you want to, I'm just looking at the staff there to help me with some of the specifics. Or just describe it, if you want.
Sure. So we don't actually have a map of where multiplexes are currently allowed today in the presentation that we did today, but it's roughly equivalent to the former cities of Toronto and York, and I think there may be a bit of East York in there. We do have a map. We do have the materials if you want us to share it again.
Yeah, that's the height map. If we can use the overhead, we can put it on the overhead,
I
perhaps.
think that would be best to avoid confusion.
Yeah.
And just to clarify then with you, Mr. Chief Planner, some of these blanks on this map, they are the employment districts in the city, correct?
Yes.
But it just looks like there's nothing there.
Or large parks, yes.
Or large parks.
Yes.
So perhaps it's easier to say that other uses than residential.
Exactly.
And maintained, will be
Exactly.
maintained.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to see that map.
So Councillor Fletcher, ooh. So Councillor Fletcher, what this slide is showing you is currently on the left-hand side is the entire city, where only the yellow portions are where multiplexes are permitted in the zoning bylaw. And the gray areas are the ones that are our neighborhoods, designated areas that are not permitted to have multiplexes now. So it's actually quite a wide swath of the city. So the objective, as this slide is illustrating, is for all of the neighborhoods to have those permissions.
Thank you. Excellent slide, and you've actually gone not residential on there too, which is good. Thank you. Thank you very much for that slide. It's very telling.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? Councillor Malik.
Okay, thank you very much. I represent a downtown ward, so this is a different significance for me. And Councillor Fletcher asked a little bit of the questions that I had around the availability of new housing units given this proposal. I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more about how this addresses inequalities in the housing market, which we heard from many deputants as a concern.
Bill, do you want to take a, it has been a prominent part of the discussion, and trying to make the city more inclusive. Phil?
Sure. So through the chair, we recognize that this initiative is largely providing market housing and not capital A affordable based on research that we did. But we also recognize that there's a large unmet demand in many neighborhoods in the city for things like multi-generational housing, for people to age in place, and for people who have an existing home and are sort of house rich, if you will, and overhoused to be able to split up their home into different units to either help them pay the mortgage or to house a family member. So in that way, we see it as providing more housing options, and while it won't fix all of the problems of the housing market, it is a piece of the puzzle to allowing more options across the city.
How does this proposal address 3 and 4 unit housing that may currently be outside of the city's rules?
Just to clarify, would you mean units that have been established without permission? The city regularly responds to inquiries around inspections and building activity, and certainly the building inspectors would go out upon getting notice and have to investigate whether or not something complies with the zoning bylaw, and for that matter, the building code, and undertake inspections, and we have the ability to put an order to comply on properties and have those properties be brought into conformity with the zoning or the building code, as it may be. Having the permission for 3 or 4 units, there are other standards in the bylaw that we're proposing. So they would have to not only address the permission for 3 or 4 units, but also any other standards that they may or may not be in compliance with. But that would be determined through a building inspection.
While I think it's a really important step forward to allow more diversity in our housing options, making them a viable option is also a really important concern. And I was wondering if you could explain how the exemption of multiplexes from FSI and replacing it with form-based zoning would actually work.
Maybe I'll ask Phil or Melanie to explain that, because it is an important point of feasibility, viability. We work with the School of Cities and others and have learned from reviewing this in other cities what stars have to align to actually make this happen.
Through the chair, we did undertake some design studies, and as the chief planners indicated, spoke with design professionals and did a sort of a technical review panel. And the bottom line is that currently what form-based zoning means is that the building envelope would be governed by setbacks from the property lines, as well as the height limit, and then a number of other regulations that sort of inform the massing of the building, creating kind of a zoning box or envelope. So currently the FSIs serve to, it's very possible to have a zoning envelope and not be able to fill it because the density maximum would limit how much you can actually fill the box. Whereas we've heard sort of loud and clear that there are instances, especially in parts of the city with very low densities, some as low as 0.35, where it just would not be, you would always have to go in for a variance on FSI alone, even if you met all of the other performance standards that are outlined in the zoning bylaw.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. So earlier today, we heard about the need for additional housing. Can you give us a sense of kind of in what proportion or measure this proposal will help address the need that's been identified?
Through the chair, it's a great question, a very hard question to answer, and it's one of the reasons why we want to undertake a monitoring program to make sure that we've got it right, that we address any unintended consequences, but at the same time, are we getting some housing out of this? I mean, it's the reason why we're doing it. And we know with laneway suites, for example, I think we're in and around 500 building permits-ish. I'm looking at everyone, in a couple of years. It's new, And you need industry capacity. You need capacity of communities and others to look at this. All the multiplexes we have are older or they're converted dwelling houses. So we're actually looking forward to working with industry and with homeowners, property owners to see what's possible. We've had lots of inquiries. We heard today about new technologies. Lots of people in the design community are very interested in this. So building up that capacity, embarking on this, also in economic and social development, jobs in factories across Toronto producing building materials. So there are so many elements of this that I think are positive for where we want to go with housing and more broadly. But that's why we're going to monitor it. We want to be able to report back and see how well we're doing with the numbers. I think the potential, the need is there. We know we need 42,000 ground-related units, housing units, and we need to open up access for more people to have that option to live in our neighborhoods.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I will just ask one very briefly. We heard from a number of deputants today about FSI and the change over the piece of the period of consultation, our most recent round, about how FSI ended up being removed. Could you just walk us through that decision and why does removing FSI requirements have the potential to unlock more housing opportunities for multiplex? Why was that important?
Through yourself, I think one of the speakers used the word legal and viable. I heard that today from one of the speakers. And that was the feedback that we were getting from the consultation, this round of consultation. We've been out for a couple of years on this, and certainly coming back with our final, next to final proposal. We did talk about FSI and building depth at those meetings. But we heard concern with FSI and building depth in two ways. We heard keep it as it is, but we also heard it's not going to work. And I think that's what the staff team took back, and they literally looked at it again. That is the purpose of consultation, actually, is to hear what everyone has to say about it. And we definitely heard, especially from people who have looked at the numbers and have understood, let's give this a fair chance of working. To make sure that we weren't building in anything that would be too much of a barrier to get off the ground with this. And we will be monitoring this and watching it closely through various development applications.
Very good. That's it for me. So I think we're good on questions. We will take it into speakers. Have any speakers on this? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm moving a motion. So I think first I just want to thank staff for the incredible amount of work that's gone into this. I think this will truly be a game changer and will make sure that our neighborhoods are welcoming and accepting to the next generation of Torontonians. So I have a motion that would apply, that's asking for a study applicable to Ward 23 only. And it would look at opportunities to permit up to 19 meters in building depth for all multiplexes in Ward 23, regardless of lot depth, which will help to enable housing with more family-sized units, windows, and a variety of viable house design considerations, and help multiplexes to qualify for CMHC financing, which requires a minimum of 5 units versus the 4 units proposed in the multiplex regulations to help ensure more units get built. CMHC will only provide access to preferred interest rates for the construction, purchase, and refinancing of multi-unit residential properties, and facilitate renewals throughout the life of the mortgage if the multiplexes are a minimum of 5 units. Without access to CMHC preferential financing, many projects, particularly affordable housing projects, will be unlikely to be financially viable. Permitting up to 6 units in Ward 23, Scarborough North, will allow access to CMHC financing for eligible projects. And I think, some of the thinking behind this motion was, we've heard from many speakers, particularly Mark Richardson, when he asked those 3 questions. Does it pencil? Does it scale? And how can we speed up delivery? And that was sort of the thinking behind this motion of, whereas the multiplex regulations are envisioned now, I don't think they allow for the true potential of accessing CMHC financing, which requires us to get up to 5 units. And I think if we can actually access private capital so that a developer can buy these units or buy a single family home and convert it with CMHC financing, that we would have more potential to build affordable housing that we need. I think like a lot of Torontonians, many of us have given up on that sort of dream of having that lifestyle of our parents, where, you know, we lived in those single family home neighborhoods. I grew up in I lived in Seven Oaks with my grandparents for a long time. When they bought their house in 1968, it was $25,000. We recently sold the house for $1.2 million. And that's pretty much the average. And that house can, you know, easily accommodate several families. It's a big lot. There's lots of space. And, you know, in Scarborough, I think the latest stat was 14% of families are multi-generational families. Families do want to live together. And after Brampton, we actually have the highest number of people living under one home. So I think this is really, you know, a way to help push the envelope, to help go forward, to help make sure that, you know, families have options to stay together, which is what we heard from a lot of the applicants. It's really about families. It's really about making sure that our neighborhoods are welcoming to all families, including those that want to start families. And I think it's really a positive step in, you know, the right direction. And I really like to call out specifically Philip, Melanie, and Kyle for helping me with this motion and for all the amazing work that you've done. So thank you. And I'm moving this as an amendment to the regulations or the proposal.
Thank you very much. Okay, appreciate that. Any other speakers? Councillor Fletcher.
I'm very appreciative of the work that staff have done here. And when I look at the map, I just take it for granted that we can have multiplexes because there's so many of them on so many streets. So seeing that map is quite jarring, that multiplexes or multi-unit homes just aren't found in the same way. I think it's going to be very helpful. I'm just looking up a committee of adjustment, long discussion for a duplex, and having to go to the committee to get a duplex on a large lot. This will mean things are as of right. You're not going to be doing that all the time. But I think people are very creative in taking larger lots or taking houses and making changes to them. I could just go over all the addresses. And when we first started speaking about this and people were upset, there was roads in Dundas with a beautiful fourplex that was being built right on that spot. And the neighbors are fine. Well, almost all the neighbors were fine with that. Just one or two that said, I'm not voting for you because you allowed that here. But that's too bad. It's a really good, it's a multi-generational one for someone's mother, plus other apartments. I think one of the questions that was asked earlier was, how can we, because people want to own their home. And so when you put 4 units, generally somebody's building that to rent them rather than to have that either co-op ownership or condo ownership. And I think Mr. Chief Planner, as this rolls out, we'll have to see if that home ownership dream that we heard from our young man from Etobicoke North today, if that's going to be possible with this, or it's simply going to be great housing. And also we'll look at the actual cost of construction, because it's one thing to build on, it's another thing to take something down and rebuild. And we know from all of our housing now that it's a great amount of money per square foot in order to build new. So this is a great initiative. I look forward to driving around the city and biking around the city and seeing all these places up in your ward, Councillor Myers, that are going to be built there. And I appreciate the concerns that folks have. I think you'll have to watch the tree canopy and if all the trees are being decimated. But the fact is the Committee of Adjustment actually currently gives permission to remove your trees if they're in the way of your development. So it's happening in other ways other than this. So the number of things to watch, but just like the garden suites and laneway suites, this is a great initiative, and we'll see how it all rolls out for people that want to maintain their homes, live in neighborhoods, be part of an exciting neighborhood, intensified neighborhood, close to different amenities, and just build a dense city. So thanks very much for the work for staff, and Mr. Chair, for you really pushed on this when you were having a fight at the Committee of Adjustment about your fourplex. It was just being built on Dundas Street. So this is time to now actually loosen everything up and get things built. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Malik.
Thank you, and I'll be as brief as possible. As we heard today, and we all live in the city, so we know the lack of housing is a crisis, and it's affecting every corner of our city. It's not just in one place. That's why this study coming forward is vital to helping us grow our communities. We heard that over and over today. What's so important, and what this brings even more to the forefront, is that Toronto has to give leadership. Us at City Council have to give leadership to ending exclusionary zoning and creating homes in every neighborhood so that people can call those places home. And I look forward to moving these policies ahead, pushing them ahead with my colleagues, and ensuring that new homes that are being built are not just in the downtown core, even though I love it very much, but throughout the city and in every part of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. Okay, all right, just me then. I'll be very brief. I have two motions to move. One here is to have our chief planner report directly to council May 10th, just on the issues raised in communication, folks who are submitting communication at this meeting, and if they have anything else that they'd like to add. So our chief planner will report back on that. And then the second motion here, I am moving on behalf of our committee colleague member, Councillor Crisanti, who's not able to be with us right now. And this is a motion to direct the chief planner to review parking and traffic impacts as part of the monitoring program and report back to planning and housing in 2026. So down the road there. So we're moving that on behalf of Councillor Crisanti. I'll be very brief in my remarks because it's been a long day, but I couldn't move forward without sincere thanks to our chief planner, to Kyle and the team, to Melanie, to Phil. This has been a long time coming, discussed for many, many years. Staff work began on this in July of 2020 when we first stood up EHON, 3 years and multiple rounds of public consultation. I saw on the slide deck here, nearly 10,000 folks had engaged in our most recent round, 800 participants showing up online for all those meetings. All the big hitters on the residents associations being a part of this process, and of course, a bunch of deputants today as well. So, we talk about the housing crisis, we talk about the need for more people in more neighborhoods, more housing options across the entire city. This is what that looks like. And it's been elusive here in Toronto for far too long in certain parts of the city, but as my colleagues have mentioned, Multiplex exists in a lot of parts of the city, and it's actually a great way to live and adds so much to our neighborhoods, adds so much to our communities. And now to bring that opportunity across all 640 square kilometers of this big city really is a milestone for planning and housing and the work done here at this committee and the work done at council. I think it's been a common theme, and I'll just wrap here on all of the items on the agenda today, that it will take all three levels of government to get us out of the housing crisis. It's true that a lot of the critical housing priorities can't be done and delivered by local governments or the municipality alone, but this is not one of them. This is something that we can do. In my view, we ought to have done perhaps earlier, but we're doing it now in a big way. And it's with sincere thanks and gratitude to the team, the staff team, for making this happen, because I know it was a lot of work. And even the revisions that have been made today so that we have products that are actually going to materialize as we move through the changes based on the feedback that was received. it's really gratifying. So with sincere thanks to all of you for your hard work. This is a big win for city planning and all the people doing this. So thank you very much. And with that, I think we can, do we vote on them separately?
Yes.
Separate motions from everybody, but thank you very much. I guess we can't package it. Oh, can we? They would, they want to clearly show, okay. For all the people on YouTube right now. Yeah, all right, so here we go. This is Councillor Myers' motion here. All those in favor? Carried? And I don't know which one's next. Okay. Reporting to council on the feedback. All those in favor? Very good, carried. And on behalf of Councillor Crisanti, the looking at parking and traffic impacts and reporting in 2026. All those in favor? Carried. Item. Is it? Oh, first quarter. Yeah. And item as amended. All right, item as amended. I want to do a recorded on that. Recorded vote, item as amended. Okay. All those in favor?
All those in favor of the item as amended, Councillor Malik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Bradford, and Councillor Myers. That item carries unanimously.
Wonderful. I think that's it. Is that a day?
Yes.
Okay, motion to adjourn. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Motion carried. What a day. Thanks, everybody.
To our clerks, because that was a hard run with all the people online. Oh, boy.